please rise for the national anthem? Why not?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I remember you once out there at the rodeo starting to say the Star Spangled Banner or something out there.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to the BOC October 20th meeting. On behalf of Commissioner Tell, Commissioner Candelaria, our lawyer John Baxter, and the County Administrator Shaq Powers, Kim Purcell, we welcome you. The first thing on the agenda is the minutes from the past week. Commissioners, have you had the opportunity to look at the minutes?
I have, and I would move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, October 13th, 2020.
Second.
Motion second to approve the October 13th proceedings of the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners of 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we have the County Administrator report with Mr. Powers.
All right, so first of all, I'll update the commission. Our emergency manager would normally present this week during public safety, but he will not because he is on the Cameron Peak fire, which has now become the largest wildfire in Colorado history. So we've broken our own record twice now this year.
Just this year.
Just this year. So he won't be here today. And also George Devers will be absent today from the public safety.
Shaq, just for clarification, who called Jim? What did they bring Jim into that fire about? What was? Does he have some expertise or something that they wanted to use?
He does have expertise, and I think he's managing the staging area for those getting deployed. Is what his job is on that.
Sometimes they different types of teams, the type 1, type 2, type 3 teams. So different. They hold different certs to be on different teams, and they'll reach out within the.
I think we just
state.
should be recognized that they felt they wanted him. That's a good call. I mean nothing. Not that that's to be glorify him, but it's nice to know that he's of that caliber that they want him up there helping him on that fire. That's nice to know.
Yeah, it helps us put a lot of confidence in him.
Yeah.
First round of CARES Act applications were due on the 15th. We have over 33 applicants for the grants we're making available to the local businesses. I have not received those applications yet. Region 9 still has them, but I'll be getting them tomorrow and starting to go over those. I don't know how much each applied for, but if all of them applied for the maximum of $10,000, that's going to be $330,000. So hopefully we'll be able to help our businesses quite a bit. Had a meeting with Bentley Colburn yesterday. We're starting to go through our renewal process, and I think he's working hard to try and get us what he can.
Good.
So there's that. We had a security person from the state came through, did a walkthrough with everything last week, and I guess there's concerns about the tensions surrounding the elections, and I'll let the sheriff speak more to this in his report, but they will have a deputy there on Monday, and the sheriff himself will be there Tuesday during the elections providing security. So,
Shaq, before you get off our insurance, could you have Bentley provide the commissioners with a hit list of what we've seen on that on claims on our insurance, say over the last 12 to 18 months? I'd like to see just exactly what we've had come before our insurance company.
sure. I'd
Thanks.
be happy to do that. And then last night I was at the Noxious Weed Advisory Board meeting. Seems there's a problem in the county with probably less than 1% of ag land, but they're trying to claim the organic certification, whether they're certified or not. They're saying they're organic and kind of using that as a cop-out, maybe not to be managing their lands. And so she's seeking advice on what to do. She's going to our noxious weed manager, and she can speak more about this when she comes up, but she's reaching out with the education about organic management techniques, but in some cases it's gotten to the point that my recommendation is that they don't get it under control with organic techniques, and that stuff starts to flower and bloom in April and May before it goes to seed. They still have an obligation to obey the Colorado noxious weed law. It's a law. And if they won't allow spray on there and they're not going to manage it themselves, maybe we do a right of entry request and we go in and mow the whole thing down before it goes to seed. So that's my suggestion. And
I think Rob's got the mower out there. He'd take his, well,
Rob just said, I don't want no part of that.
Okay.
You know, the only thing that I didn't ask, I was at that meeting last night also, but through the state, what is the enforcement component of that? I got to thinking about that later.
How does the state
How does the
want us
state
to
help
enforce
us
state law?
to enforce that law?
Well, I think
don't know.
number one, through our noxious weed department, and then I think because we've been given the power, and I don't know how quite we've been given that, or if we've taken it, but that we have made it where we give them certain amount of notifications to handle their weed problems, and if they don't, then we have the right of entry into that property to do it, and then attach the cost of treating and taking care of those weeds to their property tax bill.
Well-
So I think we can use the sheriff if it's warranted that we need law enforcement to either help us enter the property or make sure the property owner's aware that they're out of compliance with state law, and that our weed department's here to rectify that. But John would
I
probably be
think,
better to
yeah, that-
answer that than myself. But I know that through our weed department, we have the authority, we've given Bonnie the authority with proper
Correct, to treat
notifications.
'em and then to apply it to the tax.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that takes care of that issue on that piece of property, but what about the issues that they've destroyed around the pieces of property
Well,
because of,
I
I guess I
yeah.
would just like to know more of what that law really states.
There could be a civil suit for
Right, that's
restitution.
between property owners.
Okay,
I mean, it's
so-
not gonna be something, I don't think that we as a county are going to go after them civilly for
So
having
it's-
their wheat spread to a
Yeah,
different property.
so it's just, right, because the wind blows, birds fly. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but as a neighbor, they might have a plausible case against their neighbor.
Especially if the county's gone in and had to rectify or try and rectify a weed problem as the county doing it outside of that property owner, that might give the neighboring property owner good justification for saying, hey, you damaged and destroyed my bean crop, or you destroyed my alfalfa crop, and I'm gonna civilly take you to the courts and try and get restitution for it.
So how does that work if it's a leased piece of ground and the property owner really has nothing to do with it?
I think your lessee
Then does that
is
go with
responsible,
the-
probably your lessee is responsible, because they're responsible for the crops, the maintenance, the irrigation, the fertilizer, whatever. The lessee is responsible for that. But
Or it depends
ultimate,
on the lease. And
right,
what
it depends
they
on, that's
agreed
true.
upon, but-
It could ultimately fall back on the landowner. So that's probably where the landowner better know what kind of a lessee he's got.
That's what it usually does, it always falls on the landowner.
Gotcha, yeah. Thank you.
I mean, that's according to us, but as
Yeah,
far as
but-
between them and
Right.
they might have their own different
Right.
deal.
Right.
All right, so that'll conclude my report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Powers. We'll go to public comment. If anybody would, if anybody would like to comment, if you'd please come up.
I screwed up the agenda.
I guess
You
we're gonna.
skipping, you skipping planning? You skipping
We're gonna
planning
go
on
to
purpose?
planning. Oh,
This is officially a shack-a-lantern.
All right, all right. Shakalaka, that is good. Whoever did that I'll tell you, that's talented, man.
That's artwork as per James Dietrich.
James did it. Well, I'll tell you
Very
what,
nice.
that's good. Yeah, that is good.
Nice.
okay, we'll go to planning.
Shack-a-lantern.
So we have Mr. Haley here and Jane, and we're gonna,
We currently don't have anything this morning. Both documents, well, the variance isn't going to be presented now. They're working on a lease agreement, and we don't have the Mylar for Conley.
Oh, okay,
So we got nothing until this afternoon, I guess.
okay.
you do that.
Unless you
Other
guys
than
have
jack-o'-lantern
questions.
Delivery.
That's right.
All right, well, thank you. Then we'll go to public comment. Seeing none, we'll go to Road and Bridge with Mr. Engelhardt, Road Supervisor.
Getting ready for No Shave November?
Oh,
No
God.
Shave November?
Oh, God. Do they do that every November? Is that an every November trick?
Every
Yeah.
October is for
What's it for? What-
breast cancer awareness,
Oh.
and men is for prostate awareness and No
Oh, I
Shave
didn't know that.
November.
That's interesting.
That's why the pink tie.
Okay.
Oh, well, I'll tell my
I'll
wife
tell you,
that,
this
'cause
guy
she
is just
doesn't
so
like your whole
current. He's so
idea.
damn current all the
Except for
time.
it's not November,
Yeah.
This is for breast cancer awareness. Pink.
because that's this week.
That's October.
Oh, okay.
That's October, the whole month.
God, man, I just feel so out of it. I feel like I shouldn't even show up here.
How are you guys?
We're good. Rob, how you, man?
So I'll take a little bit of your time this morning since you're ahead
Yeah.
of schedule, a little more than we had planned. Shaq, with that letter, there's a sheet here. There you go. This is our county road bridge program application now for doing the construction. The engineering is, 99.9% done and complete. So now we're reaching
You've
out.
got your easements and all that taken care of, don't you?
I haven't got the official notice on it
Haven't
yet,
you?
but they're
Yeah.
working on it, and I don't see a problem. I think it's gonna be here real soon. So,
Good.
but this application is due for construction funding by October 23rd.
Oh, yeah.
So we went ahead and got this all put together to apply for the funding now, so. So basically, this morning, what I'm asking for is a letter of commitment to participate. We did one for the engineering, and there's another letter that we need to sign or have Mr. Sukla sign for funding 20% of this project. So if you look at the way it breaks down on that sheet there, if we pay our 20%, our match will be $310,466. So it's a letter of commitment that we will participate with that fund. I want you to remember, though, that $310,000 may not be cash. It may be $100,000 in cash and $200,000 in kind. We are at the phase now where we can actually be part of the program as dirt work goes, or embankments or materials or things like that as an in-kind. We couldn't really do it with engineering, so we had to pay the cash, but our hope is here to keep the cash flow down and the in-kind high, but again, if it don't go our way, we're committed for at least 20% of this project, so.
Did CDOT do the design and construction estimate? was that
I
their
haven't seen
estimate?
it yet, but they're working on one, yes, so. But, and so is Bechtel. Bechtel's done one too. That's why we've got to 1.5 million asking for that money, because
So-
that's been done, yeah.
So that's their estimate as of
Yes, sir.
current.
That's correct, so. So with that, I'll bring this letter up.
Kim, you want two letters signed?
You got one?
Kim just gave me one.
Go ahead and sign that one.
Yeah, okay.
I'll need the kid, I need to take it with me though, so I.
You want Larry Don to sign that one too, right? Yeah, you better have
Have
him
them
sign
sign
both of
both.
them.
You take
Here, I'll
one,
make
Kim
the
keeps
motion.
one.
I'll make the motion. If you're all right, are you okay with this, Commissioner? I would like to move that letter of agreement sent to Robert Shanks, a CDOT Region 5 off-system engineer, in the amount of $325,000 for Montezuma County's participation in the Alkali Bridge project.
Yes, sir.
Was it 325 or 310, 466?
Well, this says total cost was maybe I'm, oh, you're
Sorry,
right,
I'm
I'm
just
sorry, no,
looking at-
you're right, Jim. Let me correct my motion to state that Montezuma County's portion will be $310,466, which is a 20% match requirement.
Second.
It's right down there on that bottom, second paragraph. There's 325 in the top.
Yeah, that's fine, that'll work.
That work?
Just as long as we're committed. It's actually 304 on that.
Yeah, because it shows on that chart 304 up there.
310 is even better.
I
Okay.
think your 20% is
Yeah,
really
20% is the
it's
whole
going to
point.
move one way or
It
another.
is.
Motion and a second to approve a letter of commitment to Robert Shanks with CDOT Region 5, with the county committing to the $310,466 to fulfill their required 20% match for the Alkali Bridge project. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can we get some of that down on Road G, since that was an old state highway? Can we get the CDOT to help us build that embankment back down there where it's,
We're gonna talk about that
I know we are. I knew we were. I just want to get CDOT involved and helping out. Yeah. I think now we tell them, hey, that's the old highway down there. You guys need to come help us. Yeah, we're
of
going to give
that-
it back to you for about 3 weeks, yeah.
Some of the conversation that we've been in, which we identified, myself and James Dietrich, with, for the FLAP, is that right?
Flat
Yeah,
grant,
flat.
sure. Federal
land.
access,
Yep.
federal lands access.
Where we basically identified County Road G as part
Yeah.
of that for FLAP.
Should be.
Because it accesses,
Sand Canyon, it
Sand
accesses the
Canyon.
Navajo Nation, it accesses
So there-
tribal lands.
there's a lot to that,
Well-
that FLAP grant, Rob, could be coming up to actually fix some of this stuff down there, so.
That's a
we might
great
check
thought,
with
Jim.
James, just to see, because this is gonna be, and I know we're bouncing away off subject here, but
It's okay.
it's gonna segue into where you're gonna go here in a
But
minute.
Jim, you're right, because we have we have tribal in Colorado, the Mountain Ute tribe. We also have BLM on our gravel pit side, the Sand Canyon side, and then.
And a national monument.
Absolutely.
So we actually have, I
Boy.
believe, 5 different federal
Yeah, Canem and all
agencies that are actually on County Road G. So when you're exploring that, explore just a little bit wider and then get with James, because of FLAP,
Boy.
I'm pretty sure that's what that
Man,
word
if
is,
you
FLAP.
can't make a flap grant fit in that, with that number of federal agencies touching that road, I'll tell you what, you'll never get one.
The
Well,
only
I'm-
thing though is that, I hate to be a fly in the ointment, but last flap grant that we
I know,
applied for,
I know.
we weren't successful.
No.
But today's a new day.
Yeah.
That's right.
All right,
No,
so let's tell the public what's going on.
Yeah, why don't we
So-
just go
yeah,
ahead and
Rob.
go
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
sorry,
subject.
Rob, we kinda
No,
jumped-
that's fine.
we kinda
Let's-
jumped
let's
you on
move
that
into
one.
it. We, I sent kind of an idea here to Shaq yesterday as far as how this is working out, but Shaq, if you want to bring up some of those pictures I sent, like that one, that is the area that is in question, and it's in Ute Mountain property. It's Ute land.
That yellow's tribal land, right?
Yeah, so right there where the curve, right there where his arrow is, that's where the slip is.
Yeah.
And, well, actually, no, go left there, Shaq, towards.
Right there, right down there
Right
on the
there,
lot. There you
right
go.
there. So as you can see, the boundary as federal lands go, or Ute Mountain tribal lands go, and I was in talking to Doug and Rachel about this morning, and they're pretty confident, and there's monuments down there that pretty much pinpoint that area. That is their land. So
On
without
both
getting
sides.
into a 30-day survey by the federal, or by the tribe, I think we can pretty well prove that it's their land. And the whole point of this is that slip started 2 years ago. We've been watching it for a couple of years now. Last year about this time, Empire Electric lost a pole down in there. And we thought, well, and it was very wet last year from the previous year's
Yeah.
good year. This year it's completely dry. Now it's breaking clear up to the edge of the road, and it's no water, but it must be subterranean. So my point with the tribe, talking to the tribe is, you know, this is a golden opportunity for them to get their people in there under some federal grants and get this thing fixed. It's their land moving to the road. So I don't even know what our jurisdictional easement is, other than we claim 60 foot on every road. But through tribal lands, we could even have 100 feet since it was an old state highway. So there's some questions moving there. But it started 200 feet away from us.
So is that on the north
It's on the
side?
south side of the, north side of the road, yes. So,
Yeah, around, okay.
and there is an old canal that runs around on the south side around the hill that does still active. It's an irrigation canal. There's a water line over there. But I've checked with both agencies last year when it started, and neither one of them were showing any significant loss in water.
No leakage or anything.
So I feel like there's probably an old springs in that
Some
canyon.
subterranean
And when we had that big year, it got things reactivated, and it's bringing it from the bottom out. And it's moving into the creek. As you can see in that creek there, that slide just keeps moving into McCamel Creek, and it just keeps washing it downstream, and it just keeps moving. There's nothing there to bank up to, not like a flat, dry spot to stop. It just keeps taking the water and keeps eroding it out, just keeps bringing it down.
How close to the road are we right now, Rob? looking at that
There's one picture there, I think Shaq, you might flip through it, one more maybe. One more. Right there. We're at the toe of the road right there, Jim. The road is right there at the pole,
Oh, gee.
and you can
So,
see how close we are.
15 feet?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I guess,
Yeah.
I'm-
Now, that road was built several years ago with the county went in, and there's a rock cut that they came through, and they brought all that rock down and built a rock fill through there to kind of take some of the dip out of the road and make it more of an easier graded hill. It might settle down now that it's getting into something a little more substantial. These soils are very erosive. They're non-binding type soils. They're silty sands. maybe the road will help stop it, but I wouldn't trust it very long. I mean, we need to pursue something and get something going here. It might mean cut off trenches on the other side of the road, go down deep, find the water,
Yeah.
filter it out, go under the road with a bore and take that water to the creek and release that pressure that's pushing through it.
Yeah, you know, if you can prove that, Rob, if you can find a way to prove that water's coming down underneath, that might be your,
Yeah. So I've got Bill Fraunfelter, Frowny, coming out tomorrow morning, 7:15, as an engineering firm to look at it. I've also contacted Troutner and John Butler, who's very good at geotechnical type work. They don't actively go out and do this prior to civil engineering. They let civil engineering take a look and then go from there. Both companies work well together. The tribe has been invited to come up and look at the situation. It's a golden opportunity for them if we get grants to,
Really?
help fix it.
Yeah.
They've got good people, good crews, and good equipment. They should get in there and fix it. It's their
So-
issue moving towards us,
So you're saying basically let Weemanooch or the tribal
I think,
take care of it?
pardon me?
Let Weemanooch or their tribal companies take care of it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Until the road's in danger of losing the road and I have to do something with the road, it's really on their land.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's their land that's
It's
being
all on their
eroded,
land.
yeah.
Exactly. It's a great opportunity. Shaq asked me to throw a number out there. I gave you a number of 700,000 as a contingency. The yardage it would take to re-embank it, go in and put a drain system in it and build it all back could go even higher. By the time we get through preliminary engineering design and you get your hydraulics and your environmental and your erosion control and your archaeological clearances and all that, it's gonna take some time to do this. In the meantime, it might take that long to get grants too, but I think we should put a contingency of this amount on our 2021 budget. Doesn't mean we'll spend it, doesn't mean anything, but it'd save us coming back later and asking for money. I think we should be upfront and say, in our 2021 budget, we should have a contingency of at least 700,000 to deal with this. Whether we do or don't, at least we're covered on our budget. Or we can wait till later in the year and say, okay, I need some money, either way. But I think right now we should at least take our budget as presented to you 2 weeks ago and add another 700,000 contingency to deal with this issue, so.
Rob, this is one of the few roads that there's actually a paper trail. I just asked Naomi to look into it, but we took it from the state back in whenever, the 1900s, and so we might actually have on paper a defined width. I'm thinking we might. Otherwise, I'd assume it was 60 feet.
Well, down there at Sand Canyon where we did the parking lot, we were able to prove out we had 100-foot right-of-way there where we built the parking lot off the side there, so.
I don't
So-
think that's what Rob wants to hear.
No,
Well, but still, even if we have that right-of-way, it's still tribal land. I mean, no matter what the right-of-way is, that's still tribal land that's
Yeah.
being eroded out of there and taken
Which-
down
which-
McElmo Creek. So,
which right now, with the fill in the road, and then you add it all up from the center of the road out to the toe, you're probably looking at 40 to 50 feet each side of left and right now is your 100 foot. And that's where it broke up to, but this thing started 100 foot from there.
Way out from
150
there.
foot.
yeah, like you said, you've been watching this for what, 3 years? 3 or 4
Well,
years?
the year we had the good weather, and then the following year, which was last year, Empire Electric lost a pole across here, and they notified us, and we went down and started kind of documenting what was happening. Then it slowed down, there was no more movement for a while. And then the other day, we got a letter from CenturyLink, and they showed where a phone line had been broken. And we go, that's strange, it hadn't been doing anything, so we went down there, and now it's completely dry, but it's breaking back even more. Now it's moved another 30 feet towards the road, so. We thought it stabilized last year, but then now it's got active again this year. So, and it seems to be coincidence maybe, but in the falls when it starts happening again. It happened in the fall last year, and
In the fall, I've noticed that on some cap rock on some of my places. In the fall, it starts releasing, it'll be dry all summer, and in the autumn, it starts releasing water out from under that cap rock, and it'll run all
Yeah.
the way through December and January. It's the
Yeah.
weirdest dadgum deal, but it's a fall event sounds like this kind of is too.
and I can't,
So with this, I'm sorry.
well, I just can't see no water in there this year. Last year, when you walked across the flats out there,
You could see
were
water.
slogging through water.
Water, yeah.
This year's
Been
everything
dry-
blown
dry
down
everywhere.
down in the hole, everything. You don't see no water or anything. You see, there's one little wet spot, but it's such a little tiny spot, not even back up by the road. And you think, where is this coming from?
Coming from.
You know? So it must be deep. It must be way on down in there. Yeah.
It's probably a shale layer or
Yep,
something down there that's
probably.
got water traveling across it.
I'm sure the road was built with rock and bridged over this area, and it's bridging, and everything underneath, the subterranean movement of water is bringing that slip out, so,
Yeah.
my guess, I'm just guessing. And the only way to know would be to get engineering in there and get geotechnical with some drills and drill down and find the water and locate it and see how deep it is and see what's going on. There's a way to take a picture of all this by drilling, you know, so.
So basically, your request is just to have a contingency, which would basically be earmarked if needed, if we can't get something put together with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe.
Right.
And/or with the flap.
Would we earmark that from Rob's reserve or capital reserve? That should stay probably in
Sure.
road and bridge,
Just
shouldn't it?
stay
It would stay in
Bridge.
road and bridge. We just put a line item in there now, so we don't have to amend the budget next year. If we need it, he just goes ahead and spends it, and if
Yeah.
we don't, we cover it another way. That's great too. Well, even if we get grants, likely they're reimbursable. We still have to show that the money's gonna go out, even if extra money comes in.
That's a good
Correct,
point,
but
too.
so in other words, if we do take that out of your reserve and the grants we get, it just comes back into backfill it.
Right.
That's all it is.
Right.
In case this gets worse. So
Well, we're gonna fix this.
You're gonna
I
have to,
understand
Sure,
that.
yeah.
we're
I mean,
going to do something.
it's got to get
Oh, yeah.
fixed. It's just
Yes.
a matter of how long does it
And
take
you
to
know how
get the
flat
engineering.
grants go. It could take a year to get a grant.
Yeah.
You know, or we might get some emergency. Hopefully, the tribe is thinking like me, maybe there's an emergency vehicle of some sort that we can apply for that would get us moving towards getting this fixed quicker, whether it be FEMA or one of those
So
others.
you have talked to the council then, or?
I talked to Bernadette Cuthair, yes,
Or-
and then she's
yeah.
led me to some other people, and we're communicating through emails right now, so.
So, Rob, with McElmo Creek coming through right here beside the road, with that being waters of the U.S., does the Army Corps come into this?
Oh,
or-
absolutely,
Okay.
yeah. All of them. You know?
I find the most expedient way to get anything done is to involve a few federal agencies.
And form a committee to look at it.
And that's why the top big money up here is all these committees, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
So,
I guess I don't see an issue with earmarking that 700,000 out of his reserve account right now, just so that if it's, I mean, you
If
have
he has to
act
jump
on
in there
it.
and fix this thing before all these other
Otherwise-
things can get handled, I think we gotta save that road.
Yeah.
We can't
And
let road G
You've got
go.
enough money in your reserve to take care of this.
it
so-
might mean we have to go in and get permission from the tribe and build a detour on the south side.
Sure.
Build a fill and bring the
Yeah.
traffic around. We gotta keep the road open.
Yeah,
That's the main artery.
Because
Yeah,
it's a
so
main.
something's gotta happen, and I just kinda wanted to get this
I got you.
approved.
And I agree, let's remove our end of the red tape now, so he can just get stuck in someone else's red tape.
Well, the road is gonna have to get fixed.
Absolutely,
So.
yeah. Main artery, you just can't leave it closed.
Yeah, no, we can't just shut it off.
Well, then, I shall make a motion that for the 2021 budget year, we earmark $700,000 of road and bridge reserve funds to go to the possible repair and rebuild of County Road G in McElmo Canyon.
Second.
Motion and second to approve contingency fund request for the Road and Bridge Department of $700,000 for the McCamell Road slip. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then keep us posted too, Rob, if we
Yes,
need to
sir.
get, you know, is the Forest Service coming to do?
Yes.
No. Oh, Forest Service? No.
Well, they
Forest
might-
Service is, BLM is not.
Oh, you just showed BLM and, oh yeah, Derek, I'm sorry, you're right. You're
Okay,
right.
let us know what we need to do to help
Yeah.
you.
Okay. Third and last issue is re-signing on an agreement with the Forest Service on the Ormiston Pit. It's a 10-year lease agreement with them. I've got everything in order. Basically, it's the same, almost verbatim of what we did in the past on our agreements. This is another 10-year agreement. There is one map that I did not send shot. We can put it on the screen if you want.
Have you looked it all over? Okay. Same agreement.
We gotta wake little Elmo up. Wake up, little Elmo.
Rob, with this 10-year agreement, is the Forest Service looking to let you open up some more? Because I know here, a couple of years ago, we had to enter into a deal with them to open up more of that gravel pit
Yep.
up there, and so,
That was an extension of the first agreement back in 98 or whatever it was,
Yeah.
2000, well, it's been 10 years. So this is basically the same thing, except now we're really opening it up.
Really opening it
Now
up.
we're really expanding our boundaries.
Good.
So
and
you're,
there.
what did it say, 100,000 tons per year and
That's what
5,000
they're,
for
that's
the
what they're,
boulders?
we're able to do if we can. We don't have to do 100,000 a year, but that's,
No,
yeah.
correct, but, so 100,000 per year, 500,000 over the 5-year
Right,
contract?
10.
10-year contract.
10 years.
Or, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
per year.
Well, I apologize, but it's not
No,
switching
Not
to
gonna switch over,
Alma.
okay. Well, basically what we did is we took the footprint a few years ago. That's neat that you remember all that. I'd kind of forgot, but we did expand it somewhat.
Right.
We've used that part, and we went to the Forest Service and requested a bigger expansion this time, and actually cut up through, instead of going clear to the top of the hill and back into the pit, we're gonna cut through the mountain.
Through the mountain.
Create a cut, crush all that out as material.
Good.
Get an easier access in and out of that pit, which they were very favorable of. So they did their studies, they did their locates and all that stuff that they need to do.
Yeah.
And now we're ready to sign off on it.
It's all good to go.
It's a good deal, yeah.
Good
and
deal,
so-
man. I'll tell you, you don't get a better deal than that.
No, and it's been, it worries me. These pits are hard to find.
You
So
daggone
getting another
right.
10 years is, to me, very positive.
Very.
Good relationship with the Forest Service and us on this deal, and they're using some on their roads up there, but we're using it for our reasons. We found a good purpose for this gravel,
Yeah.
and we want this gravel now,
Yeah,
so.
absolutely.
So with that.
What kind of life does that have in it?
What's that?
What kind of life does it have left?
Oh, now 10 years.
10 years?
I
We
mean-
got at least 10 years.
At that rate, what, do you have a projection, or do they have a projection?
No, at that rate, I think that's kind of, man, that's gonna be hard to achieve 100,000 ton a year
Yeah, I
out of a
wouldn't.
pit. I think there's probably, this 10-year lease will probably hopefully get extended another 5 down the road just to hit the boundaries, based on the needs that we have, unless they need more, and they can certainly. use
Certainly
more.
make more,
So,
yeah.
There it is. So now you can see the area that we've mined.
There you go.
And now, and everything in yellow is what's gonna be opened up to us. And you can see that little zigzag down towards the county road there. That's where the cut will be, up through that little draw. There's kind of a little natural canyon there. We're gonna cut through that and open into the bottom of that existing pit right there. So that's a big deal to us. That's a lot more land and a lot more good gravels. And we are very fortunate to have this pit now, the things we do out in that north part of the county, so. In fact, we use it now for chip seal. We make
Yeah, you
chips.
use it for a lot of
Yeah,
different things.
so-
It doesn't have the binder, doesn't have the PI in it and
No.
all that. It's good.
No, it's good sub-grade material, and
Yeah.
it makes good chips, and it's just a good deal for all of us. And Forest Service is using their fair share of it now, doing some work up there on their roads, and so it's making a big difference, so.
So we just need to sign that, or
Yeah, so,
Need to.
approve it?
I would like to move that Montezuma County move into a 10-year agreement with the United States Forest Service for contract for the sale of mineral materials for
Second.
a 10-year period ending in 2030.
Second.
Motion,
I'm sorry, at Ormiston Point. Yeah.
motion and second to approve the 10-year renewed contract for the Almerston Port Pit that's located on United States Forest Service lands, beginning, is it today?
they'll date it as soon as we get it all signed.
Okay. Beginning sometime in October and ending 10 years from this date. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 This one doesn't expire until the 31st of December.
Oh,
Yeah.
do I sign both of these, or?
Sign right there on that,
Okay.
and then I'll get Kim, I'll get Derek has to sign it now.
He'll be here
He'll
shortly.
be here today.
So,
Maybe I'll just leave it here and then sign it.
sit
Yeah,
tight.
if you want, you can.
I'll just send it over.
Yeah.
No, that's their side.
Oh, the address is for him. Okay.
He'll date it all, so.
Do we need to sign this one as well?
Do you want to
Okay,
Oh, yeah,
all right.
okay.
That's it?
Thank you,
That's
ma'am.
got all my business done, so thank you.
All right, well,
Well,
thank you,
good.
Rob.
Well-
Any other questions, commissioners?
No, just
Thank
good luck with getting some of the tribal involvement and stuff in that project down there.
Yeah, I just have to believe that that's something that they'll want to really
They're
take a
gonna
look
wanna
at.
have
You know,
some-
they're sitting at home not doing much. There's not a lot of work going on, and this is an opportunity for them to put some of their tribal members to work.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to be very proactive.
Very
in helping.
interested in this, yeah.
Yeah.
Good
I
on
do.
you.
So, at least that's the impression I'm getting, so.
Yeah.
Thank you for the response on the email that I sent you to on the striping on the roadways.
Gonna answer all the questions?
Well, I guess I didn't get a call back, so I think all the
Well, there you
questions
go.
were answered.
You did good, so. I was telling Jimmy this striping double yellow lines is hard to negotiate through opening up lanes to pass and not get into liabilities, to be honest with you. And without engineered designs
Yeah.
and approved
Sight
stamps,
distances and all that.
all that, you're opening up terrible lawsuits to the painters. And so it's hard to get them to do that and not spend a lot of money to get it where it's safe to go about. So we've taken the approach that a double yellow line through a community of lots of dogs and cats and kids and driveways
just
and
appropriate.
tractors and all that is just fine at 40 miles an hour.
Yep.
If you're going over 40, you don't need to be passing.
Yeah.
And that's
Probably a
the-
good idea, Rob.
That's the approach the state patrol gave us too.
Yeah.
Please double stripe it, you know, and so working with them too, we're doing this.
Yeah.
And I was telling Mr. Candelaria that there was a road superintendent I met at one of the CCI meetings one year, and I asked him what they do, and they go, they get one single line, right down the middle,
And that's it.
all the way across eastern Colorado.
One big yellow line. all
One
the-
big yellow, well, they do put whites on the side, but the yellow
Yeah,
line,
but the yellow
one
line.
yellow line. I said, well, I might start doing that, that'd save us quite a bit of money in paint.
We paid a lot more roads with that,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's right. So, anyway, there you go.
So, yeah, right now, basically what we're going to continue from this point forward is just the double yellow lines, and they'll be pretty much on anything new that you stripe.
On 99% of it, and now there are cases where there is no driveways, there is nobody out there, and the road is open, you know, and there's a couple of cases like that.
Yeah.
And I do leave it with the painters to, if they feel comfortable, go ahead and open it up to passing, and they should, and they have, and they will probably do that, but it's got to be where they feel comfortable doing so. So,
Yeah.
and that's kind of the way I'm approaching it. So,
Gotcha.
So, thank you
All right.
again.
you're welcome.
Let's
See
go,
ya.
Thanks, Rob.
thank you, Rob. Let's go to public safety with the sheriff's report with Sheriff Nallen.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sounds like they're gonna put you in the movies.
No, they're
They're gonna
not.
make a big star out of
No, they're
you.
not. No, they're not. Like I said, no,
Well,
they're
this
not.
movie company that's working, you know, Jim McLean talked to us about, he's playing music for, they're coming, wanting to use the jail, and I guess they're using a lot of buildings here in Cortez if they get to
Yeah.
it. Courthouse here. and
Mancus and-
jail.
Are we charging them for that?
Well, absolutely, he's making enough to redo a refrigerated air unit on the top of the jail.
0.001% of the project.
thought that
maybe.
sounded
How about you just fix the roof? How
I
about
thought
that? Get
sounded
that
good.
done.
Well, that's coming, we got that already planned.
I thought it was
I
completed,
don't know where you're at
It
there,
it
Jack.
should be done.
or I'm confused, because I thought it was completed.
May have to get IT up here. We're
Oh,
not
God.
switching to Station 2 any better than we switched to Elmo. So,
I have a backup plan, I think.
well, we can always hardwire it.
Okay, we'll just wing it, right? Well, apparently we have a technical difficulty here. So, why is it that this always happens to me? Maybe it's just my perfection.
I think it's just
It's just-
your magnetic personality.
Yeah, right.
That's up here and jacks things up, man.
Yeah, right, sure. Uh-huh. Well, we'll start off with, I'll at least give you the verbal stuff with the calls for service for the month of September. We had a total of 1,475 calls for service. Our domestic cases are starting to go down a little bit. However, we're starting to see an increase, and have been for the last 2 months, of increased number of cases that have been reported on sexual assaults on both adults and sexual assaults on children. That's what we're dealing with a lot now. It's just
There's a couple that are historical that just came forward. The others are current. We did 215 traffic stops, had 22 traffic accidents that we were called to. We're starting to pick up more, fortunately. Traffic crashes that the State Patrol won't cover, mainly because it deals with they're on public land or it happens to be an off-highway vehicle. We had 44 security checks that were done in the county. Business checks have also have been increased. We're doing a lot more of that. Our thefts and burglaries are starting to pick up again. However, we're starting to solve a lot of those, and a lot of cases have been referred to the district attorney's office by either summonses that were issued or by direct filing.
Hey, I noticed that your motorcycles out there at the compound are gone. Did you get to sell those or do something with them?
No, he came and got them. Yeah.
Oh,
The owner came and got them.
they
Yeah.
were, I thought they were your possession in a drug case.
No, those
those
were
were
stolen.
recovery.
Yeah, those were
Oh,
stolen recoveries. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Land Rover was the drug case, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Steve, what's the CSP's distinction on when they'll do traffic accidents and when they won't?
Sorry, I can't hear through your mask. I'm sorry.
What's CSP's distinction on when they'll do traffic accidents and when they won't?
On a county road or state highway, that's their jurisdiction. They're supposed to cover those. If it goes on to private property, in fact, we've had a couple of drunk driver DUI cases that have been involved with a crash on private property, and we've had to cover those.
Yeah, that makes
On
sense.
public land, they've always considered public land private land. Now, all I can tell you is that I think it has to do with statistics.
Public land as in somewhere.
Forest and BLM.
The US.
Any
okay.
crashes that occur there. They'll cover if it is a fatality or a serious injury that involves alcohol or drugs.
So that's
That's
just
what
their
they say.
policy, okay.
I know. And unfortunately, we're the first ones that get the call. But you know, we've got issues with some of that, but we're working through it. And I wish they would change, but they've always been that way.
Do you all, though, have traffic accident reconstructionists, or?
No, not reconstructionists. They're all level 1. I'm the only level 2 investigator there.
So you'd have to do it?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
I've had to go out on some serious crashes, and I'll assist in showing them and teaching how to do that. It's becoming more of a priority for our deputies to become traffic crash investigators, just because we're getting so many now. And so now the Department of Revenue has actually introduced a new traffic crash report. And it's all changed, and it all has to do with accident reporting, both by vehicle and by persons, and what caused it, most harmful events, and so on and so forth. It's a lot more detailed. They've changed that now to where we have, both pedestrian and non-motorized vehicles, such as off-highway vehicles that may be involved somewhere in that crash. So I put on training for all of the deputies of how to investigate and complete those traffic crash reports. The whole thing has changed, the reporting form. So it's broken out into now almost 12 pages instead of just two-sided one page. Okay, but they're getting it, and anything less than 1,000 is not reported to the state. It's just reported here and documented. It's all done by insurance companies and whatnot that deal with the parties involved and whatnot. So citations that are issued and that have all been noted in the county sheriff's report on a monthly basis. So you get to see what fines and whatnot are collected and where they go. We're still having some issues up with livestock on the highway. The most dangerous spot is on 145 before you get to the county line and north into the southern part of Dolores County toward Rico. It's mainly because the Dolores River has always been a barrier for those livestock. I'm not getting into the highway, which is on the west side of Highway 145. And because we're in an extreme drought, there's not much water there. And so there have been some near misses. There has been at least one crash. The State Patrol covers those. 2 years ago, I met with both the Forest Service, the livestock owner, and CDOT. Locally, it was all agreed that it was probably the most beneficial for traffic safety to have a fence put up on that side. The Forest Service was going to provide the cattle guards into those access roads on that side, assist with the fencing, as well as CDOT providing that fencing like what they've done on the south side from the county line south. They redid all of that fence on the east side of Highway 145. However, when it got to somewhere in between Durango and Denver, they keep pulling out the open range thing. It's like it's open range. It's like, well, why do we have right-of-way fences on every other highway to keep livestock off the highway to protect people? And that's the whole argument. So that's not a dead issue. I'm still going to push for that because it makes sense. It's, it protects the livestock owner, it protects the motoring public. It just makes sense. And the money was there. I don't know about now. So, okay. I feel bad for everybody that it just didn't get done. So that's where that is. As far as the jail report and whatnot, transports we've had in September, 27 transports at a cost of total hours of 175 hours for transporting. Year to date is 826.25 hours. Total of 26,968 miles on transport. I didn't touch it, okay? I'm serious. I didn't do anything with it. For the month of September, today we have a total of 73 inmates in the county jail. We started out September 1st with 80. It increased up to 88. Actually, the highest number was on September the 17th. Where we had 92 inmates in there at one time, and that's been decreased by releases and bonds. Let's see, for the month of September, every day is different, like what I've shown you in the past. 5 arrests, for like example, on September the 1st, with 2 releases. The next day, 7 arrests, 5 releases. It seems to follow that pattern. Where we'll get a large number in and then a large number is out within 48 hours. The largest numbers in September, on September 24th, we had 11 arrests and 13 releases. So we're doing pretty good there. For Department of Correction holds, we do have 9 inmates that have been sentenced to the state prison system under Department of Corrections, totaling 183 days. They've been billed for the month of September for $10,608.51. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can try it now? Okay. I don't see it here. There we go. Isaac, whose fault was this? Was it mine? Okay, see? There we go. It wasn't me. You got it. There we are. Okay. Thank you. So that's what we have for Department of Corrections in the month of September. As you can see, the longest stay was 30 days there with one inmate. And as far as I know, they're still doing some COVID backlog. So that's why we're having to hang on to sentenced inmates into DOC longer. However, we did get good news about those that we have in mental health facilities that are in custody, but out of the detention center, which is 3 or 5 of them. Is that right? Something like that. We no longer will be transporting them from the detention center to the facility. They actually will come and pick them up to make sure that they're COVID-free before they're transported. So that's kind of a win-win for everybody. What's that? They do the testing there at the facility, at the detention center before they transport them. Yeah. So, and plus the history that we have of their medical records, because every inmate is tested with temperature and symptoms several times a day. So that medical history is there, and they go by that plus what they see before they load them up.
Some of these COVID things, we really need to try to carry through, I think, into the future. I mean, it makes sense
Oh,
for
yeah,
them to
it does.
always come and
It
get
does.
them, and, you
It
know,
does.
maybe their staff is trained.
Yeah.
So,
I do. And I'll tell you what, the procedures and protocols that have been put in place have really helped a bunch, and we've all learned a lot. We really have, and there are some things that have come out of this that are good. So it's really helping. For Dolores County, we had 3 inmates in the month of September, and they were a total of 29 days in-house, and they were billed $2,175. For the city of Cortez, we've had these inmates here, a total of 16 days. As you can see, the longest stay has been 3 days. At $75 a day, they were billed $1,200. So this is the summary of the billing that went out and what the cost of for inmates per day, as I reported to you. Total cost of prisoners is just over $200,000 if you figure it at $75 a day, besides minus the amount that Department of Corrections pays.
Are you planning to increase on that $75?
That's up to the Board of County Commissioners. It's up to you guys. We're, it's still the same. Yeah, it's still the same. Yes. And actually, yeah, and it may, the food hasn't gone down because the prices keep coming up. That's the problem, but it stayed pretty much the same. About $68 to $69 per day, and that's where we're at with it. We'll do a complete evaluation on that next month in November, so we can get at least 12 months. So December of last year through November of this year, and we'll see where those costs are.
Try to give the other municipalities or whatever notice that we do have to raise it. What are you trying to?
Well, when you tell me that that's what it's got to be increased or decreased, I send the municipalities a letter of that. Okay.
Send that to the state also.
Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Department of Corrections.
Well, I think if he has it to us by the end of November, then we'll know what it is so that we can.
Yeah, whether you need to increase it or not for next year. Okay.
Because I don't see food.
He's also got maintenance costs in there.
Oh, I know it. Yeah. And see, I've never figured that in as far as that, because I don't have those figures of what that costs.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. That's the county administrator's area.
Well, we have those numbers.
Okay.
Because
I
Okay.
think, yeah, you need to, those things,
Sure.
that maintenance and upkeep on that building needs.
Oh,
to be
yeah.
that too, Steve. I
Oh,
mean, you
yeah.
can't just be broken costs and
Well, it's utilities and staffing and everything else that goes into it. As far as maintenance costs, it's been up and down, so I just don't know. I mean, we've replaced, what, 3 HVAC systems?
Then when
In
you
there?
start-
All,
when you
all of
start-
the maintenance costs are in Mike's budget.
Right,
So
yeah.
when you start figuring,
Sure.
when you start doing your per
Okay.
capita costs of those inmates, you get a hold of Mike or Shaq
Uh-huh.
and get.
That'll be fine. We'll put that in there and show you.
$75
It's cheap.
way low
Yeah,
for
yeah.
what it's actually costing our
Yeah.
community.
Oh, yeah.
I think it needs to be adjusted again.
I agree. As far as, and now, I don't know if you separate the detention facility and the sheriff's office on maintenance. I don't know. Do you do that, Shaq?
He's got them both separated out.
Oh, they are separated out? That'll help. Okay. Okay. Good. Well, thank you. I didn't know that. That'll work. Let's see. Pretrial services has actually increased in the amount of funds that they're starting to collect now. Remember, we were down pretty low because nobody was paying. They have actually, we've actually stepped up the letters for this and actually sending those that are behind in the rears to the court. And we're starting to get, as you can see, a large increase for people to pay for the pretrial services that they're supposed to. We're also setting up a system that many of the other detention facilities in the state have where for pretrial they can actually pay by utilizing a credit card or a debit card. And so that goes into, that's collected into a separate account or will be, and then deposited into the general fund at the end of every month. There's a $500 cap per day for anybody to be able to charge that, so that if there's a dispute, it's a lot less if we have to refund, and that's held that way. Okay, so there isn't any cost to the county at all. It actually is going to benefit us by collecting those fees a hell of a lot faster. So,
You shouldn't take a look at adding a 2.5% or 3% surcharge for those people that use that credit card. If you don't, then they're getting a discounted rate on that, so.
and I think that's figured in that. They went through training in it last week with this company that's going to set this up.
I'd make sure to check for that, make sure they're capturing those transaction fees and stuff on those credit cards.
You bet. You bet. Okay. We have not had any issues at all in the detention center. That would be anything that would be contrary. I mean, they come in and they go out. It seems to be working pretty well that way.
Minimum, you haven't had any COVID-19 or any of that stuff show up in the jail. I think that's,
Yeah.
remember, somebody out there's doing a good job. And that's,
Well, thank you. Yes, we try. Okay, we're trying. It's a little hard to defend ourselves against something you can't see.
yeah.
Okay, and that's been the biggest problem. But the procedures and protocols for all of that, we had one that was positive for COVID. We were able to, and we work with the courts or the judges very well. They will give them a stay and release them for a number of days. The health department was involved with this individual who put them up, so they were out of our system. Everything was deconned, and they were returned back after the 21 days that they were out. So everything's going well now. So that's the best way, is to test and find out what's going on with them. I sent an email to you yesterday about this Luz de Luna Productions LLC, this company that's producing a movie here. They have requested to use one of the cells that we showed them that would be possible if they wanted to. So they produced a written agreement that I submitted to you. That'll take place for 2 to 3 hours, no more than that, on October the 23rd, if you so want to, as well as submitting their liability insurance.
Are they paying you for that, Steve? or they
No,
just- yeah.
no. I don't have the ability to charge them for
Well,
that.
I mean, we
That's up
could
to you.
if we wanted to. I mean, they say in this agreement that because it's low budget, that they don't have the ability to pay. We absolutely could say no, or say we want to charge them for it if we want to. My one concern about it is that it's very loosely written, and I mean, I'd prefer just a line in there saying that the sheriff can terminate this immediately, without notice upon written notification, if he wants to, only because, you know, it doesn't promise that it's only for 2 to 3 hours. It does say that they may have to change the schedule, that if other things happen, they may have to come back at later times, and I don't want them to be able to use this against us later if they're using the jail way more than the sheriff's comfortable with. And there's not really a termination clause in there. So that's the only part that I'd kind of want to add, is that you can say done, or we can charge them as well. We can add that as well.
It's up to you guys.
Well, they're paying McLean's band to play for them, so I just, I figured this is a commercial venture, and I don't know if they're
That's up to you guys.
planning to find it.
Okay.
What do you feel, Steve? Is it gonna put you guys out? Is it gonna make your staff
No.
do things differently? Are you gonna have to work around these people?
No, for the 2 to 3 hours, that's not an issue, like I explained.
Okay.
It's not going to interfere with operations at all in there. And they're limited to one cell that is pretty much isolated away from everything else. So, however, the reason why it's 2 to 3 hours is that they have to bring in some prop into that. And then after they set it up, and then when they're done, they take it out and move it out. And then we have to decon everything again. So,
So it is gonna cost you something. I mean,
know.
you're-
At this present time,
Yeah.
I don't have any necessity. I don't think we should sign this. I don't, right now.
Okay.
I would just soon not be involved in it.
okay, that's up to
It
you.
is gonna cost us money, it is
Yeah.
gonna cost us time, and there will be, if something does happen and there's an outbreak in that jail, then I would just assume at this present time I'm doing it.
Okay,
That's my feeling.
is that what you
Yeah.
want?
Well, for me, I think that if you can get the changes made that makes you feel comfortable, when is it gonna be time? Started in March. I mean, are we gonna stay in our own shadow for the rest of our
I'm not
freaking
talking
lives?
about for
I mean,
COVID, I'm just talking about in general. I don't care if this was last year.
Yeah.
I
But
don't,
if he makes a recommendation or changes that,
Yeah, it doesn't change anything for
my
us.
gosh, you can't even go to the movie anymore because they haven't made any movies.
I know.
We can do to start it.
That's why I don't have any training this afternoon up in Dolores County with Salamander, because of fear of COVID, so
yeah.
that got canceled.
you know,
So
I think if you leave it,
it's up to you.
and it's not, I just don't think that for 2 to 3 hours, there's no gain. What gain is it to us? What gain?
I don't know that it is at all. I don't know that there's any gain, and I don't know if you really have to have one, but that's up to you guys. I mean, this is not an inmate type of situation,
Something called
so
Badwater. I don't have any
Yeah.
idea what it's about.
I don't either.
The guy that made this did Breaking Bad, and the producer. He's got some experience. He knows what he's doing. But I'm a little reticent because this is a commercial enterprise. He's going to sell this film and he's going to make money off of it, and it's a commercial deal. It's not like he's out doing a documentary or something like that. This is a commercial enterprise that's running here. So I agree with John. I'd like to see a line in there that says you can terminate this at any moment, any time that you wish to terminate it. And I think we should get $150 an hour for the use of our facility.
Okay.
And if they're there for 3 hours, it turns into $450. If they're there for 2 hours, it turns into $300. So I think this commercial enterprise, so they should pay to use our facility, and they're taking advantage of it. So if those two things were added to that, I'd be comfortable in letting them do it. But they're paying McLean's band to play for them, and
That's what I heard, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's all I heard too. Jim told me that, so.
Yeah.
So they're obviously recognizing that they're using things to make this Badwater movie or film series, and they're going to sell it, and they're going to sell it for money. So I'd like to see them, if they're going to use our facility, they pay our sheriff. Sheriff can do.
I'll
with
follow
that.
your guidelines. I mean, it's not anything that is in the books for me.
I don't think it's worth our time. I think it's gonna be more of a pain for you, however, I realize that,
Yeah.
you do operate that jail and require an elected official, and,
Yeah.
my feeling is, it is a commercial enterprise, I just, let it go.
If the pilot sells, playing devil's advocate here, although generally I don't think he should have one, but the devil shouldn't have it.
He's his own best
Playing
advocate.
devil's advocate here, I would hate for us not using the jail to be the reason that the pilot doesn't turn into a series, because it does have the potential to create plenty of jobs here if they're able to sell the pilot and it turns into a series. That's gonna create jobs here in the county.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but,
And I guess I would go with Commissioner
Well,
Till.
then-
I think for me is if those two stipulations, but I think that, as you had said, it's a sheriff's jail and
Yeah,
it's a
and
sheriff,
he-
and he's an elected official, he makes a choice.
and he thinks it's okay to go with it, but, I'd like to see you get paid for it. I'd like to see you get paid for it. I don't feel like that a commercial film company should use a public facility and make money off a public facility without compensating somebody some. So I'm going to make a motion. I would agree with the sheriff that if the Badwater Film Company wishes to use our jail for a location, that they pay $150 an hour for that use, and a line recommended by our attorney Baxter that the sheriff can terminate this event at any moment, anytime, anywhere.
Second, there's been a motion and a second to approve under the conditions of Commissioner Tell, $150 an hour for the movie production company to be paid to the sheriff's office, as well as a line item that the sheriff may cease to the contract at a given moment's notice. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 2-1.
Okay.
Am I making those changes and then
Can you,
giving it back
can
to
you send me something?
Mhm.
Or do you want me to send you that document in Word so that you could put whatever in it?
If you have it in Word, that'd be
Yeah.
great. I just tried to convert it to Word, and
Yeah.
I got a couple of tweaks when I converted
Yeah, I
it. So
know.
yeah, that'd be great.
It's always tough to do that, so I will send it to you in Word. And then,
$150 cash payment, hand to hand, straight to sheriff, or what?
I think to Montezuma County.
Okay.
I think to Montezuma County.
In care of
Yeah.
Shaq Powers.
I want no part of it, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
only if he gets a starring role in the
I'm not, I
the
told you
series.
before, I'm not involved with this, okay? No, not at all. Okay. Anything else, gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate
Appreciate the
it. You
report.
guys have a good day.
We'll go
Thank
to the district attorney and our deputy district attorney, Mr. Matt Martson. There he is.
There we go, got it.
And Clarissa.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Claire. Yeah.
Green.
Green for you.
The back of it just turned red.
There you go. It had to warm up, man. It had to warm up.
Okay.
So, gentlemen, as you can see, we had Clarissa email over the year-to-date numbers with comparisons for the past 3 years of where we are. And just taking a look through these numbers, I think the thing that I wanted to point out is those DUI DV numbers. I think we're going to, by the end of the year, probably hit our previous totals in that 2018, 2019 type time frame. looking at the JD cases, which are our juvenile cases, those numbers are down. I think that's a good thing. We have a diversion program that we've implemented at the behest of the state, but it was also something that frankly we were doing beforehand, and I think we're seeing some results from that. So I'm pretty pleased with those juvenile numbers.
What happened in 2018 that the DUI and the DV were so high? How do you compare that to? I mean, you have year-to-date right now, you're at 144 and 136. What was happening in 2018 that I don't remember?
My best guess is
Your election.
the new
That was good.
Right, that's right when I moved over to felonies, so that's probably what it is. No,
Isn't that the same year, Jim, that your campaign won and there was a big celebration?
Yeah, right.
I believe so, if we
So-
take a look at that. So really, I think that the difference is that we were seeing a step up in the marijuana enforcement DUIs, starting frankly that year, moving forward. I blame the sheriff. I think frankly, he was, law enforcement in the community was far more concerned about those new marijuana DUIs that we were getting, and we were having some testing ability then as well. We could send off to the state blood results and get testing results back. That'd be my best guess, but I don't have a firm answer for you as to why specifically 2018 was a relatively bad year for DUIs.
What about DV?
So those numbers are, the 2018 numbers for DV are frankly pretty in line with the 2019 numbers. That's plus or minus
Yeah, you're only
about
talking
a
8
percent or
difference
so.
from 19.
Yeah, they all fluctuate,
Yeah.
fairly regularly. You could look over a 10-year span and you'll see different spikes and dips.
And I know other jurisdictions have been having a heck of a time with DV cases, what with lockdowns and things like that, putting families closer together. So I'm heartened by the numbers here, because we've got 2 months left. I think we'll see a probably commensurate number to those 2018, 2019 numbers, but we're not going to have a huge increase by any means looking at these numbers here. So.
December's usually a little slow for us. November, around Thanksgiving, you might see some domestic violence increase. People are with their families and whatnot.
Christmas.
Yeah, but then nobody wants to be in jail over Christmas, so December kind of slows down actually, historically.
Just for clarity on these numbers, so that top section, that's the total, right? And then this DUI, DV, crimes against children, felony, those are all included and
Correct.
just broken out.
Yeah.
So what
and
is that number at the bottom? Sorry, Clarissa.
So the top section is all the new cases that were filed in 2020. The lower section is our actual case docket, which you can see those are very, very different numbers.
So that
We've-
includes revocations
Right.
and
And
That's-
carryovers from
coming back.
last year, the cases from 2019 that we're still dealing with.
Got it.
That's the attorney's actual caseload.
So, I mean, I notice that, I'm glad your JD numbers are coming down. They're still really high, I think, compared to some other places. And
Sure.
I mean, I hate to compare you to La Plata, but La Plata does have double the population, and I think they hit about 30 every year.
So they also don't have resources that we frankly do in this community.
They don't have a child advocacy center.
They don't have a child advocacy center. We get a lot of cases from them as mandatory reporters. La Plata County chooses not to have a forensic interview service like we do through the Nest. And so I think that, yeah, you're right. Those numbers are different. And I think it's because La Plata County doesn't do an excellent job of reporting these things. And I think we do a much better job, including the Nest getting out and doing mandatory training services for the schools in the local community. They're a great resource. I'm glad we have it. And to answer your question, I think La Plata County certainly does have lower numbers.
But it
And,
does look like you've come down a lot.
The other thing is that, there's an economic disparity between La Plata County and Montezuma County, and that can make a difference. That's always been a factor in criminality.
Yeah.
So.
What is the CR? I guess I'm needing to get in touch with your abbreviation.
No problem. Let's go through these.
Yeah,
So
let's-
JD is juvenile cases.
I got
CR is
that.
felony cases. T's traffic. M just regular misdemeanor cases. Our misdemeanor attorneys handle the T and M cases. Our felony attorneys handle the CR cases. And then we have a separate attorney that handles juvenile cases. When I say separate attorney, they're an attorney in our office, but we just have one person assigned to the juvenile cases.
Have you started having trials out at the courthouse yet?
So we were scheduled to have one, frankly, these past 2 Mondays. One was continued for a rather esoteric reason. The other one, I asked to have continued to get some time to get some testing done from CBI. This Monday, we are scheduled to have a trial. I don't have any CBI testing, and I don't see anybody out there that's going to be requesting a continuance. I anticipate that we'll be having a trial this coming Monday at the courthouse.
Man.
What
And-
about 2 Mondays from now?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, because we have one set.
No, I don't have one personally. The ones I remember are the ones I have, but I don't have one personally scheduled, but I think that Thursday would be a county court trial docket.
That doesn't get in our way.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
So you're still going to court more virtually than you are actually in a courtroom?
All our normal docket proceedings are all virtual at this point.
So do they have a
I have to
projection
file a motion to appear in person.
of when they're going to reappear in person? Is there
No,
any? there's
and
no
that will be very much up to the chief judge. So Judge Walker will have the opportunity to make that decision.
And he's kind of following suit of the chief judge for Colorado.
Yeah, I have some concerns about getting, so during Wednesday dockets in the morning, we would have somewhere between 40 and 50 people show up and go into courtroom 1, which is Judge Lawrence's courtroom. I have some reservations about doing that given the current climate. I think it's probably not the best idea, but there's, for instance, today at 10:30, I've got coverage, so don't worry. There is a docket in Judge Plu's courtroom. We anticipate handling, I think there's 4 cases set at 10:30. There's another couple set at 11. I wouldn't really have a problem going into court and sitting down and handling those there. But currently we're not able to do that unless and until I file a motion with the court saying, I'm going to show up, I'm going to be there in person, these are the people that I'm going to bring, this is why. Normally I do that for proceedings like a motions hearing where I think it's important to have the witness actually physically present, and myself as well.
Should we start marketing a courthouse for sale?
I wouldn't sell that particular horse just yet. I think that there is, I think we're in this tricky situation where there's plenty of places that are seeing a rise in the number of cases, including metropolitan areas here in Colorado. We're not, and so I think they're making rules that are trying to apply to everybody, but as is usual for, state government, they're looking at the larger metro areas and sort of
But
ignoring what's going on out
that
here.
building's costing us $100,000 a year to maintain, heat and cool and all of that, and we're not getting the bang for the buck. We spent $9 million building that thing, and now it's sitting out there damn near vacant. And I'll tell you, state or no state, I'll tell you what, that's an asset that either you start using it or we find a way to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think that the option that y'all have is to talk to the chief judge and see when he might be ready to have in-person proceedings. It's not that they're stopping us. They're just saying we would prefer to do these hearings via video over the internet.
That's cool. I mean, if that's the
And-
way they want to do it, want to handle it that way, it sounds like it's working. So why do we need to maintain a building of that size out there when you're making it work on video court?
Yeah, I mean, that's
I mean, I'm serious. I'm dead serious about this. That's just driving me crazy.
You know, maybe we watch how long this goes on, and maybe we can utilize the building for other things as
Maybe
well.
we turn that, well, if we turn it into, you know, we may find to move some of the counties, some county things out there in that building.
Transition and rehabilitation housing.
Making movies.
There are all kinds of things that we can look at
But
yeah. If y'all want to charge
for-
$150 an hour to use that for movie making,
for a better,
that's for
better-
y'all.
That's a good deal.
but
I think so.
I just, you know, if we, I guess my concern is that if we're not gonna use it for another 6 months and we know that, why don't we mothball it right now? Why don't we?
Yeah, shut
Why
it
don't we
down.
shut
Shut
it
the damn
down,
thing down so we
or-
aren't paying for the
If
lights
we're
and the
not
heat.
using it
Can
at
you
all.
do that after next Monday, just for me personally?
We have a social services trial the following Monday too. So
Well, I
it's
guess-
being used just much less.
I mean, we don't use
Well,
this
correct.
courtroom
We
on
could
Mondays.
still- There are
Yeah.
ways to isolate it, to shut down just a few rooms, and I'm just more looking for information. I mean, what is the projection? Give us something to go by.
So is this basically the chief judge, this Judge Walker's decision as to when that court starts holding court out there? Is that
Yeah, I think he's
basi-
taking direction from the Colorado Supreme Court. They issue various, orders
Sure.
as related to running the courtroom. But ultimately, I can tell you, it's not the DA's.
No, I
I
know.
understand
it's not.
that, and I'm just saying, if
We
you
haven't heard anything.
have conversations, I mean, we're still paying for a large structure every day.
Oh, man.
Whether we're using it or not, it still costs X amount for that.
Sure.
That thing eats every day.
Yeah.
And if it's not gonna get utilized, then let's maybe lean it up a little bit and put it on a
it's-
little bit of a
And it's gonna
diet.
get more expensive this winter when we have to heat that dadgum.
And I don't want to
So
talk.
this actually is a conversation for Judge Walker.
Yeah.
And I don't want
and
to talk for the
Eric-
court, but they're. I
Eric,
mean,
what's his name?
How do you have a trial by jury?
okay, so this is how we're doing it, because we were going through that process. I was talking with Judge Plew about that just last week when we thought we were going to have this trial going on Monday. We are, the current system that they have in place is they're going to bring in 2 groups of the jury pool. They're going to space them out throughout the various courtrooms, and they're going to present the initial kind of information for the jurors via video, just like they've always done.
How many people are you talking about when you say 2 groups?
So I think it's going to be about 50 in each group, I would guess.
Yeah, they usually summons 180 people for felony jury trials.
And then
And then.
we'll see how many
yeah,
show up.
I mean, you usually get like 50-60% that actually show up, so.
So I'd guess about 50 per batch. They are then going to take groups of 4, put those in the room with us, the attorneys. The attorneys are going to have 4 minutes to question that group of 4. The judge is also going to be asking some questions for voir dire. And we keep rotating them through 4 at a time. We'll make challenges for cause right then and there. And then as soon as we've got, I think up to 26 picked initially, we'll bring them, then we will do virtually selection where we exclude specific jurors for various reasons. Once we have our 13 jurors, 12 for the case and 1 alternate, we will space them throughout the room. So they're not all going to be in the jury box. They're all going to have access to the witness. The witness will be able to take off their mask. There's a big plexiglass shield that they've put up there. And that's how we're going to do a trial. I'm interested to see how it's going to work. I have some concerns because our jury pool in Montezuma County specifically tends to be a little bit older. And anybody who is over, I can't remember if it's 60 or 65, but it's in the administrative order, that says they don't want to show up, doesn't have to. Their jury service is just going to be continued. And so I'm concerned we're going to have difficulty actually picking a jury. And if we do pick a jury, I'm concerned that we're going to have difficulty having the jurors spaced in such a way that they can all reliably hear and see the witness.
Is it open to the public?
It is.
Can Commissioner Sukla go in there if he wants to watch it?
Yeah, you absolutely can. All trials are open to the public. The court is also going to have them streaming via WebEx. You can just pop in and look over the internet if you wanted to see how things are going and things are progressing. I anticipate, just like everything in life, the first time you do something a different way, going to be kind of a show. But it's not deterring me. It's not causing me to say, you know what, Your Honor, we shouldn't do this. Let's ask for a continuance. I would prefer to get in there and do my dang job. I like being in front of a jury more than, say, y'all. No offense.
I don't want to be in front of a jury.
But it is going to be a challenge. I think that if I don't acknowledge that it's going to be a little bit different, it's going to be a unique circumstance, I'm not really doing it justice. It's going to be an interesting trial on Monday.
Well, I think we should take some of the CARES Act money to help subsidize our operating that courthouse.
We're already paying for some of the cleaning and sanitation out of the CARES Act.
And the utilities. I think we need to rely on the utilities to be paid because their ongoing maintenance. I'd make the whole.
I think the utilities can be utilized, right,
They
Shaq?
certainly should.
So it's broken down. There's a lot of rules, like the cleaning of the HVAC, replacing filters. That can be the janitorial services can be. The Dole is real nitpicky about what can and can't, but we're charging everything that we can to the CARES Act.
Do you know if there's other districts that are actually having trials and functioning?
The larger
throughout the
districts
state?
are definitely having trials. Some of them had submitted a plan before. So there were two stages of this lockdown. There was the first part of the lockdown where it wasn't happening. It just was not going to occur. Later on, the Supreme Court came out with an administrative order indicating, okay, we're going to, if you have a plan and you think you can effectively deal with COVID, you should present that to us. And if we approve that plan, and this is the courts that would submit this plan to the Supreme Court. If they approve that plan, they could go ahead and have jury trials. I know certain jurisdictions did that pretty much right away.
One utilized a gymnasium. I talked to an administrator that they said they were able to use a school gymnasium to spread everybody out to pick the jury, and then they were able to move and had plexiglass in between the jurors.
And after that, there was an administrative order issued that certain types of trials were going to be allowed to go ahead, so criminal trials. Specifically, there was a limitation on various types of civil trials. And we are in that phase right now. And, based on that, our office is ready to go. And frankly, I think the court is sort of raring to go at this point to get these cases heard. It's just been dumb luck that we didn't have a trial, frankly, this week. And next week, I think come hell or high water, there we are.
Matt, I've got a question. A couple of weeks ago, you were here. I think it was the Farm Bureau had to meet the candidates
They
in the
absolutely
evening
did.
or something, and you said something during your presentation that, and if I'm misquoting, correct me, but something to the effect of the public defender's office, when they ask for an expert witness from the state or this or that, the state just hands it over. But when the district attorney's office asks for it, we're not getting the same treatment. Could you, one, elaborate on that, and then two, and you don't have to get back to me on this today unless you have an answer ready, what can we do to help the district attorney's office get the resources that they need to be able to adequately handle these cases?
So first, a bit of a correction. The state itself pays for the public defender's office. So, for instance, Montezuma County and Dolores County provide the majority of our budget. We have grants and other sources of funding and mandated costs that we get. But the state doesn't by itself decide to provide us any funding whatsoever. The state funds the public defender's office. So the individual counties, you guys don't pay for the public defender's office. That's nice. But the state does. And so the public defenders, they go before the state, they present a budget for the entire state system of public defenders. And that budget, they will tell you that various jurisdictions, the 18th Judicial District, which is the primary county in that is Arapahoe County. The second and the first, second is Denver, first is Jefferson County primarily. There's other counties in there as well. Well, they have a much larger budget than the public defender's offices do in that particular jurisdiction. They're absolutely right about that. What they fail to tell the state pretty much every year is that the budget that they then provide to the public defender's office in La Plata County, which is the nearest public defender's office, they choose not to have one here in Montezuma County. They choose not to have one here in Dolores County. They ship people an hour or so from La Plata County to come do court here when there are in-person court hearings. And we get to deal with the fact that it's fine if they're late in the middle of winter when there's a giant snowstorm and it's hard to get down Mancus Hill. But the point of this is that the public defender's office in La Plata County is funded at an approximately similar level per person, per case, as the same public defender's office in Jefferson County. And they have a budget that, frankly, dwarfs ours. I know we can't compete, and I'm not asking you guys to say, provide the exact same funding you would if we were the public defender's office. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that when they have a case and they wish to hire an expert, they know they're going to have the money in the budget to do that. When we have a case and we think to ourselves, we probably need an expert, what we do is we go to CDAC, the Colorado District Attorney Council, and we say, this is what our budget is for an expert. Who do you guys have that can meet our needs and travel the, 7.5 hours to get down here? CDAC will, in certain circumstances, cover costs to get various experts out here. If we have somebody from CBI, for instance, we don't have to pay for that. In Colorado Bureau of Investigation, they do our testing for DNA, fingerprints, drugs, things of that nature. So that is nice. But if we needed a psychologist to come in and testify in a child sex assault case or something like that, we're going to be at a distinct monetary disadvantage to say what the public defender's office has to offer. What can you guys do about that? I think that to that part of the question, I wish I had a solution that I could say, if we just did this, that'll work. But those are on a case-by-case basis. They come up every so often, and when there is a need, we're going to spend, we know, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $3,000 to maybe $5,000 for that type of expert witness.
We are allocated money from mandated costs to cover these expert witnesses each year. And so that's what we kind of look at.
And just explain what mandated costs are. So.
Mandated cost is reimbursement from the state, actually, for subpoenas that are served, witness travel for jury trials, that kind of stuff.
What does that come through, CDAC, or does it just come straight from the state?
I get a check from the state for those, yeah. How or why or what, I'm not entirely sure, but I submit the receipts to the state judicial branch, and they give me a check. So every year we sort of evaluate, okay, what cases do we have? Do we have murder trials? Do we have, psychology needed, specific expert? And we assess what our costs are going to be for that year based off of that and figure out how we're going to divvy up that money. In the 8 years that I've been in this position?
Been doing it longer than me.
I don't remember.
Long
But,
time.
Yeah, in the
You've
years
been around
that
since we've been around.
in the years that I've been doing this, we have only exceeded expert witness costs one time. And Luckily, at the time, I think we had enough in our budget from like an employee gap or something like that. We were able to cover it. It wasn't substantial. We had a disagreement with the doctor on what should or shouldn't be paid, because we told him what the state allowed and what, you know, he could be reimbursed for, and he said, no, this is what you are going to pay for. And so we compromised and came up with a number that was in between, and then we just paid the difference. And like I said, it wasn't substantial. We had enough in our budget, luckily, to cover it. But that's the one and only time that we've ever had excessive expert cost. Otherwise, what the state gives us, and it's usually between $9,000 and $12,000 every year, we haven't exceeded that yet.
But
So-
in order to be in this position, we have to do the math on each case.
Right.
Is it worth hiring an expert? Do we absolutely have a necessity?
So I think you absolutely ought to be careful with the taxpayers' money. However, I'm going to speak and the board can choose to back me up or not. If $3,000 or $5,000 outside your budget means the difference between successfully prosecuting, in your example, a child sex offender or not, we'll spend the $5,000.
And that's never been brought up, and obviously haven't been here as long as these two gentlemen, but that's never been brought up for the year and a half that I've been here, that you
We
ever.
haven't come across it just
Well,
yet.
sounds like it's
Shit,
happened
with
once in
Yeah.
8 years.
So-
And, I mean, I think what the commissioners, and obviously these guys won't be here in the future, but what they've asked for in the past too, which I think helps the BOCC discern how much they should be allocating towards the budget, is, you know, they can talk to other BOCCs, other offices, and figure out how they're dealing with those issues. So sometimes when you all do comparative analysis with, hey, these are 5 other similar counties to, or just DA's offices
Sure, yeah.
to ours, that might help them plan for budgeting too. Sounds like it's not really a big issue though.
It doesn't happen frequently, and we'd be more than happy to have those discussions, you know, with the current board on any time that comes up. We're looking at, because the fiscal year starts in July for those mandated costs. So usually the first half, which would be the last half of, you know, the year. So probably by December, January, if we need to have discussions like, hey, we're running low on the mandated costs and we know we have a murder trial coming up, we can have those discussions with you guys and kind of strategize
The,
if we need.
the issue, as I see it, is one of utilizing the resources that we do have available to us in the most efficient way possible. And sometimes the most efficient way possible isn't necessarily the most effective way possible. Would I rather have on a misdemeanor domestic violence trial somebody that can come in and explain to a jury the cycle of domestic violence, for instance? I very much would. Is that really feasible in this jurisdiction? No. No, it's probably not. And so we do that math. But I think my point here is that I wish we didn't have to. It's not that I think that there should be a limitless supply of money coming from the county commissioners to cover these costs. If I had my druthers, I'd rather we did, but I understand.
Anything else, commissioners? Well, we got a pretty good lesson in law, didn't we, today?
More than you bargained for.
Please keep us informed
Yeah.
of your, I did read your email, and it sounds like next week you'll get your,
Yeah, they were waiting for all the materials to get in, which they thought would be Thursday. They said they were having an issue with one of the metal manufacturers, just being a little slow. But then they should be able to call and schedule for next week
Okay.
to start install. So
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you guys for your presentation.
No worries.
thank you.
And Bonnie stepped out.
Yeah, she just took a break, huh?
Padilla?
Yeah,
Derek.
might as well.
Derek, would you want to come on up ahead of Bonnie? She stepped out, and you've been here for quite a while, and we know you're a busy guy. Got fires all around you.
Keep the fires out of here, Derek.
We're trying.
I know you are. I know you are. I know you don't want to see that at all.
I was down in Jip yesterday when that fire popped up on the LaSalle's.
Oh, did they get one on LaSalle's too?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, the one there, Nice Lakes, looked like, from our vantage point at the office, you know, they could potentially be, you know, on the Dolores Ranger District, but, yeah. That's at 10,000 feet and
We need some
600
storm.
acres as of this morning anyways. So.
We need some rain,
At
some
10,000
snow, we
feet,
need-
that's crazy.
Correct.
Oh, my God.
Straight conifer,
Yeah.
Yep,
that's not normal.
that's not.
It
I
is
do not,
very dry,
but I
but
can probably get
I bet Kim
Yeah,
has it.
so, not a whole lot. I've actually been gone the last 3 weeks, up in Oregon, assisting with fires up there, so, the one thing, or a couple of things, just, we've been working with Sean Gregory with the Southwest Cycling Association, to identify a route from, Dolores up to, the Boggy Draw Trail System that doesn't have to utilize, a road, the Dolores Norwood Road. So he's brought to us a couple alternatives that we're taking a look at, and one would still unfortunately require use of the Boggy Draw at least up until the forest boundary, and then from there we could get people off the road. And then the other would require easements through some private property, and which most of they've been able to coordinate with those private property owners and have the majority of it, that they are in agreement with allowing for that. But it sounds like there's one or two properties that they still haven't reached that agreement. And that would be the best alternative, actually. So whatever they come up with, we'll definitely incorporate that into our planning process whenever they get, to something more concrete as far as a proposal. So that's going on. For fiscal year 2020, we sold 61,000 CCF of timber volume. And that's pretty much a pretty good increase in what we have normally done. Last year we did about 50, and then prior to that, the most we ever did was about 30,000 CCF.
Was it mostly pine?
No, it's actually a mix of pine, aspen, and mixed conifer. We had some mixed conifer sales up on Taylor Mesa. So we expect to, be in the same ballpark for FY21, and there again, it'll be a mix, once again, of those three vegetation types. We continue to work on the Salter environmental assessment. The draft EA should be out. We were hoping to get it out this week, but we didn't get there as far as getting it out this week, so we're hoping here in the next 3 or 4 weeks to get that out for the public to review and provide comment. And we always appreciate the county weighing in on those projects. One of the things we do want you to be aware of and recommend, if you haven't already, speak with Rob about the level of use that the Dolores Norwood Road is going to see once we start implementing that Salter project. Virtually all of the material is going to come out that road, for the most part, which, right now, I'm trying to think if we get, it's mostly private land, commercial use that we're seeing any kind of timber hauling on there, and that's, very minimal compared to, the hundreds of loads that are going to be coming out once we start implementing that side of the house. There in the Salter. So there again, it's going to have an impact, on our road systems out there, which, we intend to, keep up with on the Forest Service side, but, it's definitely going to have an impact on the county roads as well. So it's just something to...
What about Dolores County? Because probably the worst part's going to be, I would think, from the Salter White turnoff to the Montezuma County's, the chip seal.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, already today, Commissioner Candelaria can verify that is very rough.
That's rough. So have you guys worked with Dolores County on that portion of the road? Obviously, Dolores Norwood Road and up higher, but if it's going to Salter, it would be a, 3 mile section? Short.
Probably 2 miles, I think.
I think from there to the county, it's probably 2 or 3 miles, And we've had, we're not, providing any funding to them or anything like that at this point in time. We're concentrating on the road work over on the west side, there in the Glade area, and upgrading those roads to accommodate those sales over there. And then we just, plan on continuing east and then south, along the Dolores Norwood
They
Road.
used to mag chloride that every year, and they haven't in the last couple of years.
Yeah, they're,
Or if we got that many semis coming, if it wasn't magged, it'll
it would hold it
All right.
better. I mean, I don't know if it's, obviously chip sealing would be better, but if nothing else, just holding it together.
Yeah, and there's even
For the-
concern with the chip sealing and,
Yeah.
and how well
Right.
that's gonna hold up to
Just
that
because
much
of the
traffic.
weight.
they're overweight loads.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things, we're, evaluating things with regards to the analysis and having, both just a standard weight load as well as an overweight load. And we wouldn't allow overweight loads unless the road, from our engineering and, also from your folks, would say that, yes, it could handle that, level of use as far as the overweight loads, because we don't want to get ourselves in a position, because a lot of people utilize that road, as we all know. We've talked about it a lot, about,
it's one
trying to
busy
keep it a good road, and we don't want to impact that. So I guess that's really what, I think there again, the discussions with Rob need to be on whether or not, the sections that you guys have provided a lot of input into, can withstand, overweight loads, and if they can't, then what do we need to do to ensure that they would be able to withstand those weights? So, and then even the portion that you guys have just recently paved, and if there's any issues there. So this there again, we just don't want there, to be any surprises as far as like, well, Forest Service, why didn't you tell us about this? So
Yeah.
we just want to make sure you guys are in the loop and everything, and what we're, considering as far as a concern, so that you guys are,
And
on
you think
board as well.
next year, did you say, is when that would start, that traffic?
It all depends, what our plan was, to continue with the Lone Pine, the Glade stuff, and continue west, but with the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative, one of the parts of the process are identifying, priority work and priority areas, and just because of the proximity of the Salter EA area to Dolores and communities that actually have structures and things of that sort that would need protection. Those are coming up higher, from a prioritization standpoint for implementation of vegetation management. So there again, our plan was just to continue east from the Glade work and then eventually get down there. But because of that prioritization, we might get there sooner than what we were thinking originally.
Do you, Derek, have a projection of, how many more logging trucks that's going to mean? How many more trips per day on the
I don't have
Dolores
that right off
Norwood?
the top of my head, but yes, we do.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. If you could get that to me, I'd feel a lot more capable sharing the information with Rob. Or just get it to Rob directly, either way.
Wouldn't it?
Mhm.
Because that's a pretty big sales, I mean, which is good for our forest. I mean,
Correct.
don't get me wrong, I mean, it's a good conversation to be having, because obviously we want to clean that up, but we also don't want the degradation of our road to just
Right.
deteriorate totally.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely.
Do you have anything else, Derek?
No, that was really about it.
Do you guys
Unless
have
you guys have any
anything?
questions on anything?
Did
The
that contract that
the
Rob
contract
had?
with their gravel pit down at Ormiston Point, I think we've got that signed. Rob's got a copy of that that's been signed by the commissioners and approved, and would like to get your signature if you can today, Derek.
I'm trying to remember now.
Ormiston?
Yeah,
Ormiston,
no,
the
no, no.
gravel pit?
I just, I think I can sign that one. I think
Okay.
we agreed that for the free use permit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
great. That'll-
So,
Pen?
Kim, did Rob walk off with the signed one? Do they need to sign this one too?
We did. Rob took the one that Larry Dunn had signed. He was going to give it to Derek.
But we could just have Larry Don sign this
Have
copy.
Derek sign this,
Yeah,
we'll
and I
just
can
sign.
get it to you.
If he can remember his signature. I mean, this is the third time today.
And then I can get it to you.
I was gonna say something, but I won't stop.
Come on, just, you gonna let him get away with that, bro? Let him go, man.
Jim says just don't.
Put a candle, is that
Gas in
Shack
that
Pine
Kansas.
Pumpkin got a candle in it? I keep
you.
seeing something flickering there.
There is something flickering in
There's
there.
something flickering in there, yeah.
All right, so is that all?
I think so, Derek.
Thank you, Derek.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you as well.
How's hunting season going?
It's going well.
Going
Definitely
all right?
people are out there for sure.
Yeah, there are quite a few hunters, a lot of hunters.
There are, it was
Yeah.
surprising that, they went to a draw, for archery. And, even at going to a draw, they still had like 200 licenses left over from what I understood.
Wow.
Yeah, they thought people were gonna, put in for everything and
Yeah.
that they weren't gonna have that issue, but they did, so.
Didn't have it, yeah.
But there's definitely just a lot of recreational use.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
campers
boy.
and, oh, yeah,
there's
just
those
pure
people
recreation,
camping.
right, right.
Yep.
I bet the RV count is
my
unbelievable,
gosh,
you know.
Yeah.
for-
Gotta be off the
It's gotta be a
charts.
record.
Oh, they've sold, some of these RV dealers have sold completely out of their inventory, just like the bicycles.
Right,
They've sold out and can't get any more.
exactly.
Crazy.
Right, well, thank you, Derek.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thanks, Derek.
And then last, before we go to lunch, we're gonna have Bonnie Loving Anderson with the Noxious Weed Department. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not.
Well, I got it, so I've been doing a little adding up with you and Commissioner Tell, and I would have to say that I've spoken less today.
Sorry, it's my turn?
Okay, well,
I can't read the screen, I'm going blind, I think. Couldn't see, I had to get my third cup of coffee.
They have glasses.
Ah,
Yeah, they make glasses.
I'd probably break them, I don't know.
They make contacts, they don't break as easy.
I don't know if I could touch my eyeball.
how come you don't wear contacts?
Because I worked in a construction type industry long enough that contacts got irritated and I wear safety glasses to protect my eyes. I guess I could change that up now, but I've done it for so long that,
I would get like white contacts
I
and
didn't
just like
realize that
freak
that
people
was a
out.
heavy construction project back there in that office.
yeah, well, I don't know if you're aware of my background, but I spent a lot more years at the landfill than I did here. Why don't you get red contacts and then just change your voice, be like, Bonnie's not here anymore.
That'd be cool if I could like flip a switch and like change them as I'm speaking,
Yeah.
That would
Technology.
definitely scare the heck out of someone.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome. Should I wait? Oh, there you are, Keenan.
Good morning.
Good morning, or afternoon. I don't know what time it is now. 11?
Still morning.
Okay.
We're good.
All right, free out of fight project. I'll go through, these are some just before and afters, not just this year, but previous years as well. Hey, slow your roll.
What happened to NRCS that they didn't have your
Hey,
funding?
slow-
this year?
We'll get to that.
We'll talk about that.
Okay, so on the left side of the screen is Russian olives, and on the right side, they've disappeared.
Before and after.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I still want to do an experiment. I talked to MVIC because, so my crew is working south of town. I think I have a picture, actually. I'll wait till you get there. This is down McElmo.
That was Salt
That
City.
was County Road 24.5, so we cleared our right-of-way because we got a complaint from that landowner, so that looks pretty good. You're welcome, Rob. Okay, so this area, so this property, actually, this is off of County Road G, and this is the property where they're cleaning up a ditch, and they saw a dramatic increase in the water flow from before they took care of the free ed fights and then after. So I thought it would be cool to do a little experiment and make sure the head gates are the same, there's the same flow going into the ditch before and after treatment, and we can measure
That'd be
the
good.
water. But MBIC said they didn't have time, so I'm trying to find maybe somebody else next summer, because I don't think it would be as reputable for me to do the experiment versus somebody in the water company doing it, you know?
Yeah.
But I think that'd be a cool experiment because they did see a significant increase in flow. So this is south of town too. When they're small like this, the best thing to do is to do a foliar treatment. That way the plant can absorb more of the herbicide and get it to the root system to kill it.
What do you need to use to
What's the best to
Yeah,
kill?
what hurt- what-
So we've been doing a lot of different experiments with mixtures. We've been doing a lot of different experiments with mixtures. Right now, we're using Garlon or Element, and this new herbicide called Duracor, and it seems to be working very well. We also put a penetrant in it called Impel, and it helps it soak into the wood. So it seems to be doing really good. The Element and Garlon works very well on Gamble Oak too. So people who are trying to get a fire buffer, wildland mitigation, it will
There's
kill
a chemical
those.
that's good on Russian olives that's standard. It's, what's that called?
2,4-D?
No, it's, what's that chemical?
Garlon,
No, it's a common one, high dollar,
Milestone,
milestone.
it
That's-
does okay.
That does okay on.
Garlon works better, but.
Garland's better?
Yep. Okay, carry on. Okay, so to date, or last time I updated our records, we have removed 15,639 Russian olives, 7,547 salt cedars, giving us a savings of 201.68 acre feet of water. Next.
That's actual true acre feet of water?
And that's just during the 30, we calculate the water loss during a 39-week period, and that's the period where the trees are actively absorbing the water. So they're going to take up water throughout the entire year, but we're just kind of focusing on this period. So truly the numbers are probably higher than that, but we're just using that 39 active growing season. Okay, so RCPP, for those who don't know, this is an agreement through the Farm Bill. It's a collaborative with NRCS. So they were seeking to invest with partners for innovative projects such as ours. So I applied, I think it was in December of 2019 or November, and they sent us a letter on April 10th, 2020, saying that our project was approved and we would be awarded a 5-year funding period for our phreatophyte project. Next. So this is a clip of my application for the funding. It clearly states, the FA recommended is going to materials and labor for my project, $56,000 a year. But however, so we were awarded it in April. I think every 3 weeks I talked with NRCS, our rep through this RCPP grant, asking for our SOW statement of work. Because once you get a statement of work, you get the purchase order and you can start billing against the agreement or the grant. So every 3 weeks, I'm like, hey, what's the status of the SOW? He's like, oh, probably June we'll get it approved. I'm like, okay. And then it went to July, and then it went to August, and then it went to September. And then finally, September 29th, we had a Zoom meeting to try to go over some of these details. And then he said that he needed to talk to his boss about the FA versus TA, some technical stuff for the budgeting. And then on the 30th, he told me that the FA was just for materials. It could not include any kind of labor. The TA is for labor. And there's a lot of technical issues, but he said that our agreement no longer qualified within the RCPP Classic agreement, which is crazy because all of this was on my application right before you guys, what I was requesting for the grant, and now they're saying that it does not fit within this Classic grant. So it took them 170 days after they made the announcement to us saying that it no longer qualifies. When they notified us April 10th, they also requested that we broadcast it, we announce it to the community that they are supporting our agreement for 5 years to start making plans, obviously not start billing them until we get the SOW and the purchase order secured. But so that's a problem. If I had not received this announcement April 10th, I would have been applying for other funding and grants to help support this project. But since I was just announced this 5-year grant agreement, I was not doing that. So it kind of screwed us over. Now they're saying that we don't qualify for it, that we can try to convert it to a FPA or something else within this RCPP. So we did request that, but I mean, it took them 170 days from the day they announced it to say, oh, you don't qualify for this. So I don't know how long it's going to take them to tell us any kind of wording if we're going to be able to convert this. So it's a shit show. So I'm just trying to move forward and try to find other funding right now and not hold my breath on this one anymore.
Have you had money before from NRCS?
No.
No, this was the first.
No, and it's perfect that it's coming from NRCS, because originally NRCS was promoting landowners to plant Russian olives and salt cedars. So they are part of the reason that we are in such the predicament we're in right now.
I hate to get political, but I'm going to use this opportunity to just say, use this as a reminder that everything the FDA recalled they once approved is totally safe.
I did,
What's the next slide? Sorry.
I'll just go there. I did, after our meeting last night, I did contact Senator Quorum. He did call me back late last night sometime, but I'll give you his number
Okay.
so that you can reach back out to him and talk about this for
Okay.
that RCPP.
And so Russian olives and salt cedars are both on the Colorado State List B, requiring control and suppression on all lands. We have never enforced it because
Shaq buys the cheap batteries, sorry.
because we have such a problem today, and because the government was the ones that promoted it, so I feel like it's mainly their responsibility to help get this thing under control for the landowners. I mean, it's, yeah, still partially the landowner's responsibility, but this, at the, you know, the grand scale we're in, I mean, we have at least 7,000 acres infested with both these species. So I feel like it's our responsibility to try to do something to at least help break the ice and try to get us going in one direction. That's why we created this project, to try to find an option for the landowners that is feasible to help us going in the right direction.
Why do you think that the funding from the
NRCS.
it's done? I mean, as far as, you don't think that we still have the possibility of getting the funding?
I would hope so. I mean, the funding should still be there. They allocated that amount for Montezuma County Noxious Weed Department for the 5 years. So it should still be there, and I don't feel like it's a big deal to convert it, but.
Do you think this was a local decision to act you out of this, or say that you don't qualify or meet their qualification?
I really don't know. I mean, they shouldn't have approved our application after actually reading through it.
Yeah.
They should have seen at that point. So at the point that they announced it and told us to announce it to the community, I feel like it should be their responsibility to follow through with it, to make it right for us.
Who's our local representative?
I don't
here
know,
now?
but I think we should find out, and I think we need to put some pressure on this outfit, because I think they're really backing, I'm not sure why they're backing out on you, but something has changed to make them want to, number one, grant it and tell you to start publicizing it and do a 5-year deal, and then all of a sudden they're saying you don't qualify for it? There's
Yeah, and the fine
labor.
some
details,
monkey business going on here.
it was because of the TA and the FA budgeting. But if you look at my application, it's exactly what I applied for. So they approved exactly what I applied for. Therefore, they should be held to, their announcement.
I think,
So
let's get a meeting with NRCS, see if we can't get something.
So one of the
with them.
problems too is I didn't apply for other grants because I was counting on this one. And another thing is we have a lot of properties that were, affected by the COVID. Financially, they're not doing very well, and they were counting on this project to help mitigate their property. There's one property south of town that they cleared out all the Russian olives 15 years ago. They didn't follow up, unfortunately, so now it's just a huge forest again of Russian olives. And they had to lease a different property to put their cattle on because we haven't been able to mitigate their property so they can actually use it. So, we were really counting on this grant to try to help cover some low-income properties and move forward. Since we did announce it on April 10th, we have like 20 landowners still on our waiting list. So there's a bunch of properties that, are really wanting our help for mitigating this problem. So we got to keep moving forward for sure. Next. So this is what we have acquired for this year. We have $25,000 from the Department of Ag for this project. We have $7,100 from HPP Parks and Wildlife. And then the Colorado Water Plan, we have a 3-year grant agreement for them. It's about $21,000 each year for 3 years. So we got that going on for us. That's going to help cover, I should be fine financially for this year. With our landowner income and then these grants, I shouldn't have any problems. And this fall, I'm going to be applying for as many grants as I can to help offset that cost to the landowners. So I'm going to keep the crew on for 10 months. That was one of the things that we were planning on doing with the RCPP funding, because we can treat these guys year round. And actually, in some of these properties, it's so wet that it's actually going to be easier to treat it in the winter when the ground is frozen. So we're planning on keeping them. We have the funding for 2020 to keep them through December. What else was I going on with that? Okay. And so I am requesting today to approve a contract for an excavator lease. So as you guys remember, in 2019, we rented one from Southwest Ag in Bayfield. It was about just over $4,000 a month for the excavator and the mulcher attachment head. This year, we were able to purchase that mulcher attachment head through a grant, which will help lower costs a lot. And then we did rent an excavator for a few months this year through the same company that we purchased the attachment head through. We had a lot of issues with the excavator. They didn't really understand what equipment it took to run that mulcher attachment with their excavator. So I talked with a bunch of people. I talked with Rob. He suggested talk with Wagner and John Deere about possibly doing a lease-to-own contract for an excavator. And that makes more sense because of the prices. Obviously, the price is about $1,500 a month.
You might talk with Bobcat as well.
That's Wagner.
Oh, okay.
Cat.
No, that
Yeah.
would be Cat. Bobcat is different.
Oh, it
Yeah,
is?
yeah,
I
Bobcat's
don't think
out
they
here
make an
targeting.
excavator as big as a 309.
Okay.
Oh, they don't?
I don't
This,
think
yeah, these are the two guys that Rob told us to look to. And so the difference between these two pieces of equipment, so the Cat comes stock with all of the extra things that it needs to run the mulcher attachment. So it needs an extra drain case. It needs its own hydraulic pump. It needs its own cooling system. And that's the problems we ran into with Power Motive, because they didn't realize this and they didn't have all those separate equipment for running this mulcher. So John Deere doesn't come stock with these equipment, these different pumps and stuff, so it would have to order it separately and put it on the machine. That's why the price is higher. Another big difference between these two different excavators is that the horsepower. So the horsepower of the John Deere is 56.9 and the Cat has 70.3. So it's a lot, it's a lot more powerful. And another thing why I'm leaning towards Cat is because I feel like when you're adding all these different components to an excavator, there's more room for error compared to something that already comes stock with it. So
What are the tracks metal, or are they rubber?
they're both
What do they
metal,
call that, where it's kind of a-
I think.
What are they?
I think they're both metal. I'd have to look.
I haven't
bet
seen
they're
the cat
composite.
On a
excavators.
309, they're probably, I'd have to check, but they're probably the rubber track.
Oh, are they rubber?
I
They
mean, I'm
make
guessing.
something that- I've seen it on Mr. Waters and stuff, but it's like a metal track, but then it's got some kind of a rubber or a. I don't
Like
think
a
it's solid
coating?
rubber.
Rhino line
No,
stuff?
not a coating, but a block. It's got a
Yeah, built
block.
into the
Yeah.
track.
Like a
It's supposed to
ground.
bolt it into the track, puts
Yeah.
rubber on it, yeah, so you can go down highways and go across
asphalt without tearing them up and stuff.
And we did look at the size of the tracks. They're both the same because we wanted the wider tracks. That way we aren't going to sink in the wetland area. But they're the same. They're the same weight. I think they're both about 20,000 pounds. So I'm requesting the 60-month lease for the cat.
Zero interest?
No.
think
do I have
think
that?
that is one of the machines they are
Wait, go
doing
back.
0 interest on, right? For five years?
I thought it was like 1%. Like it's super low.
Might be for 60 months, but if you do it for 5 years and 60
that
months,
is
same
60
thing, so.
months.
Do you got a picture of it?
No, I'm trying to look it up.
Yeah,
No, it is right down there at the bottom.
work on them.
Is that it?
And we have it too. I should take pictures. They sent it out to us just to make sure it's going to work correctly for what we need. And so far, we've had it for a couple days, and it seems
Well,
to be
you've
working
had the
great.
machine here and using it?
For a couple days, yeah,
Yeah.
just to make sure that it's something that's going to work for us. Because we've had so many problems with
Yeah.
the past ones
Does
we've
this-
rented.
Does this look good? Does it look good to you?
Yep, the crew's pretty happy with it so far.
Which is something that we could use, we could take it out of capital. I was just doing the math that at the 116,195, it's 1936.58 a month, so 23,239 annually. We'd only actually have to use, I'll just round it up, 23.5 out of capital, because really we don't have any grants or anything to pay for this. However, if we're saving 206 acre feet of water a year, that's almost 67 million gallons.
67 million gallons per year.
Somebody-
Because that water,
Per year, yeah, that's everything annually, so,
And I'm still looking for other grants to help cover it, but RCP
Well.
was
we may
going to be
not-
the one.
And we may not be done with this NRCS deal. I don't like them reneging on that. I don't like that backward going after they've told you to go out and
Tell
advertise to
everybody,
your public
yeah.
that this is going on and then for them to come jerk that out
it
from
gives
under.
us time to
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead and
Yeah.
pursue down that if we.
Understood.
If we put
Understood.
this as a capital item for the next 5 years of 23.5,
Yeah.
because those payments are gonna stay the same.
and I think it's
then we
real
can-
easy. We set it as a capital expenditure. I'll show it in the capital budget. And then if we get the grant, when that check comes in, we deposit
Just
it
goes
into the
back in the
capital.
Sure.
And
No,
then
that's-
do we have a trailer that'll haul it? Is that
We
what
do,
were
we
using
just
with
approved
the-
it
on the truck?
last month.
Yep.
That was
To
the
go by
trailer.
that dump truck, behind that dump truck or what?
Yep.
From the road and bridge.
I just looked up the weight. The weight is 21,000.
So you can do a lot of
Basically.
damage with that mulcher. Not on your big trees, but on those little groves where you've got that.
The
you
little
can go out
dense
there- You go out
areas.
there and you can chew them up. I mean, you can eat them up in a hurry, can't you?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I
that's-
sent my crew out there
that's
right when
good
they
stuff.
started with chainsaws, and they're like, Bonnie, this is not going to work. I'm like, I'm sorry, guys.
That mulcher
Let's find
does, that
something else.
mulcher does, doesn't it?
Yeah, oh, it does great. Yep, and then we're going to follow up with all the properties we treat in the past to make sure we spray any of those sprouts coming up, because they will come up.
And this probably works great in that salt cedar too. 'cause
Oh,
they're-
yes.
That's where you can really eat them up, salt
Yeah,
cedar.
and when they were working with chainsaws and that salt cedar, they got headaches and they were getting nauseous, so
Yeah.
the pollen or something on
Something
those
off
salt
them
cedars
wasn't
was
good.
making them sick.
Well, that sounds like a piece of equipment you need.
It's 2.95%.
Can we work on them on the interest rate a little bit, Jim? Do you think they'd work on with the? You said that you mentioned 1%, Bonnie. Did they
No.
mention 1% to you? No.
I don't
No.
remember.
It looks like they reduced it from like 0.05% for us, but
Yeah. I wish they were like Ford and did that 0%.
They
Easy to-
actually are doing some, but this might not be one of the
Yeah,
excavators that are on that
maybe.
list.
This one's probably too popular for them to do it.
They look pretty narrow.
She got a wide track on hers, though, she said.
Well, we wanted the wider track, but you get what you get, I guess.
Oh, I'm.
They're the same,
You
the
get
John
what you
Deere,
order.
between the John Deere and Cat, yeah.
Well, commissioners, what do you think about the proposal that Bonnie is proposing to the board today?
Well, I wouldn't, I mean, if we're gonna continue this program, which saves nothing but water, which all the water conversations that we're in with Ed and Don, and, I mean, we need to be focusing on the water. I mean, this is a capital item. If it gets utilized for 5 years, well, it'll probably go on for 25 years until we eradicate these things,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And then if we get the grants to backfill it, then we
I
have
think
lots of
we're going to
things, so-
start seeing a lot more grants come for water conservation. I think with the demands that are on the Colorado River Basin and what's going on with demand management and all the things that people are trying to do to conserve water, when she can sit there and say, I can prove to you that I've saved 209 acre feet of water by eliminating this phreatophyte, that's going to go a long way with a lot of people. You may be getting something from Nature Conservancy, maybe even Trout Unlimited. People, there are organizations, entities out there that are going to really like that kind of evidence that water's being conserved and put back into the drainage system of the upper basin. So I think it's a little bit of a roll of the dice and a gamble right now, but I think this is a common thing. I think when Bonnie can prove she's saving that kind of water,
and
it'll be simple.
if this program is ended, the excavator can be used for something different. So
Sure.
I would move that we go ahead and allow, I'll just round it up to 24,000 annually with the residual after the 60 months of the 35,680 to be put in the capital item for the 309 cat excavator.
And that starts in 2021, right, Bonnie?
No, this will
The
start
payment.
2020,
Okay.
November and December.
When would we be billed, when would we get the
Yeah,
initial
when will you get
bill?
this excavator?
So we
Well,
have it
the
right now because we're
excavator's here, but
testing
when do
it,
we-
so it'll start as soon as you guys sign it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So,
would you like
when would the first payment be?
2021, because I have funds that'll
Okay.
cover it in 2020.
That's what I wanted.
Okay, yeah.
So it would be in the capital of 2021.
Yep.
She's got everything
Mhm.
taken
That's
care
kind
of
of, well, that's what you said, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have to motion on that. I'll just put it into the 2021 budget. When you vote on the budget, it'll be there.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
We may need to make a motion to approve the contract and sign it, though.
Yeah.
So moved. I don't see the contract.
Yeah.
This is,
Contract with Caterpillar for the lease, for the
I never got it.
5-year lease.
I never saw the contract.
it's contract numbered, well, I don't know if you want to read that.
Okay, so I would move that we accept the governmental equipment lease purchase agreement with Cat Financial.
There's like a contract number up in the top left, is 007 or 00, I can't read it from here. Even higher.
I like the 007.
Right there.
Yeah.
Or 001.
Oh, with the contract number of 001-700 or 7,06393.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the contract with Wagner Equipment on the purchase of a excavator, contract number 001-7000-6393 for the Montezuma Weed Department. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And so just a couple other things too. I am still planning on trying to get some funds from Utah for the McElmo Creek because
Good.
they will be benefiting from the water savings. And then I did just apply for the Southwest Basin Roundtable Grant to fund the cost of the excavator for 2021. So we'll see. Okay, so 2020 budget amendment requests. So initially I'm still learning on how we're doing the budget because we are changing our process of how we're configuring these guys. So when I did my 2020 budget requests, I did not include my grants or other funding.
Other income.
So Shaq wants me to amend that 2020 to increase the budget to put that grant money in there. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So going down this list for line item 1125, the Russian olive salaries, I need to put a budget in there. We didn't have one in there when I did the 2020. We need to put it in there for $47,000. My CDA grant will cover $25,000 of that. HPP will cover $7,100 of that. And the Colorado Water Plan will cover the remaining $14,900. So we could put that budget number in there. And then the cost share program, our budget is $30,000, but I got $28,000 of CDA grant reimbursement funds that will go into that line item. So we really need to increase that to the total of $58,000. Next, line item 2605, I have a grant from the CDA for this Mancos River project. So 2020, I didn't put a budget for this, but it needs to be $5,000 because that's what we're getting from the CDA. Russian olive expenses, I've spent $31,109 to date. I have an income of $31,860 to date. I'm expecting another $5,000 of expenses, and I'm expecting to receive another $6,000. So I need to get that budget number in there of $37,000. So this isn't coming out of our county funds. This is all my grant
This
stuff.
is just your total revenues, yeah, showing your total
Yeah.
revenues, good.
Yep.
Good.
So that's it for 2020.
And so I need the commissioners to be aware that some of this, like the Russian olives and some of the Colorado Department of Agriculture, it's on a reimbursement basis. So we may not see some of that reflected back in until January.
Yeah. That's understandable. I mean, but if it's
Just so that you're
reimbursed-
aware. And then the new commissioners, if they're listening, I don't know, need to be aware that when that comes in as revenue next year, it's not to be spent as revenue. It's reimbursing money that already got
It's already been,
spent.
through- yeah, it's already been, yeah.
And I'm really trying to get them to reimburse us in 2020. Last year, it was kind of a glitch on the Department of Ag's side to where they didn't get us our check till January. But it
Well, I
should
assure you,
stay.
everything at the state of Colorado is moving streamlined right now.
Yeah.
Streamlined. Oh,
So
that's
do we need to get a motion for the 2020s, and then I'll do 2021?
Actually,
Or-
You said we'd do that on the budget.
with the 2020, we have to do a resolution to amend the budget.
Okay, do you have such a resolution ready?
I
Right here.
have such a resolution.
I would like to move that the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners approve resolution number 17-2020, a resolution amending the budget for the noxious weed control program.
Second.
Motion and a second to
Oh, you got
approve resolution. Shack, I don't know
He
why I don't
loves
like
doing that
guy.
to you, doesn't he? He loves that.
Resolution 17-2020, a resolution amending the budget for the noxious weed control. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So,
Thank you. Okay. And then let's do the,
sign that.
so when I did my 2021 budget proposal, I didn't include the total numbers for you. I kind of separated them, what I'm requesting from the county versus what I'm going to get for grants. So I combined those so we can get the grand budget number so we don't have to do this again like we're doing for 2020, if that makes sense.
And we don't have to do a resolution
No.
on that. All we have
that's
to
This is
do
just
on
for-
how you're going to present your 2021
Yeah.
budget, yeah.
So I'm just telling you the changes from last time that I asked for I presented the 2021. So, 11, the code line item 1125, put that guy in there, Russian olive salaries. I'm estimating $55,000, 619. So I'd request that to be the budget, because it's going to be reimbursed by the grants and landowners.
Hey, Bonnie,
Mm-hmm.
do you think you'll be able, let's just say your grants, for some reason you don't quite come up with the amount of grant money that you want. Do you think the program will still be successful if you tell the landowner, say, I'm sorry, this year our grant monies are only going to fund this to X amount of dollars. We need you to pay this amount, and it may fluctuate up, but
Yeah, and it's going to be more work on my part to get that, to find those landowners that have the money, but
Yeah.
I'm fully confident that this is going to,
I can't see how it could not,
Yeah.
because they're getting it at such a unbelievable.
yeah,
Yes,
if they
I mean,
were
they
to
can
hire
get that, yeah.
a contractor, the contractor
Oh my
would
God.
charge them at least $100 in labor an hour, and that's just for one guy, plus herbicide plus the equipment. And
Yeah,
right
right.
now, we're charging like $30 an hour for both crew members, herbicide and everything.
Oh my
So
gosh, that-
we're
wow.
trying to keep it as low as
Sure,
we
sure,
can.
and as long as those grants back you up on
Yep.
that, I may one with it, but you may have to realize the
Increase
landowner
it,
may
yep.
have to pay a little more if they
Yep.
want that too, yeah.
Yeah,
Because that's so dirt cheap, I
think
mean, that is dirt
I think it
cheap.
would move forward too, because, I mean, they're providing, just the machine itself is.
Oh
over
my
100
gosh,
bucks an hour.
that's 50 or 60, 70 bucks an hour without the I mean,
It's
or
over
80.
100 bucks with an operator.
How much?
It'll be at least 100 with the operator.
Oh, yeah, good Lord, yeah.
So,
So, yeah,
They're-
that's a
they're getting
smoking deal no
Yeah.
matter what.
definitely. Okay, so I wanted to add that budget for that line item, but just take note that it will be reimbursed. So I also, going back up to 11:30, one thing that Shaq asked me to do is to take out the return sign-on bonuses and any overtime allowances and put it in that separate line item. Before, I would just group it with that part-time salary because I allow my sprayers to have so much overtime during a month, because let's say the weather's bad one month, but one month it's good. So I would like for them to spray a little extra that month when we have good weather. So that's what that $5,000 for that 1152 line item is. And you can see that my 1130 decrease from 46,970 to 41,600, also because I have to rehire a office manager, so I'm going to lower that pay from 16 to 15. Okay, next, fringe benefits. We're going to increase that to 50,500 because that's going to include that Russian olive. Cost share program, I'm pretty confident that we will at least get $10,000 of grants into that line item. And we can always amend this once I finalize my grants and get the purchase orders, but at least right now we're putting a number in there so we're not getting stuck in a situation like right now. Repairs and maintenance, I'd like to increase it to $1,000 just to increase it to
Where is it?
7,000.
I don't see it on there.
Next slide.
Oh, there it is.
Just to have a better cushion, this year we really got slammed hard on repairs and maintenance. It is what it is. I can't foresee what's going to break. But we do have a heater in our shop now, which is going to definitely save things from freezing and breaking. So I'm hoping that's going to definitely help with my repair costs next year. The capital outlay, I put 20,000, but you were talking about 25,000.
well, I was just doing the math. I said 23,500, so
Okay.
I just took your 116, whatever, divided it by 12, or 50,
Gotcha.
60 months. And that was the math I came up with.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but 23.5 is what I
It's
said.
going to be in that ballpark.
Yeah. Then 2605 Mancus River Project, I'm anticipating a $5,000 grant to keep that project going. Russian olive expenses is probably only going to be around 9,000. It was so high this year because we purchased that mulcher attachment head and a bunch of other stuff that we won't need in 2021. So those are my 2021 updates for the budget. And then I'll just kind of go over some other updates real quick and I'll let you guys get out of here.
And I'll plug those numbers into the Road and Bridge Fund spreadsheet, and then maybe next week or after the election, I'll put that up so you can see how that affects the whole fund.
Okay.
Okay, just some quick updates for you. So historically, we've had 2 sprayers that pretty much work full-time on our county roads. And I don't see it being very efficient for them to continue spraying during the hot, dry months. I feel like we're wasting money on our herbicide. So I proposed to my advisory board that we just we stop Don from spraying during, those hot weeks or hot periods from June, July, and give him a different task so we're not just wasting our herbicide money on, because when it's so hot and dry, those plants are closed up. They're not absorbing anything. So we have a really low chance of even killing them, maybe 20% chance, and I just feel like that's a waste of money. So just because it's done in the past, I don't think that we need to keep doing that. We need to be smart with our money. So That's one thing I'm proposing for 2021. And then new procedure for recurring problematic properties. We have some properties that they keep promising us that they will take care of their weed problem, but it never gets taken care of. And then eventually they might mow it after everything's gone to seed, which isn't solving anything. So we talked about this at our advisory board meeting last night, and we think that we're going to approach it like we've approached a couple other problematic properties in the past, where we will draft up a management plan that's approved by the board, give it to the landowner and say either you carry out this plan or we will go ahead and treat your property for you. And so last time we did this, the landowner signed the plan, but he didn't even do the plan. He didn't treat his noxious weeds this year until they went to seed. So we got a right of entry from you guys, and at that point that we got a right of entry, they decided to hire a contractor and treat it. So we're just gonna kind of go in that direction because we've just kind of it's been a awkward situation for the last 5-6 years because the landowners keep promising us they'll take care of it, but nothing gets done. So it's just, it puts me in a bad position, but we need to have one policy and just keep going with it. So that's what we're going to do for this. The new homeowner project, this is people who are purchasing land for the first time in Montezuma County. We're going to have boxes available to them with some, like my Montezuma County Noxious Weed Guide, our cost share applications. And then I sent letters out to local businesses or organizations who are involved around land management and offered it for them to put some stuff in this box that might benefit landowners from learning about. Because when I moved here, I didn't know what was available. I didn't know there's a high desert conservation district that had a no-till seed drill. Stuff like that would be good for landowners to know about. So we're doing that.
Your realtors might be a good place to put.
Yep, I'm going to
Get
give
that
this
stuff
to the
to you.
realtors, and they can give it out to.
Anybody that's buying a home, buying a piece of property.
Yep. And so hopefully, because a lot of people are from out of state and they don't know what they're getting themselves into, and they don't know how to deal with it. So here's some resources that will help them. The Mancos River project, we treated 251 acres this year. Total since 2018, we've treated about 1,500 acres. So we're making some way on that. We need to look into reseeding some of these areas, but there's still a bunch to spray, and we're getting there. I mean, this Mud Creek area has been a knapweed disaster for probably a long time. So we're changing that slowly. Weber Canyon, we've treated the state land twice. There's one steep section on that state land that still needs attention. It's probably not worth getting a helicopter out here to spray. No one's going to backpack spray it because it's too dangerous, so we'll probably put some biocontrol out there and see if that'll take care of the problem.
Is BLM helping any with down there on the burn scar from the Weber fire?
Honestly, I haven't seen any improvement. I mean, there is biocontrol out there, but I don't know how successful they are, so I'm just kind of monitoring, and if we get some good moisture next year, I'll have a nice tour and we can see the differences in management approaches and go from there. CDOT's looking a lot better. We used to have a huge spotted knapweed, hybrid knapweed, diffuse knapweed issue on 160, 145, and now it's looking a lot better. We're starting to use esplanade on the sides to do a pre-emergent, and we're also trying to start working on the cheatgrass and jointed goat grass, which will definitely help with fires. Because I don't know if you guys have seen the wheels sparking and it gets that cheatgrass on the side of the road and it will start a fire. So CDOT's definitely improving their management on the roadsides, which is great.
Chain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Or a safety chain.
From a safety chain.
Yeah, safety chain that gets down off an RV or trailer or something.
And as far as the county, we are also working on our cheatgrass too. We're finally getting to that point where we're putting the pre-emergent down. Before we were really prioritizing the A or B list noxious weeds, but we're getting a handle on them, so now we can start working on the cheatgrass and that kind of stuff. Just some other stuff real quick. I created an Excel spreadsheet of all the phone numbers in my call log, cost share, and backpack loaner spreadsheets. I deleted the duplicates. The remaining number was about 600, meaning that we've helped at least 600 different landowners with noxious weed consultations or anything related to noxious weed management. So that's pretty cool. And that's not including cell phone calls or emails or Facebook. So 600 people with just these 3 call logs is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So cost share, the number actually went up since I did this. We've reimbursed about $41,000 so far. Backpack loaners, we have given out 107 different backpack sprayers, and we've had 55 property visits. That's all she wrote.
Did we want to mention anything, the discussion we had earlier about the organic?
I think that was part of, Bonnie was there last night, so talking about the organic farmers, I mean, that's becoming a pretty touchy subject, basically, because organic farming or, that's becoming
Yeah.
a big issue. Now, there's a difference that I learned last night that's actually certified organic, and or if it's just a no-spray organic. Did I say that correctly?
Yeah, pretty
So
much.
you can still have a no-spray organic and not be certified organic. However, per the state statute, it doesn't eliminate the law to manage your
Noxious
Weeds.
property or your noxious
Yeah, the
weeds,
noxious
correct?
weed law is still above any kind of organic. Weeds
So-
are priority.
So although it's extremely sensitive, it still says that you have to manage it, whatever the plan is in one way or another, whether it's organic or certified organic, to still be able to maintain your property, because you could have a clean piece of property here and this guy's organic, and it could be potentially full of weeds,
Yeah.
or
But
a
the-
big percentage of weeds. So
And if they don't believe in spray, then they have to get in and chop, cut, mow, or
Exactly.
whatever
You
before
know,
it gets,
we
before it
just-
gets to seed stage.
We require control and suppress, prevent it from flowering and going to seed. If
Right.
you want to mow that, that's fine.
Yep.
But if you don't do that until after it goes to seed, we're going to have to step in, and we're not going to just we're not going to enforce and have people go mow your crops. We're going to do it to where it's going to kill the root system
Yeah.
and then move on.
So,
Um,
so it's a real issue.
Well-
So the people that are doing it organic or certified, they need to be aware that they still have to maintain, per the statute,
Right.
to not let it destroy the neighbor's property. And I mean, I understand that, but we still have to try and maintain that law so that we don't destroy the surrounding areas
Sure,
around it.
sure. Right.
I think we
with
get the sheriff to deputize Bonnie and we get some of those inmates out there to organically manage them.
Well, and when you look at the maps, there's a lot of areas that are not, that are still on a piece of property that are not really farmable because they're in a, just because of the terrain, they're in a draw.
Yeah.
And that's where
Drainages.
weeds
Well,
are
and
gonna
a
grow.
lot of them, even where they're farmed, the corners on a circle pivot, they've got corners
Yeah, you're gonna lose the
that all of a
whole-
sudden aren't anything, and all of a sudden here you've got those noxious weeds coming up, and a lot of guys don't want to go out there and spray and take care of them.
Yeah, you got to manage those corners for sure.
Yeah, and it's
Which is-
just, it's just being responsible with what you're doing. I mean, God, it's just.
Yeah, I don't
And-
like
and if
being
they
in the
don't-
position,
But if they don't
people
want to
put
be
me in.
responsible themselves, then Bonnie, it's up to you to make them responsible. And whether that costs them money or whatever it is, then too bad.
So
Yeah.
John, from a legal perspective, hypothetically speaking, they've got a certified organic farm, but they're not managing their weeds. And it gets to the point, all the neighbors are complaining, the commissioners grant a right of entry, and the noxious weed department was to go in and spray a chemical on a certified organic farm to take control of the weed situation. What does that open us up to legally?
Well, theoretically, nothing. We've given them warnings, we've gone through our steps, and so it shouldn't open us up to anything legally as long as we do it right.
I mean, anybody can sue it over anything, but they've got a not much chance of winning, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And I think that Bonnie has done that. I mean, we've given several landowners at least, before it ever gets to us, it's had at least 3, right?
Yeah.
Three chances or 3 years of.
To at least
Of
come
a
in and make the
history.
program, sign a weed program, yeah, and they're not even doing that.
Does it make sense when we send those advisory letters and they're saying, I can't spray, it's all organic, to include a paragraph saying, hey, if we have to come in and do this for you, you're gonna lose your organic certification? Like, and that's on you because you're choosing not to manage your weeds.
But the guy that was in that meeting last night said even if it is organic, you can still spray.
Yeah, there's certain herbicides that are. So if he is certified, or if a property is certified organic, I will choose an herbicide. Even I think Milestone is allowed on certain organic crops. But the bad thing is when they're organic, no spray, they're completely against 100% of herbicides. And that
But-
just gets you into a
But
different.
there's a different management plan that they have to produce if they're gonna go that route.
Yeah,
And it has to be followed.
yeah.
Otherwise, they're not complying with the
Exactly.
the statute.
Just prevent it from flowering and going to seed. Like, yeah.
Thank you, Bonnie. And,
Stay right on them.
yeah,
Okay.
we will.
Thank you, ma'am.
guess we'll
During,
recess for-
during June and July, you can get those guys to run an excavator while they're not spraying the roadsides.
Yeah, yeah, I'll send them to, or mapping, or
Yeah.
I got other stuff. Do you want me to turn this off?
Please.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bonnie.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Now we'll turn it over to Mr. Haley, the Montezuma County Planning Director, and we'll revisit what we had talked about the last two meetings. So there was 9 items.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Shaq's got, yeah, this is just kind of a summary of what was being reviewed. Item 1 was changing the word from adjacent to adjoining concerning notice to surrounding landowners on a high-impact permit or a subdivision application. And that was no more review on that one. Item number 2, eliminating the 230-foot circle requirement for any parcel of land. So that was deemed to be no more discussion there. Item 3 was just cleaning up some no longer existing Senate bills and revised statutes language. So there was no reason to review that any longer. Item number 4 is in a subdivision amendment where they're combining adjacent lots or moving a common lot line to just require the affected owners to sign the plat, not the entire subdivision. Item number 5, that one is looking at Chapter 3, where an accessory building is limited to a maximum of 1,500 square feet. The current recommendation from P&Z was that there not be a limit on that, and that's still up for discussion. If you want to cover that now, or you want me to just go on down?
Well, why don't we cover it now? Commissioners, what's your recommendations?
You know, we've actually had a lot of discussion, you know, the planning commission or these two people here have reached out. And it truly is an arbitrary number. However, 1,500 square feet does seem a little restrictive. So the 2,000 square feet is still an arbitrary number, but I think it's workable. And I think that, I mean, I'm good with moving that or increasing that to 2,000 square feet for the auxiliary dwelling.
Yeah, if you don't put some kind of parameter on that, you're going to have an auxiliary building bigger than the main house or the main structure on a piece of property. You have somebody build a home and then they decide they want another home and want to have 2 homes on the same lot, and then they can have another 3,000 square foot home right across from their 3,100 square foot home. So I think as long as you call that auxiliary building, not another residence where it's a supplemental building of some sort to that, I think you got to keep some parameters
there,
on that.
And that's really what that is, Don, correct? It's just the auxiliary structure dwelling.
Right.
It's a dwelling, resident.
So, yeah, it could be a mother-in-law quarters, it could be a,
Bunkhouse.
yeah, it could be whatever, but still 2,000 square feet is
Pretty good size.
Pretty
So
good size structure, so
Are both
I'm
of you in
okay
agreement
with-
about 2,000 square feet?
I'm good with their
I'm good with that,
recommendation
yeah.
of 2,000
Okay,
square
move that
feet.
one forward, at 2,000 square feet.
You good with that?
Yeah. If I wasn't, I could see I wasn't going to win anyway, so.
Well, it's always nice to hear a nay vote, you know, Dad.
Do you want to do public comment on that one? And we can move on, or just go
Okay,
ahead?
that's a good
That's
idea.
good
Would
idea, Don,
anybody
yeah.
like to comment
Yeah.
on the, public comment on the, raising the auxiliary structure from 1,500 square foot to 2,000 on the land use code?
Nobody has anything to say? All right, very
All right,
good.
let's go.
I do.
Well, okay.
There we go.
Mary
All right.
Ann's always got something to say.
Who was it? Is that Mary Ann?
Mary
Okay.
Ann.
All right, go ahead, Mrs. Mate.
It's Ms. I
Oh,
wish
oh,
it,
Ms.
I wish it was Mrs., but
Oh.
it's just Ms. Hey, thanks, you guys. So, yeah, 2,000 is fine. I'm just worried about not having any kind of a limit, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Ertel. especially as it would impact the Dolores River Valley. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Anybody else on that part of the land use code? Okay, we'll go on. We'll add that to the list and go on, Mr. Haley.
All right, item 6, eliminating the requirement that a wildfire mitigation plan be produced, implemented, completed prior to the Mylar being signed by the BOCC. And that was looked to move on forward to today. Item number 7 was the change in setback requirements for the residences and outbuildings. Currently, it's 50 feet for residents from property lines and road right-of-ways. That is looked to be changed to 30 feet for property lines and 10 feet from the road right-of-way. Outbuildings are currently 25 feet from property lines and road right-of-ways, and that is looking at being changed to 15 foot from the property lines, and I would assume 10 feet from road right-of-ways as well.
Okay, let's have a discussion on this.
So the 30 feet for residents, I think that makes sense. Specifically in the Dolores River Valley, everything else we took off the table other than this, because if we move that setback off of the right-of-way, it allows them that room to move forward and get away from the river. So the 30 feet there, but now that would be from CDOT's right away, Don, does that?
That would be from
So it would
CDOT's
be
right
10
of way.
feet? I think 10 feet is a little too close.
I do too.
But I would be okay with 30 feet off of the right of way and or off of the 30 feet around the residences. So we are reducing that to, or my opinion is to reduce it to 30 feet as a recommendation. Leave the 10 feet off of the right of way. I think that should remain at, I think 30 feet would be livable also. I think 10 feet's too close.
I think you're better to be consistent all the way around the property and not have.
And then, right, because if we get too many different numbers, they're going to read one number and not see the other number, and then we're going to be out of compliance. So I would think 30 feet, if we stay consistent everywhere, makes more sense, and get rid of the 10 foot. Then for the outbuildings, what are we considering outbuildings? Sheds, garages, tool
Pretty much
sheds?
everything else that doesn't have a restroom that you're living in.
I tell you, for me on this one, I want to just leave it the way that the land use code says
Yeah,
and do
variances.
a variance.
Yeah, I'm almost of that ilk as well, because we're going to come across, just like we've seen in the past. We've come across so many different things, people doing different things with their property. You get to have them come in, ask, show us what they're planning or what they've done, just like with Mr. Blackwell last week. It was a perfect example of this. I mean, he went down there, built a beautiful shed right off of Road H on his property. He's about 10 feet off of the right-of-way, or 15 feet. He's way outside of our guidelines here. But it really doesn't make any difference. He built a beautiful building. It's on his property. There's plenty of room to do stuff. So we granted him a variance and didn't say, oh, you got to go tear down your building, move it over 18 feet and redo it. I'm almost of that same ilk. For some reason, I like the variance application idea. You set a standard. We've got 50 and 25. And if you need something different, you bring it to planning. It goes to planning and zoning. It comes before us. We look at it and say, yeah, this makes sense, or no, this doesn't make sense, and grant it or take it away. And because I'll tell you, there are places up there 30 foot from a road right away may still be pretty close. 30 foot isn't that far away when you have. When you're looking up at a road right away and a fence line and you got a road up above you and a snow blade coming down that road.
But that's just a minimum. It doesn't mean that you have to.
No,
It's just a minimum.
I understand that.
These are just minimums. So what we
Right.
looked at last week was an after-the-fact exemption.
Exactly.
They're not exemptions up front or variances up front. It seems like we're always catching them after the fact.
Yeah,
So
that's true. That's true.
If we reduce this to make it more reasonable,
But Jim,
then we're not gonna
Jim,
get
we're always gonna
any-
have that, because we don't have a building permit application. The only way we ever
We
get an
will.
idea of what somebody's gonna do on their property is when they come get a septic permit or a driveway permit. And driveway permit doesn't tell us anything. The septic permit tells us they're gonna build a dwelling that people are gonna live in, and that gives you an opportunity to look at it,
And
so,
that's the only time you guys get to look at it, right?
yeah.
That's
Till the
it.
assessor goes out and sees the completed building and sees where it's at and sees how it matches up with the property lines and stuff, so.
Just for me, I mean, that's, you know, that's a whole different issue. But for me,
Yeah, that's not-
I owned 13 acres. I sold it, by the way, 2 weeks ago. So everybody says I'm going to turn it into 13 1-acre lots. Lance, you're full of crap.
That's
'Cause
a
if
dead
I
is-
knew I was going to make 1-acre lots, I wouldn't have sold it. So I sold it all in one shot. And then I live in a subdivision in 3 acres that will not let you, the homeowners association, sub it to 1-acre lots. So I have no skin in the damn game. I don't care what dimwit says that's on the school board. But, and I'm standing by everything I just said. So,
So I
what I
think
would
that-
say is, on that 13 acres, there's another subdivision, and if the guy would have put his house within 38 feet of me, well, there was actually 4 or 5 houses from the fence line, when there was a lot of room there, I like that distance that there was between both properties, because it stuck us 100 feet from each other. And if there was a situation where one of those lots in that subdivision couldn't,
Well, the subdivisions are gonna regulate themselves. They
Well,
could,
but
it
I
could be
wasn't
10
a-
feet, right.
but I wasn't
But
in a
yours is 50
subdivision.
feet, right. So you could have been 50 plus 10.
Yeah, instead of
Right,
50 plus 50. Yeah.
Well, the subdivisions, the county land use code setbacks override subdivision setbacks.
Oh, okay. So
So,
land use overrides
don't-
any subdivision, anything?
That's,
okay.
that's the only thing. They don't override all the covenants because we don't cover most of those
Right.
items. But they have to adhere by the land use code setbacks, height restrictions, weed mitigation, and wildfire mitigation.
So they can be more strict,
They
but
can be
not
more
less strict.
restrictive, yes.
Correct.
So, I, from the information that you guys have gathered and from our discussions, that here again, these were all arbitrary numbers. So, I mean, I don't,
Did the land use commission, the planning and zoning commission give an opinion on this one?
This is what they came up with. Part of the reasoning on the 10-foot right-of-way, which you're not looking at, was just to allow people not to have to run utilities so deep into their lot.
Well,
But I mean, you're looking at, an extra 30, 40 feet's not a lot.
actually, it can be. It really truly can be. If you have to run another 30 feet.
Well, yeah,
and
if
you're
you end up
through
with a
solid
transformer
rock,
because you're that extra 40 feet.
So
that's
it can be. So I don't like to say that it's not, 20 feet can make a difference one
That's
way
true.
or another. And that, one of the biggest things that we look at are setbacks. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not,
yeah, you're right.
in every circumstance, it probably is not applicable, but these are minimums. And they could be.
Then you were talking about doing 30 and 30? 30
Well, the
from right away and
recommendation was
30
30, but I say get rid of the 10
Right,
and leave it consistent, like
Yeah.
Dawn is recommending. That way it's 30 from the front, the sides, and the rear.
yeah, I got you. I can do that. So, and same for outbuildings, 30 from outbuildings from the property line?
Correct, and then
Yeah,
that way it's
30, 30?
consistent. That way the number is the same and we don't have where we confuse people is that we have 10 different numbers.
Sure,
And they're like, okay, well, what?
So you
What
guys
number do
want
we
me
have?
to change both of what I have highlighted, the 15 and the 10 to 30?
Yeah.
Is that, do you think that's workable, Dawn? I mean, as far as,
So there'd be 30 residences, 30 for outbuildings?
Mm-hmm.
And 30 from right
30
away.
from right away.
130 from the road right away.
Right-of-way.
That way it's one number, one consistent number. And that's a minimum. It doesn't mean that they can't
No,
go
no,
back
they-
Yeah,
to
they don't have,
whatever.
right,
That's as
right.
close as they get.
Right.
My favorite caliber rifle is my 30-30.
Not the 30-30-30?
I don't have one of those.
Oh, gosh.
You better
So
upgrade.
backward, Shaq.
You need to upgrade because of COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
20 feet can't make a difference. I'm telling you, 20 feet can't make a difference.
Yeah, 30 feet's big enough to get any piece of equipment between you and it. You can get a truck in there, you can get a backhoe, you can get a lot of, I mean, 30 feet's is a pretty good buffer. I mean, it's pretty good space, so. And they can certainly go further than that if they want.
Correct.
No.
And I think most people are going to.
Most people don't want to build that close to
Right. I
a right
think
away or
you're
property
always
line.
gonna
Or
see that if it's,
An outbuilding's another thing. They're not so bashful about an
you're
outbuilding.
not
but-
living in an outbuilding though.
Right.
30 feet?
I'm good 30. I'm 30, 30, 30. I'm good with that.
You want to open it up?
We'll open this up to public comment. If, about the 30-foot on all four sides for outbuilding and property lines.
Push that, turn that
And if
button on there.
If you would
and
state
then-
your name
there you go.
and address.
Sure. I'm Carrie Summers at 38790 Road K4 in Mancus. And the only question I have is, who's going to enforce all this? Because I know right now people build right on their, wherever they're going to build, and then the neighbor complains and gets out their tape measure, gets out a realtor or whoever, and it's like, well, it's already up. So that's something to take into consideration. I do like having a consistent number because people can't remember several different numbers. So, thank you.
Would anybody else like to come up and comment about the changes to the setbacks?
Sure, yeah. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
All right.
Hi.
I'm Becca Samolsky at 31557 County Road P, Mancus. And one question that I would have is, are you going to put a bunch of people out of compliance now with their 25-foot setback outbuildings?
This
So
is
just-
only moving
Forward,
forward.
that'll be grandfathered.
It doesn't, we're
Okay,
we're not
so, but
moving retro.
I'm wondering how well we have those documented currently in terms of, when was that shed put up? So, I mean, it's a real consideration if you're looking at a number. Let's think about maybe 25 all the way around.
Well, we got the same situation
So-
with 50 with what we've got now, Becca. I mean, the same deal as when was that building put in, when was it put there?
Right.
I mean, it's the same deal right now. We don't have a building inspector. We don't have
I know.
building permits. We don't have that stuff. So no, we're not going to be out seeing that everybody, like I say, when we do a driveway permit and a septic permit, that's the only time we're going to know that property is being developed upon and truly know factually that somebody's doing something on a piece of property. So.
Okay. Well, I would just make it clear that that's, put it in there starting today's date or whenever it's adopted, that any new buildings, so that you're not automatically putting people out of compliance with their things that are set back. And then the only other thing that I would say on setbacks, since it sounds like maybe you guys aren't going to open up the wildfire mitigation, that one for discussion. I don't know if you're going to open that again or not, but that is definitely a consideration in some of the heavier fueled areas of our community. Out in the wildland-urban interface, where you go to a home and their homes, what they need to do for defensible space is over onto the neighbor's lot line. So just something to think about moving forward when you're looking at subdivisions in those more forested areas, that maybe considerations for different setbacks in those places is appropriate, so that they can actually meet those defensible space requirements. And, well, something that's going to make a difference in saving their home. When you get homes that close together, that's when they start burning down.
We didn't eliminate the fire mitigation plan. We did not eliminate.
Oh, I know that. I know. I just didn't, sounded like you skipped over that one in the public hearing, and maybe you'll come back to it. I just wanted to bring that up with regards to setbacks. That is a consideration from my experience out working on, in subdivisions with wildfire mitigation, that is an area where, what you do has a direct impact, what somebody else's, how close somebody else's home is. That's where setbacks came from to begin with, where our city setbacks come from. It's all part of the fire code, because when those homes get right on top of each other, that's when they start becoming hot enough to catch the one next to them. So I just wanted to point that out with regards to thinking about wildland fire risk out in the county as well. So that's all. I just wanted to bring those up.
We also have some maps that were made for us. We've had our GIS department looking at it. So we actually have a wildfire risk map along with FEMA. So we've actually been doing a lot of work as far as what is in the county, and those obviously would come up whenever a subdivision would come up with it anyway. It was just a matter of not having that signed off
To get them their Mylar.
to get the Mylar signed off.
Right.
The mitigation
It's a
plan has
restrictive-
not
it's a
gone
restrictive,
away
yeah.
at
No.
all. It's just that they can move forward with it prior to having the plan.
Right.
Because a lot of times, just as you said, how do
Don't
you
know
know
where
where
you-
you're gonna put the structure?
Yeah.
You may have a 3-acre lot and put it over here in 1 acre that has 400 or 500 feet defensible space. So the plan is kept, it's just not having it signed off with the Mylar to not be able to move the process. forward.
Right, and the work doesn't have to be done prior to selling those lots. That's the main change there. And I understand that. I understand why you guys are going that direction. I just wanted to bring up with regards to setbacks, how that fits within wildfire risk, and there's a relationship there. So just considerations. All just my comments for you guys to think about. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank-
Anybody else like to talk about the setbacks? Okay, we'll, it looks like it's going to move forward on the 30-foot. So we'll go to the next one, Mr. Haley.
Next one is number 8, which is the big one, changing the minimum acreage from a 3-acre lot to a 1-acre lot.
There shouldn't be any comments on this one. No. No.
All right, now moving on, item
No,
9.
We're going to stay right here for a second. Yes, so, any discussion, commissioners? First, well, we know where you're at.
Yeah, I kind
You
of,
want to leave it at the 3. Commissioner?
Well, actually, I think your statement was, and it truly does exist right now, and this is countywide, that a PUD could happen in Mancos, could happen in Dolores.
Dolores River
could happen
Valley.
in Pleasant View, it could happen in Cortez.
that's right.
Looking at what we looked at just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we have a proposal of a PUD of 35 lots on 17 acres.
Correct.
So just so that everybody is clear, it could happen today, and it has happened. I drove around looking at properties, one of the RV park, which is not quite a PUD, but it's
It's an RV PUD.
but it's an RV PUD, and we have
140
140 some
something.
lots right there.
Plus 4 or 5 tiny homes,
Plus-
plus, I mean,
So
yeah.
it can be done. It can be done very neatly.
Very
And I
well.
think that was on a 60, 40 acre, I can't remember what it was, but
About 45
it's
acres.
way under 3 lots or even a 1 acre lot.
oh,
So
yeah.
I think, and I really appreciate the work that our GIS department has done on the floodplain, the wildfire risks. I mean, they've done a lot of work with mapping for us to look at of what could even be used. And I'm going to put those right here, so if somebody wants to look at them later on, they're right there. So I'm going to kind of, I think it's up to the discretion of whatever that person wants to do through the process that's there now. I think it's workable. I think they could do it right now, and it's just going to have to go through the process to get through a PUD. So it can happen. Like I said, it can happen. I know we've had a lot of discussion from Dolores, Mancos, but it can happen right now today.
Can you maybe describe a PUD so people understand what a PUD is?
All right, so.
And give an example, like I own 5 acres.
All right, so PUD stands for a planned unit development. And there's 2 ways it can work. You can either have the lots separate, or you can put a PUD on your 1 5-acre lot. So the land use code only allows a primary residence and an accessory residence. So in order to add to that impact on that property, so if you wanted if you had your main house, you have an accessory residence, now you want 3 cabins to rent out. You're going to have to do a PUD in order to accommodate that kind of impact on one property. So what would happen is you go through the PUD process, which is same scenario as a subdivision or high impact. You go through planning and zoning. If they recommend it for approval, then it comes before
And it has public
the
hearings.
board. It has two public hearings.
Absolutely.
And so if you're setting up a PUD, you could have those 3 cabins be on one 3-acre lot. You could have those 3 cabins be on their own 1-acre lots, so you'd have 3 1-acre lots. And that PUD would be its own entity, its own name PUD.
Or they could go down to half-acre lots, correct?
Yeah, you could have the 3 cabins on 1 acre.
On 1 acre.
You could have them all have one common septic system. You can't do a combination septic system if they're on different parcels of land.
Right.
But if you're close to the sand district and you can tie into one of their sanitation lines, then you could do, numerous houses, homes on one lot, or a combination of lots. So what it does is it just allows you in one specific area, one specific development on a given property to have a greater density of housing without so much land involved.
So would a good description be that if there was if there were 1-acre lots, that you wouldn't have to go through a public hearing? You would, if you...
No, you would still have to go through the subdivision process, which is the same amount of hearings to subdivide into those 1-acre lots.
As it is for
As
the
it is
PUD.
to do a PUD.
So there really is no difference?
No.
I mean, can you
Right.
give the difference?
Pro-
I mean,
The difference is the lot size, so, and that truly is the difference, but.
So
if
actually
you
the
have a
PUD
3-acre lot, you could go through a PUD process right now and make them, they could combine the OWTS, or they could put
Their own
separate.
septic on,
on
because
a
one,
half.
state regulations, 1 acre
on a half
size.
acre, which is still compliant with the state regulations, so, I mean,
so actually, the 1-acre lots would be more restrictive than the PUD?
I don't think they'd be more restrictive, but the process is
You-
gonna be the same.
Well, you wouldn't be able to cut down, you wouldn't be able to add to that 1 acre. If it was a 1
you
acre
couldn't do
minimum
a
and
half
you
an
bought
acre.
1 acre, you couldn't
Correct.
break it down and do a half acre, but in a PUD you can. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
So let me
with,
get this straight, the 1-acre lot is more restrictive than the PUD?
Would be.
it could be.
It could be,
yes.
not necessarily would be, could be.
Yeah, it's not one or the other, it could be. And also with a PUD, you can also set
I'll
your
do public
own
comment.
setback criteria. Whereas that is the instance in where you don't abide by the land use code setbacks because of the specialized PUD, you've got shorter setbacks. A lot of times, you'll have building envelopes designated because there's only so much room. You got to be able to fit the views and your septics all on, and it's usually irregular pieces of property. And that way, the setbacks and a lot of times the building envelopes are designated on the property, but the setbacks can be less than what the land use code stipulates.
Which is within that covenants of that PUD, so I just say, I know this has been the heated discussion, and here again, it's nice to see people in the room, but I would just say this one, we can just take off and leave it as it exists, so I would agree with you, Commissioner Tell, that either process is a process.
Sure.
Whether it's a 1 acre, 3 acre, 10 acre
Oh,
lot,
I will.
then we can just pull it off the table and leave it as it currently exists.
So that's 2 out of 3 commissioners, and I'll give my opinion on it as well, but I'm going to open it up for public comment on the 1-acre lots. So if you would like to talk about the 1-acre lots, you can come up to the microphone.
I'd like to comment too, but the question I have, my name's from.
You gotta
Yeah,
come to
you'll
the
have to
mic,
come
please.
Do it up here at the microphone.
At the microphone, please.
After him. Glenn, you can go after.
I just wanted to ask a question first. Larry Berger, 11333 County Road 22, Cortez. So my question is, I've got 3.5 acres. So So what you're saying is, with that PUD, is that what it is? PUD? I could put a rental house on each acre, as long as I
came in
get.
and went through that
And then,
PUD
okay,
process.
so, then let's say you guys decide to split the land up, 1 acre lots, I don't have to do a PUD. I could just put a house on each acre.
You still have to go through a subdivision
Still
process.
have to go through the subdivision process.
So this sounds like a moot point then. So,
That's what we
so
just
no matter
said.
what you do, you gotta do a subdivision. So it's not like taking your 13 acres that you sold, you can't put 13 houses on it, you still have to go through a subdivision. So.
Or a PUD. either one.
PUD, so it's
Right.
gonna basically be up to the next planning commissioning, the next county commissioners, whether you get it approved. So right now, I could go for a PUD and put 3 rental houses on my property. Is that right?
If it was approved,
If
yeah.
it's approved.
If it was
correct.
approved.
Zoning, public hearings and all that gets approved.
Just
yeah.
to be real clear, so I could probably go home. I don't really like talking in public or confronting you guys. So if you decide, once again, that you want to split the lots up to 1 acre lots, we could divide our land up into 1 acre lots. I would still have to do the whole regulation
Subdividing
process.
process, yeah.
So it really doesn't make any difference what you guys decide. Is that what we're talking about?
I would say that, so all 3 of us now, because what I was after is I watched the city go through 8 months and 30 grand to make their land use code more restrictive.
It was more than that.
Okay, way more than that?
They had-
Way more than that. We
Yeah.
turned around and we tried to make our land use code less restrictive. And we got a lot of, making it easier, more rights for the individual property owners. The PUD gives the landowner more rights, so I'm with these gentlemen and it's off the table.
But Larry, let me explain one thing to you. You're making this a little bit different than what, the way I see, if we went with a 1 acre minimum, okay, and said that your minimum lot size could be 1 acre, that would mean Larry, Don, or myself out here could take, on my 20 acres, I could take and sell off a 1 acre parcel to Jim to build a house on or whatever. That would be the minimum lot size. That would not have to go through a PUD or a subdivision. That would be a 1 acre lot sale to a private individual
it.
to
So
do whatever.
It's still an issue then, because if I sold my 1 acre lot to Mr. Sukler, he could build a house on it, doesn't have to go through any regulation process.
Well, he'd have
just
to go through a septic permit, he'd have to get a
Right, yeah,
driveway
that's-
permit, access,
yeah.
and all- yeah, there's
The
some things you
normal-
still
yeah,
have to do.
The normal things,
But as far as just that size of the parcel, it would be a 1 acre transaction, where now it's a 3 acre. If I wanted to do that today, I would have to sell Mr. Sukler or Commissioner Candelaria a 3 acre parcel instead of a 1 acre parcel for
Okay,
them to come build a house on.
I got it.
You would
So-
still go through the subdivision process, though.
You
It's
still
called
have
a
to go-
single lot development if
Okay.
you have over 35 acres in the balance.
That's
But
right, because 35 is the,
You still
okay.
have to
We're
go
not
through the
circumventing
public hearing
any
process.
processes.
No.
There's no
Right.
circumvention of
Yeah.
a process, period.
Yeah, so 35
So-
acres is the only way you ever avoid that, having to go through
Avoid
the
that.
planning process.
So to me, it's still an issue then. If I could sell you a lot of my 3 acres and you could build a house on it and you don't have to go through any regulation process,
No, you
except
would
for your
still,
typical
you would have to
septics.
go through a process
Yep.
to get it to that size. You
You'd
can't
have to
just say,
subdivide
here's
it.
a lot. It has to have a legal description and it has to be platted. So there is a process. You can't circumvent the process to just do it. That was never our intent. It was to make smaller lots. But like I said, with this, and I've done a lot of driving around, looked at all these maps, I've studied them, and with the process that's there right now, and it was just presented to us a couple of weeks ago, it's there. So it's been there for 23, 24 years. So that process is there. So that's why I'm saying I just say we take this off the table and leave it as is.
I like that. So,
the
Okay.
only thing you can't do is create a one-lot PUD.
Correct.
Whereas you could create a one-lot subdivision, which is a single lot development.
But you still have to go through the public hearing process.
Right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we're all in agreement
Would
to
you like
delete number
speak,
8?
Mr. Humiston, yeah?
Do you have a comment?
He hasn't
Oh,
entered
we
it.
have another comment right here.
Glenn Humiston, Mancos, Colorado, 40334 State Highway 184. I'm interested in your item number 8. I don't care what you do over here on this end of the world, but over in Mancos Valley, I'm just going to flat tell you there's nobody knows more about the water than I do. I had the water commissioner job for 34 years. There is no water for that kind of building. Jackson Gulch is up there. Jackson Gulch has got the Mancos River dried up. I seen here a while back on the paper where somebody said, well, I think there's adjustment to dam up the Mancos River. Well, it's already been dammed up. There's just no water. And I'm also going to tell you, the people that tried to drill wells when I was working, there's not a good well in the Mancos Valley. Not one good water that you can drink in the Mancos Valley. So, I don't know. To me, it doesn't make any sense to park in California on every acre up there that you can't get no water. Unless you want to get a business and put out bottled water, you might do all right. But there is no more water. And by the way, sitting back here, I've got to tell you, gentlemen, I couldn't hear a word that any of you said. I guess I'm
Well,
hard to hear too, but
sorry, but it's been taken off of the table, the 1 acre lots. It's not an
Anyway.
issue, and the water issue, though, the water issue is an issue, and we've been doing there's a lot of negotiating that can be going on for additional water for Mancos as far as residential with Montezuma Water Company, because they only are at 50% capacity. We hear there's a tug of war going on, between those jurisdictions, but they have water available if Mancos does get in trouble and needs to shut their water
you
dock
say
off.
there is water available in Mancos?
If there was a deal done between the water companies, there would be more water
Well,
for
could be.
for building,
If they
not
can
for
afford to do that.
watering your livestock, but.
The town of Mancos itself, the first decree of water was 1893, the second was 1933, the next one was 1963, and after 1970 it was decreed continuously. At one time, I think the Mancos did own the courthouse. I'm not sure about that, but I think they did. Anyway, when they first come out with the first decree of water in 1893, Mancos did not file on one drop of water, not one. The town's older than that, but they apparently thought they'd go out and dip in the river and they'd have all the water they wanted. Well, that don't work. A guy by the name of Parley Judson filed on water. He got the number 3 water right in the Mancos Valley for 2 feet. The town of Mancos went down and bought 1.6 of it. And in my years, there was 2 times that number 3 was curtailed. And since I own number 2, I made my boss come over, or number 2, I made the boss come over and do the curtailing, so nobody can say nothing. But anyway, gentlemen, there's just no more water in the Mancos Valley. Now, you guys maybe have the lake over here, and you may have FEI, and you may have the water district down there, rural water district, but there is no water in the Mancos Valley to cut anything down to that.
And
I
it's
happen to
taken
know
off the
lots of
table.
subdividers that
Yeah,
would like to do the Mancos Valley.
it's off the table, and we've also got a map. There is no place to build over in Mancos, around Mancos anyway, because of all the conservation easements. So it's a moot point. It's off the table. There is no 1 acre lots around Mancos, and then we have a map to show you how much land is actually to where if you wanted to build around Mancos, and they're in conservation easements, you couldn't build if you wanted. Your homes are at $420,000 is what the average home cost in Mancos now, $420,000, and you're not going to have very many more people of the working class that are going to go buy a house in Mancos. If the objective for Mancos is not to grow, problem solved. Your houses are $420,000.
Well, you know, I hope the hell Mancos never grows, but I guarantee you.
Unless you got 420,000, you ain't buying a house over there.
I do own the good water in the Mancos Valley, and I guarantee it will never be for sale.
That's good. We like to hear that.
Case closed, I guess.
We like to hear that water stay with the ranch.
Thanks, Glenn.
Anyway.
Thank you.
I got to tell you, but sitting back here, anybody that's kind of hard to hear, you guys need to turn it up a little bit.
Turn up,
Okay.
turn up the volume.
And thank you very much. I'm going to go home and
Thanks,
leave you
Glenn.
alone.
All right, thank you.
ma'am.
Can the rest of you hear us?
I'm sorry, what?
We weren't asking you.
We don't want you to hear everything, Shaq.
So.
It's off the table. I don't know why we'd have any more discussion about it.
I have a comment.
Can I have a comment, though?
Sure.
Let's take Zoom right
Mary
quick.
Ann Mates on the
Hold on just a
Zoom,
second.
yeah.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Just real quickly, I think one of my questions is, though, could a PUD still be developed, for instance, in the Mancos Valley where there's a lack of water? Because Jim said it could be done anywhere. So it's sort of like down the road, hopefully, we're going to take a look at those water resources as a community in terms of development. And again, I think if we look at if you want to try to increase the available housing, keeping it closer to the 3-mile area of influence in the communities, down the road makes a lot of sense, because then they can tap into municipal services. So
Well, that actually, Marianne, with the jurisdictional boundaries of the water companies, that actually also becomes an issue, because apparently, unless they negotiate some kind of an agreement, they can't cross into somebody else's boundaries. So MVI can't come into the city of Cortez and vice versa. But it does make sense to keep it closer to the infrastructures. So to answer your question, a septic system under Regulation 43, which we require, and it's a state statute, still has to be abided by. And the water, whether it's in the county or in the city, I mean, through the process, that's one of the first questions they ask is sustainable water available? And that has to be within the jurisdictional boundary of MVI or Mancos Rural Water or Blue Door Water, depends on where you're at. So those questions are all part of the process, even if it's a PUD.
And to further answer your question, Ms. Mate, the PUD can be done anywhere in the county already. That's not a proposed land use code change. That can already be done anywhere. But I would also encourage you to go back and watch this morning's session on YouTube, and you'll see that the county has been proactive and done more to conserve water than anybody in the area. And as of this year, we've conserved 70 million gallons per year through our noxious weed department.
Very good.
And I was just thinking about the development that was proposed up on Granoff Mesa that was turned down because they did not have access to water to suppress fires. So, I think I just wanted to be sure that I wasn't sure what requirements were in a PUD, and if the water and sewer, are in there, then that's great. Thank you.
Let him go up. Everybody should get a turn first before we have a repeat comment. Okay.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
I'm Gary Kennedy with Mancos Water Conservancy District Superintendent at 42599 Road Inn in Mancos. I understand and I appreciate your position on the land use code. However, I would like to still let you have our resolution that our board put together.
So you realize it's off the table?
I do know it's off the
Okay.
table. I just wanted to go ahead and give it to you.
Okay.
And there's only one comment I would like you to, for future reference. Cisterns are not a source of water. And we have a lot of property being subdivided and cisterns being used as the water source. And it's not a water source. So, thank you, guys.
All right, thank you.
So currently, our land use code does not restrict that. It's not a stipulation for a subdivision to have it or not have it, just to
So
clarify.
would your water company then suggest that we don't allow houses if they have a cistern? Is that what the
Well,
statement you just said?
Somewhere there has to be water available. If somebody's going to divide their property, somehow they have to come up with the water for that property. And in the past, that hasn't happened. If somebody has water, if somebody has 40 acres and they're subdividing 5 acres, they probably have some kind of water allocated to that property. They should designate some of that water to that subdivision, but they don't today.
Because they can
So-
sell the water,
so they
separate
can
the
sell their water to
the
somebody
water from the
else.
land. Yeah.
That leaves the municipalities having to foot the bill, and they didn't get anything for that subdivision. So they're having to supply the water. When the property owner takes his water and sells it or puts it someplace else, agriculture is huge. I mean, this county relies on agriculture. But we also have to be conscientious about where the water comes for those cisterns, because it does affect the communities that are supplying that water to a tremendous amount, especially on years like this. When you have town of Mancos saying, we're running into short water and we're shutting down our water docks. That's an effect on the people that are hauling water. Somehow with that, we have to fix that.
Does your board have any suggestions how to fix that?
No, other than when people sell their land, they need to look at how to get water for those subdivisions.
Is your board supporting our free Adafite program?
The which?
Is your board supporting our free Adafite program?
Don't know what that is.
Removing Russian olives and salt cedars?
Well, I know they do, yes.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of that in the Mancos. I mean, we do have it, but it's not a huge.
There's other states usually that, well, not usually, but a lot of other states, the water is tied to the land. If
Right.
and I wish it was that way here, to be honest with you, but it isn't.
I know, that's my only comment is that we have to really try to figure out how to keep the water for the land.
Yeah, I'm on board with you on that.
That's why we just, I wish we would have went back and watched our subject for this morning. I mean, we are conserving water all of the time, and we are spending money to conserve it every day.
Well, I understand
We are
that.
very cautious and cognizant of water.
But a lot of time, the people that are subdividing don't provide that water for the subdivisions.
All right.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Next one.
Yep, I believe it. Let's go to the next item, huh? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize.
Again, Carrie Summers, 38790 Road K4 in Mancos. Thank you for listening to and taking that off the board. I just wanted to present, I did an online survey to see what people wanted, and I got 200, over 200 signatures online against it, and then 100 in person, and that's this, and then just a letter from one of the Mancos residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Queenie.
Hi, I'm Queenie Bars, 620 Riverside in Mancos, Colorado, and also the mayor of Mancos. And I want to thank you guys very much for taking that off. I know you got our resolution and our watershed saying that we don't have the water. We're trying real hard to preserve water in our area, and we, just doing the new water tank alone up there. We don't want to shut off our water dock, but our responsibility is to the citizens of Mancos.
Right.
And, but we are concerned about our residents in the Mancos Valley also, because they attend our schools, they shop in Mancos, so they are part of us. But as the mayor and my town board, our responsibility is to the citizens in the city limits of Mancos. So we do appreciate very much that you listen to everybody in Montezuma County, because I know the Dolores had issues with it, and I know there's a new water dock out of Pleasant View, but if McPhee goes low, they're not going to have water at that new water dock either. So again, just thank you to help us. And I also think this helps us to make a deliberate choice to preserve our way of life. The 1 acre lots, you know, we all come out here to have a little bit of room, to not have the neighbors right next door to us. I lived in Las Vegas, Nevada, and I could see in my neighbor's bedroom, and I didn't like that at all. I like being able to make a little bit of noise and have a little bit of open space. And again, thank you guys for just taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Randall Salazar, 23152 County Road N4. I also did an online, excuse me, petition. I got 115 signatures and 27. A lot of them commented that it was a bad situation with the pandemic and that people were afraid to come out. And they just wanted to let you know that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else before we go to the next issue? All right, seeing none, let's go to number, and Commissioner Till had to step away just for a few minutes. He's got a meeting with his, Zoom meeting with his doctor, so he should be back in here shortly.
Well, get your voting done before you.
I'm trying.
All right, number 9 is concerning high-impact permits. The stipulation now is that if the business ceases to operate for more than a 12-month period, then they have to reapply for the previous high-impact permit. And the recommendation was that the BOCC was going to waive that. So if it's the same business, same operation in the same location, then they would not have to reapply for that high impact permit.
So the collecting the more information, is that what you would like to talk about on the more information?
That was just the recommendation from the meeting on September 22nd.
So have you discussed it with the planning commission? What, do they have recommendations? Do you have recommendations?
Yeah, and pretty much what it boiled down to is if you want to change it, if you pick 18 months, 24 months, 60 months, any months, it's still just an arbitrary number. They thought that it would be, I guess, not a waste of time, but there's no sense really in rewriting that if it should come up, then that would be an instance where a variance request would be appropriate. So then it could be determined how much time has passed, if it really is the same business in the same location, if it has any new impact, and it could be evaluated from those parameters versus just automatically renewing it.
I don't think 12 months is I'm not Mormon, but if a Mormon mission's 2 years, so I want it to be at least 2 years. 12 months is not a very long time. I apologize. Well, so I want to explain that. So of all of these 9 issues, this is the one that was the most important to me. And the reason that it was the most important to me is last January we had a meeting with the new owners of Ironwood that have hired 75 people that are logging more than our country's seen in 20 years with this bug kill. And the county went to them. They had put all of this $2 million worth of equipment inside of the old Ponderosa it was old plywood. And we give them a road use impact fee of, I believe it was $52,800 or $56,200, something like that.
Something like that.
Because of number 9. And number 9 was built to be a plywood plant, and then it was a Ponderosa timber, and then it was a Norman Butler, did some planing there, and then there was, it was a storage for the Apple, what was it called? Mountain Sun out of Dolores. It's the biggest building in Montezuma County, 3 acres under one roof. And the owners that had hired the 75 people were not making any money with their plywood adventure, but they were starting to get there, and the $56,000 was just a thorn in their side. Your county's sitting on $24 million. We didn't need the $56,000. What we needed was those 75 people to get hired, because they're going to turn around and buy houses and stuff like that. And so it was very frustrating that number 9 came into play. And what if number 9 would have been the tipping point of that business saying, well, I'll go to another county. They could have went to Duff Creek just as easy. Dolores County is just as easy as they went to Montezuma County. And what if that $56,000 road impact fee, which, by the way, I lived there, I helped run Ponderosa Timber. That road has not been upgraded since they built that plywood plant. It's still as rough as it's always been. It's never been repaved, and there has been no update on that road. So if that was taken out of there, and if I own an auto mechanic shop and I want to go on a Mormon mission or whatever I am for 2 years, I want to be able to come back and open up my auto mechanic business and go on to town instead of have to pay the county $56,000 when nothing has changed. I know one of the point that you had made is, well, what if the neighborhood starts changing? I leave, and then I come back, and that's a good point. And I'm not for sure. Maybe there's a review after 24 months, but.
Right.
I think the 12 months here, if I remember this correctly, and I could be wrong, but so the high impact permit here in this situation put then the impact fees, correct?
Well, not necessarily. It depends if the road impact fees has ever been paid by anybody, then it wouldn't carry over to the next business.
No.
So in your scenario, if you opened up your business and you had paid the impact fees, so I think maybe are we talking about 2 different things here?
Yeah.
Because you're saying if you open a business, you don't have to go back through the high impact permitting process if you come back from your mission in 24 months. I can live with that. However, what you're saying is that if you've never paid an impact fee for that business and you terminate it for 12 months, then that kicks in the high impact permit, and then the road impact fees would be on the table at that point in time.
Yes.
Correct.
So I think it's kind of 2 different.
It is 2 different things.
2 different items.
2 different items.
So Ironwood had to get a high impact permit to operate the business that they've got running there.
Correct.
But now, I mean, if your business quits for a year, the code says that then you have to reapply for that high impact permit. Which, yeah, if it's the same operation, same people, or not even the same people, a different owner.
Just the same.
In 12 months, you're not going to probably see a change in the neighborhood. If it's open-ended and it's 5 or 10 years, then it could be a significant change in the neighborhood, and all of a sudden, this operation starts up and half of them didn't even know it ever existed. So you could run into some situations that way. But, yeah, planning and zoning, they went round and round and figured if they start picking 12 months, 24 months, 36 months, it probably still should be reviewed. And so that's why they thought maybe the variance application would give that review, and without rewriting the code to something else that may not cover all aspects.
So the variance could still be just the impact fees.
Well, no, in this case, the variance would be not to have to get a new high impact permit. You would transfer the existing one from the previous owner.
Like we already did. What we already did.
Well, I think
Right?
there's a difference between a high impact permit and a road impact fee.
Correct.
There's
Two
a lot of
different things. I guess that's what I'm
Right.
saying.
And commercial road impact fees are based on square footage. Whereas in a residence is based on subdivision, minor or moderate or major. distance to a highway, or if it's just vacant land that's not in a subdivision.
So I don't think we're resolving what your concern was. It doesn't matter if we change 12 months or 24 months. Because they're two different things.
No, actually, but.
But they
What
are
I like
tied
about
together.
Mr. Haley is he always puts a twist in something. So now that you said that it is square footage, now you got me thinking about, so that's 3 acres of under one roof. An acre is 210 feet by 210 feet. That's 630 feet by 630 feet.
The square
And-
footage is only for commercial buildings.
For
Correct.
commercial build.
So it's-
Exactly, that's where I'm going with this. So
We
maybe.
could always change the fee. We can always change the
Well,
fee
I'm just
because the
saying
fee
that
is,
Doobie Sisters is making more dang money in a smaller square foot area than, so why are we going, I mean, it's not. we're
That's a
going by
city
the
hall
square-
That's a
question.
City Hall question.
Okay, well, I'll go out another building further out. I can still find a smaller building. I can do the motorcycle, Norton Motorcycles, that is 2,000 square foot. I can find a business with a smaller area that is generating more revenue than a big, expansive warehouse that's maybe 3/4 of it's empty. So I'm not for sure that this is solving that issue either. It was just.
The road impact fees for commercial are also based on about 7 or 8 different types of use. So it's not all the same. There's warehouse, mini warehouse, retail, school, daycare, number of rooms. So that's broken down as well with a different square footage rate as part of the commercial aspect goes, which does help a little bit because obviously a warehouse, the square footage price is a lot less than.
so I think what we maybe should look at later, not, obviously not today, it hasn't been on the table, but are your fee structures for maybe that? Is that what you're kind of saying? Because the 12 or 24, 60 months, it doesn't really, it's not going to matter. That's what you're saying today.
Well, it does matter because if my father gets sick and he lives in California and I have to go and take care of him at his house for 13 months and I shut my business down and then I come back,
Hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
well, it's been over 12 months.
And now
So
he's
it
got to
did
go
change.
through the process.
But
I
it's-
gotta go through the process
review.
again. So if we change that to 2 years,
But it's not a change of ownership.
well, what if my son? What if I sell it to my son?
Well,
It's
then
the
that's a
same.
change of ownership.
Right.
I guess that's how I read that. If it changes, it had to have changed. If you leave and you go take care of your mother for 60 months, it didn't change. So, and you come back and you open up the exact same
Right.
thing, it hasn't changed.
So I think the premise there was that you're going to come back and operate it the same way you were operating it.
Yeah, correct. That's what you're
Be-
saying, basically, yeah.
And just to add to your confusion, if it increases by 10%,
Then it
then
has
you're
to go
also
through the
supposed to
process
amend
again.
it, which planning and zoning thought that was ridiculous. But again, is it 10%, 15, 20%, 50%? If you start with a 500 square foot building and you
At
double
5
it,
feet.
now you're at 1,000 square feet, which is nothing for a commercial operation.
But it's 100% increase.
But it's a 100% increase. So that's why they thought with the high impact permits, the language there that's listed as well as the chapter 9 on the 10% increase, if it's the same operation, no new impact, then they figured that's a place for the variance request.
And this
Versus-
is why it's critical for government to tell people what to do with their property.
I think we can leave this alone also, because it's two different, if we want to look at the fee structure for high, or for road impact fees, that doesn't, if they've already been paid, they've been paid.
I guess.
So you're not gonna
piggybacking
increase
on
it,
what,
so-
Mr. Powers, on this one right here, if we wouldn't have went and toured Ironwood, I don't know if the commissioners would have ever known about the 56,000 to where we could, then we asked the business to come and do a variance to try to help them out.
But they went through the high impact process. So they did the process.
They were
The process
granted the
was-
high impact permit, and we, from day one, the first day I spoke with them, I put him in contact with Rob about the high impact fee situation to see if they could work out a deal. They couldn't come to an agreement between Ironwood, the other commercial operations on that road, to just fix that road, so everybody would have a better road and not tear up their equipment. But nobody could come to a resolution, so we just had that continuing on. They never actually paid that road impact fee while it was up for discussion and review.
I think this is probably another one of those issues that we need to look at broader. There are several other things that you brought to our attention now that we've started going through this process that probably should be looked at and actually studied. So I'm not sure that if we change that number to, I don't think we're going to do anything.
Well, I
So
guess
we need Commissioner
there's
Tell in
nine,
here.
there's 9 issues here. This is the only one that mattered, and it looks like I'm gonna lose to me, so.
Well, right now it'd be a split vote. You don't know if you're going to lose or not. But since we're waiting for the third commissioner, I would interject that not only is it critical for government to tell private landowners what to do with their land, it's important that we charge them to then implement what we told them to do with their land.
Exactly what we're trying to do here.
I just don't want you to skip a step in that.
Come on up.
I had a question, consideration to add to your considerations on this one. Becca Samolsky again at 31557 Road P, and the mic is off. And now it is on. Okay. The original stuff that came out on it is written with the historic use zone too. This was also tied into that to further complicate it. And so I'm curious about if the historic use zone, I mean, in my mind, if somebody said back in 1998, this is what I'm doing with this property, it's a plywood plant, then you wouldn't make them come back in and pay a road impact fee, because that had already been basically used in a very similar use to that, even though you're not saying any additional impact to the roads than there was back in 98 or whatever. So I just wanted to throw that in there and see how that fits with how currently the historic use zone is fitting with allowing somebody to come back and do a very similar use 20 years later.
I think that goes prior to the land use code, so.
The historic use came about because people didn't pick a new zone.
They didn't pick a zone.
You cannot apply for historic use in the land use code. Everything that exists as historic now, when you want to do something different, you have to rezone everything.
So that was my question. I didn't know if that one had been historic, what the zone had been that was given to that particular place, or if that, and the only reason this came up, I don't know if that was historic use zone or not, but that's how it's written into the.
It was commercial, right?
I don't think it was ever zoned.
I'm not sure it ever got rezoned.
So what was it sitting at then?
I would
Historic
have
or
to look.
commercial?
I think that it was probably already heavy industrial zoned, but I couldn't say for sure. Because, I mean, it changed operations 2 or 3 or 4 times.
So, I live in Alaska and I move into Montezuma County. And I look and I see that there is this piece of property that I want to buy, and right next to it, I look at the land classification Ponderosa Timber, and it's heavy industrial. And it hasn't been used for 5 years. Wouldn't that be on me, knowing that the classification is heavy industrial, and if isn't any trucks running, the guy might be coming back from his fishing trip and fire his plywood plant back up. So I see what the argument is. Well, things might change, but I have to do a little bit of diligence myself, right?
Well, I would think so. I mean, everybody should be doing their own due diligence, but how many, I did.
That's all I wanted to bring up, was just that I think that whatever that underlying zone was, and if it was a historic use and you're not really increasing, I mean, maybe it was a more than 10% increase for what Ireland's doing versus what was there before, or maybe it's only 50% of what was there. But whatever that use was back in the 90s or 70s, or I would think that would be, we were already using the road like that. And so why are we asking them now that they're going to use the road like that again
To pay $52,000.
to pay that fee? So I just wanted to, and
that's-
same if it's a
that was my
commercial
whole thing
use.
about this, to go in and talk to them employees, and they were talking about how thankful they were for Ironwood to give them a job so that they could take care of their families. And then here is the county sitting on $24 million
But it's
in
two,
the bank,
it's two
and we're
different.
sticking the knife
It's two
in it.
different things. This is a high impact permit, and the road impact fees are separate. So by, what you're wanting to do is look at the road impact fees, this doesn't do it. I don't care what you change to number two.
This is what engaged them paying the road impact fees. Is it not? This is in the chapter, this high impact permit that they went to get is what engaged the road impact fee.
Right.
Because the fees were
So-
never
So
paid.
number 9 does matter.
But they're not always tied together.
No, but in this case,
If nobody's ever paid their road impact fees, then that does bring it to the forefront.
Thank you. Unless you have anything else on that. Hopefully that made it a
No.
little more complicated for you.
so Donna.
Everything is complicated. Anything in land use is
Donna, are you
complicated.
saying that in 1960, when the plywood plant, which I believe was a bunch of community members, I'm not for sure, maybe Kent would know how that came about, but I know there was multiple players that were in the creation of the plywood plant, that there was never a road impact fee.
Land use code didn't
Land use
exist
code
yet.
didn't go into effect until.
Yeah, the land use
90s.
code wasn't adopted till 98.
So. The what?
They sold honor bonds in the community to build that plant. The only reason I know that, my dad had a $500 honor bond.
But it
So-
doesn't, it's not applicable here because 1998 or whatever you said it was, 97, that's what we're dealing with now, because this didn't even exist.
But Chairman Sukla, what we can do is explain how the road impact fee came into existence. Don, would you brief them on that, please, and thank you?
Well, I can't say for 100%, but in looking at the Mildred Estates subdivision, at that time, when that was created, there was a lot of concern of the increased travel on, was it Mildred? Lebanon.
Lebanon.
Oh, the half acre? The
would've
Danny
been
Wilkins one, or
Mildred.
which one?
Those
Mildred.
were-
Mildred, yeah, it was Mildred. Anyway,
Mildred.
so mountain gravel, I mean, that's
that's
a
Mildred.
50-some lots in there, or say 40-lot subdivision. So the concern was the increased travel on the road. So what mountain gravel did is they wrote a letter to the P&Z and to the BOCC, and they said that they would commit to doing a double chip seal on that road to increase the condition for higher density traffic, and that would compensate them for doing the road impact fee. And that's the word they used, was road impact fee. And I'm pretty sure that's how that came about. So in lieu of making any payments, they redid all of Mildred Road from Road M to Road N.
And then there's a document where they requested that every future developer do the same thing. And the county agreed to it, but where is that company now?
That company's been sold.
Oh.
And now Stone, Sand, and Gravel has it, and it's on Road T, and the road's in the same condition. But that was something they stated, that if you're gonna make them required to do it, then they want all subdivisions with that impact to be required to do the same thing. And in '07, '08, they, it was $800 or so, and they would allocate X amount of tons of gravel that went right along in front of the residence that was put in, and they used that as their road impact fee. So, I mean, it's evolved, and Rob could probably tell you a whole lot more about it, but
And then in 2010, it increased to $27.50 plus $500 per mile to the nearest state highway. And
But
then
that was decreased again.
then it was
And it
decreased
decreased.
again to what it is now, which is a lot better.
Okay, this is a deal. I'm only here for 2 more months. You know that this is an issue, and
I think
the
the
other
road
commissioners
impact
know.
fees are the issue.
And
This, if we change the number to 12, leave it as 12 right now.
what's that?
3 months.
It's going to be
Oh.
fine.
Wishful
So-
thinking.
We're not, I understand your concern, and Ironwood is a great addition to this community, and I think it's great. And by relieving their impact fees, basically came as a process to the BOCC for what they have done. I still think that can happen. This doesn't change anything. So I would just soon pull this off the
Okay,
table.
and I'll go with you just so we don't have a split vote, because this must be one heck of a long doctor's appointment. I hope he didn't get a bad diagnosis. But what this brings up to me is talking with commissioners from different counties. Dolores County be one, and then there's some other counties. And they have told me about companies wanting to come to their county, and how the county, high impact fees or whatever it was, chase them to another county. And I can give you example after example that I've been given from these current commissioners, that past commissioners, because they would not give, ran the companies to another county, and then the jobs were in that other county. And I never want to be the county that is chasing off the business to the next county.
Nor do I.
So-
And I don't think anybody does. I think that we want to invite people for that kind of economic benefit, for forest health, that we help and work with those people. Which the fee process is something different, and we can look at that at any time again too. So I do agree, there are probably a lot of things within this land use code that should be studied further than obviously today. So,
everything but road impact fees is inexpensive.
Yes.
correct.
Your high impact permit is $1,000.
Yeah.
A special use permit with it is $1,500, plus the fees for the process. So it's your road impact fees that really impact, and that's between you and Road and Bridge and paving or not paving.
So
I would agree with him. So should we vote?
leave it off the table? Or I say we leave it off the table. I say number 9 can just the same as number 8 be taken off the table.
I'll leave it off the table because I know it's safe for 4 years, because we've got another commissioner sitting in the room.
There you go.
So let's vote on the changes. Is there any public comment?
On number 9.
On number 9 or any of the proposed changes? I know, so I can tell you can you roll back to the one about the, Chapter 9 amendment to Senate bill, so that we have received, man, I don't know, hundreds of letters over the land use changes, and one common theme is kind of like the Barrett confirmation, for the next election. But and then most of the comments is, we've studied for this amount of time, and there shouldn't be any changes to the land use code. Well, number 3, these changes are made because they're no longer relevant, right? These Senate bills no longer exist. Is that correct?
Yes. There's actually one more too.
Colorado revised statutes can change annually.
Right.
And it should be updated annually, so Yeah, we have to look at them to keep it updated
But
to
the
what's there.
A lot of the
want me
comments
to
were
add
do
one,
not
John?
change
Correct.
the land use code, not knowing that whatever was relevant 2 years ago has no relevance whatsoever today.
So what's the one I'm adding, John?
It's in a,
I guess what I'm getting at is, this is a living document and it's always going to be being changed.
Always. It will be changed. It can't sit as it was 24 years ago. It does have to change. I mean, Mancos just finished yours, correct? Dolores is in the process of working on theirs. I don't know where they're at in the process, if they're
what's
close
the
or if they're not.
statute?
Cortez just went through theirs, and everybody is having to look at land use because it does change. There are Colorado revised statutes that are no longer applicable to anything.
Amendments to ours, even just the wording, because you think you've got
I
everything,
think
and then when you go to
2465,
use it, you
101 is
find
gone. Let me
some
double
wording
check
in there.
that.
So even though we've passed our land use code, we've done 2 amendments to it
Right.
since then, and it's gonna change again, because
Right.
as we use it and something comes up, the wording's wrong or something. So
And I-
take a
and
look
I-
at it and
Yeah,
change
so
it
did I
there.
put that in
Absolutely.
there right?
I agree with Commissioner
2465,
Sukla that it is a living document, and
yes.
I mean, we've taken several things off the table for this go-round. I think we have, obviously, we have no other comments that we've had, or emails, or any other communication that we've had for those, and I think, you know, we do have to vote at some time to put into place what we've discussed, so.
Or do you want to make a motion? Because I would like the next 3 months to be very peaceful.
So you want this to go till January 20?
No,
January
I say
10th?
we
I would
Do you
move
want to
that
vote
we,
line by line or just approve?
I think we can, I'll name them off if you catch me. So I would move that we accept the changes to the land use code presented, number 1, which is adjacent to adjoining, just a language or word change. Number 2, eliminating the 230-foot diameter circle. You gotta quit moving it, Shaq. Number 3, okay. Now you can go up. Number 4,
You're doing number 3?
did I do that wrong? Yeah, because that's a Colorado revised statutes,
Okay.
yes. Number 3, number 4, number 5, which is 2,000 square feet.
yeah.
Number 6, what pertains to the Mylar sign off for the mitigation plan, it does not eliminate the mitigation plan. Number 7, for the setbacks of 30 feet, so that it's consistent with everything, and eliminating 8 and 9, which is the 3-acre lot requirement to 1-acre lot, and then the high impact permits 12 months to a different month, so.
So Commissioner.
Items 1 through 7.
He has made a motion to, it was a motion, correct?
Yep.
To approve item 1 through 7. There has been a change to a half an acre lot instead of a 3-acre minimum. No,
Oh, yeah.
No, there's been nothing changed. Number 9 and number 8 and 9 have been taken off.
8 and 9 have been taken off. And right now, it's a split decision, so you get to be the guy.
On 1
No, I'm
through
messing
7.
with you. I'm
No,
messing with
no,
you.
it's, there's.
1 through 7.
I know he's
So he
lying
has
to
a
me, yeah.
motion. You better repeat it again.
Welcome back,
This is
Okay,
big.
so I move that we accept the proposed changes to the land use code, items 1 through 7, as discussed, and eliminating 8 and 9 as presented on this piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
And it was 2,000 square foot on
On the auxiliary building.
Right.
Okay,
So number 1 is the wording of proposed, or from adjacent to
adjoining
adjoining.
to adjoining. Eliminate the
and number 2
230
gets
foot.
rid of the circle requirement.
Yeah.
Number 3 is eliminating revised statutes that no longer exist. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
In both 3 and 4. And 4, amending plats, all lot owners in the subdivision PUD must sign on the amended plat. That's,
It would just be the affected lot owners,
just the
not.
affected lot
Not the
owner.
adjoining, just the adjacent.
Correct. And number 5, changes from 1,500 square feet to
2,000.
2,000 for the accessory. Number 6, allows you to move the Mylar process forward without having the wildfire mitigation plan because you don't know where the house is yet. And number 7 changes the setbacks to 30, 30, 30.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second to approve the announced changes by Commissioner Candelaria, reinstated by the Administrator Powell on items 1 through 7. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, and we will close this public hearing at this time, and thank
Good
you
call.
for all for bearing with us.
Thank you all for your input.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Your input was good and appropriate, and
Well, everybody.
Dawn,
no
I'll
matter
email
what
you
it is,
that
their
with the
political background,
changes.
We all want to live in the
same place together,
same
yep.
place and
I'm sure you took notes too, but.
Okay.
County
All right.
Attorney report.
We used to have a Mylar.
Oh,
Does that have the
wasn't here
wildfire
this morning,
mitigation
got
done on
mailed
it
in at
yet?
lunch.
Not required.
So you can't,
Required.
This is from this morning.
Yeah, man.
that was from this morning.
Yeah, this Mylar that needs signed. It's one that was approved previously.
Yes.
So does that. I think he said it, now we're gonna take the next 3 months off.
3 months off, nice, good, vacation.
that's not how I said it. That's
I've
not
been
how I
looking.
said it, Commissioner.
Oh, really?
It was
Take the
common,
next
yeah.
3 months off, huh?
She wanted to single herself out of the family, huh?
Yeah. That's it. Now, Miss Kimberly.
Are those maps still available?
Yes.
Yeah, just,
So they are mixed together. You're gonna have to, hold on.
I do not.
Just still one from Tim.
Just here.
Actually, maybe,
Steal
She's
this one.
got one.
I think
are
those
these all one deal, or?
This one may
No,
not be
they're,
big
they're
enough.
all together. One's a FEMA, one's a flood.
Oh, these are extras, like I can't take this with
You
this?
can take it. It's mine, but I can get another one.
No, no.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so
This is just in the courtyard area. I
can
didn't
have it
have them in because I know Dolores, because we weren't looking at those.
She doesn't want it.
I was looking, I was thinking it was more the county.
Oh, the whole county, you mean?
Yeah, which was probably.
Those are within the, in front of the courts.
I get
Specifically.
what page, yeah, all right. Thank you, thanks.
County Attorney report.
And you might have just picked up on it. I found one more place in the land use code where we were referring to one of the statutes we already said we were taking out, but it's also in chapter 1, so we're going to take it out of that too.
Okay.
The statute doesn't exist anymore. I'm not sure if you were included on this email or not, but Sheriff Nowlin sent me a letter from Mike Green yesterday, I think. Well, it's dated October 12th. I think he sent it to me yesterday, just indicating that Mike couldn't work for the sheriff's department anymore. Right now, the SO contracts with Mike, and so
The SO contracts with Mike Green, attorney, for what?
to consult with all the elected officials. I think that's the only one we've provided money for historically to contract with Mike Green.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
I've got a list.
What?
There probably are a lot of things wrong with me.
His health is not here.
But I think in the past there were And there still is actually sometimes disagreements between elected officials. And so previous to me, and I still do kind of follow this, previous to me, the county attorney, Bob Slough, took the position that he wouldn't talk to the sheriff's department or other elected officials because they might have conflicting interests with the BOCC. Sometimes, because my duty is to the BOCC, not to Ms. Purcell, not to Steve Nowlin. And so I don't know if we provide money in anybody else's budget, but we've always provided money to the sheriff's department to have an attorney to consult with on issues like that.
What kind of issues are we talking about? Because I know he needs to consult with you on these lawsuits and our insurance, which I hope that he has done that.
Every time there's BOCC finances involved,
Yeah.
I'm involved with it. You know, when there's other issues that you know, whether or not it's, I mean, I think even
excessive force, for example.
I think even this week there was or last week there was something brought up where budgetary issues where there might have been probably some conflict between the BOCC's idea of what the budget was for versus what they were using the budget for,
yeah.
things like that.
Yeah.
And so so it made sense. So anyway, I'm not sure what he's planning on doing. He just let me know that Mike, I guess, isn't going to be available anymore. I think Mike Green's been doing that since before any of our time. He's been contracting with the SO.
I think as long as he has it within his budget and it's there for his,
Right.
I think Senate Bill 217 is probably going to be one that he may want to consult on.
Mhm.
That we could, I mean, that's going to be a heated issue here
Yeah,
in the
you're
next
right.
couple
You're right
years.
about
So
Right.
if he can't do it, that's fine.
And
He can't do it.
He
let
probably
him-
just pays them on an hourly basis. I'm not positive of that, but that's my guess, is that he
No,
gets
never
billed
heard.
hourly for that.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever heard of that.
And it's the first time
I've been
heard
here
of it.
8 years, and I had no idea our
Yeah.
sheriff contracted or hired an outside attorney to give him advice. And, and that's in his budget.
Well, probably it was a commissioner decision, is my guess. He probably would rather not do that, and I don't know how much he has paid. My guess is that he pays him on an hourly basis for when he consults with them, but he's not going to be doing it anymore.
Wow.
It's
So-
just, so I didn't know it either.
Yeah,
I didn't know that either.
I never heard of it.
yeah.
Never heard of it.
It definitely predated you guys
Yeah.
and me.
But we've been through 2 sheriffs, you know,
Yep.
and I never heard it from either one of them.
I don't know. I mean,
You learn something new every day in this job. I guarantee you will learn something new every day in this job.
So I must
Good or
ask
bad?
who's gonna replace Mike Green.
I don't know, and really that's probably up to the sheriff who he contracts with, if anybody. He just forwarded me the letter that Mike sent him.
Would you ask the sheriff to bring a proposal to the Board of County Commissioners on how much is in his budget to hire an outside attorney for legal counsel?
We probably know it. Do
I
we
think-
know what
yeah,
it
we-
is?
I mean, we can go.
We just have to look at it.
Yeah,
We
you just
know
have to
it.
look
He's got
at
a
it.
line item for outside legal counsel?
I don't know that it's broken down like that.
I don't think it is, buddy.
I think it falls under professional
Miscellaneous or
services.
professional services or something, yeah.
Yeah.
And I would like to see a history of how much our sheriff has spent in outside counsel over the last 3 years, or 2 years, or however long he's been there.
So could every elected official, I mean, obviously you serve for the BOCC, but
Right.
Kim could actually have an
I
outside
guess she could.
official because you are an elected official, so could
How
the,
about it, John? Will you support? No, I'm kidding. I
and so
actually-
could Leslie.
Yeah.
Right, and a lot of their issues involve me and us, and so, you know, for example, when Leslie goes to the BAA in Denver, it's really the BOCC's money that's at stake, so
Right.
I'm the one doing it. I mean, I talk to Kim frequently,
I have him on
and
speed dial.
Everything they do in their department affects this county
it does.
and us.
And so I'm not saying that they keep you out of it. I don't think they do. They're not doing anything wrong. They're doing what they've always done when there's
But
issues. Like
Mike-
for example,
Mike Green's never given us a report on what he's done for the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's never come to me and said, you know what?
Well-
I spent $500 on outside legal counsel to get this item cleared up.
and that would be confidential. Mike Green shouldn't be giving you a report on what he's at. So if, for example, the sheriff's saying, hey, I want to fire this person and split the salary between these two, can I do that without the commissioner's, permission? He may advise him on whether or not that's okay. When it's money stuff, they always are going to go through me, or they should always go through me. And so, and I think they do. As far as I know, they do. But whenever there's stuff, there was an issue, another one that came up before our time. Mark Vanderpool, the assessor at the time, didn't agree with the BOCC's policy on drug testing, and this is what I've heard. I was not here for this, but I think it was a couple years before you all were commissioners, and
Inadmissible.
and the BOCC tried to terminate one of Mark Vanderpool's employees because of that. I think it was a hot pee test for marijuana or something to that effect. And Mark said, no, you won't. He's my employee. And, I don't care what your policy is. And Mark was right. So there's definitely,
just said that on YouTube?
there's definitely issues that, where there might be conflicting interests. And so, that's why that's there. And if Kim, has an issue that she needs outside counsel for, we're gonna make sure that she has it.
So just as an example, for example, if my recall election goes to a hearing where I'm required to hire a hearing judge, in the past I have gone to Mr. Green because he's done it for us in the past, where I would not go to Mr. Baxter for that.
Gotcha.
But that's
So
just,
I think as an elected official, they actually do have that.
They do.
That opportunity to hire them, and it obviously is going to come out of what we approve in our budget as they present it, so.
I think it's important. Not every county does it that way. I'd say less than half the counties do it that way. I think it's the right way, the way Montezuma County does it. Whereas, so therefore, the elected officials aren't confused about where my loyalty is and who I'm looking out for. I have to look out for, you all have the fiduciary duty of the county. They only care about their departments, theoretically. And so I think we have the system set up correctly. Not every county does it that way. Some counties have much larger county attorney's offices, and they represent all the elected officials. I've spoken to the La Plata sheriff. He believes they should have his own attorney and not use the same one that the commissioners were using. And I agree with that. But anyway, move on from that. It was a letter that he forwarded to me stating that Mike Green had a conflict with that. We have this seems like this is going to work out well. That jury trial, dependency and neglect jury trial that I had, I don't know, a month ago or so, got continued to November 2nd, and it's a 3-day trial. I think we're not planning on having a commissioner meeting November 3rd, so
Correct.
should be no problem.
You're welcome.
You had everything scheduled.
I already
And as far as the land use code goes, I think what we'll do now, Don, is do the resolution, update it. If we can, do the red line version of what we're changing, maybe post that on our website. And when do you guys want to vote on the resolution?
November 3rd.
But we're not gonna, maybe the week after that. Is
Yeah.
that enough time?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter as long as we get it
No,
done by the end of the
by the
year.
end of the year, yeah.
We just have to do a resolution that basically adopts the new land use code.
Whenever
with-
they're ready.
With its changes.
Yeah, whenever
whenever
you
we're
get it ready.
Okay.
We don't need to public notice that?
We don't. We should put it on our agenda ASAP, and notice it like we notice everything else, but it's a resolution. It's not an ordinance that we have to publish in the newspaper. We can if we want to, especially if you think it's important, but we definitely need to put it on our website, let everybody be able to see it. Maybe the more time, the better.
Okay.
Okay. That's it.
All right, next we will go to the state pumpkin carving champion that does self-portraits, and
But it looks like you
does
got
picture-
St. Patrick's Day hung up in there
James
somewhere.
Dietrich, our natural
Yeah.
resource planning and public land.
That's good. I'm 87% Irish.
And, well, there it is.
And-
You got old Lucky Green in there for
And
him.
Don and Jane, you guys do a fantastic
Yeah,
job.
thank you, guys.
You're very good at your
Good
job.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hello,
James.
Good evening. We're getting ready to go. We're just getting warmed up.
Okay, so, better get that on. So the first thing I wanted to let the commissioners know is I've got 3 versions of possible landscape plans put together for Mike Chenard. I've left him a message. We haven't had a chance to go over these yet, but I'll get with him as soon as we possibly can. I've got cost estimates worked up for that. We've investigated some possible sources of water. One of the best things we could possibly do is to get MVI water over to that facility and the adjacent facility with the jail. Since we already hold MVI water shares, that would be the best thing we could do.
Well, the city has MVI water right in their city parks.
That's right.
So I think if it would behoove us maybe to contact the city and see what it would take to get a water line possibly. I mean, it may not be a cheap trick, but I think I know there at the city parks they're all run off of rural water. I know the city has to pump them. Well, they may have gravity flow there. I'm not sure they do. They do out
Could
there
be.
by the golf course. They've got gravity flow. But anyway, might be worth talking to them, see if we could. And the hospital was wanting to do the same thing.
Oh, yeah, they were.
And maybe the hospital and us could go together and get a raw water line down from city parks and split that thing off and take care of the hospital and us. And
Where's the closest water line? Rural water line?
rural water, well, it's up there in Parque de Vida in City Park, where they bring that ag water down that old canal, the old canal line. They bring it down to the parks there. And
So I've already begun to
I
investigate
figured, yeah,
that.
James, you're way ahead of me. Hell, what am I talking about?
Yeah, it sounds like there may be some pressure issues with it coming from that particular
We may have
location.
to put a pony pump or something on there, a booster pump or something.
Certainly, yeah. So there's some more looking into that. I also did hear about the hospital. And so it sounds like they may be looking at a different route. But again, if we can get water to the hospital, then extending it on down into our complex, that should be pretty easy to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, I will continue to investigate that. We'll
Okay,
look for the best possible route to accomplish that.
That's a good idea, using that water instead of that.
That
right.
treated water gets real expensive to water yards and trees and stuff. Gets real
It does, yeah. So I did some investigation on that too, and it looks like part of it has to do with what kind of grass we plant. Now, if we plant a very drought-tolerant grass that you can mow and still make look nice, we can save a lot of water. If we went with just a straight-up bluegrass, we're looking at probably about $3,000 a month in water fees, and that's for about six months out of the year.
That's if you're buying treated water from the city.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now, if you put something like a perennial ryegrass in, you're going to have to water that stuff for about 2 years, like you would bluegrass. After that, you can water it about once a week, and you'd be fine. So that's going to cut your watering in half already. And as most of you know, you're probably familiar with that grass, but it mows up just like a lawn.
Yeah.
But it's a very deep-rooted grass. So, and then we've got a lot of other grasses that we can choose from that are more of a bunch grass, something that'll be more deep-rooted. So anyway, all the designs I've come up with are really xeriscape designs. It just depends on how much rock in that type of cover you want to put in. And obviously hauling gravel and stuff like that, that's pretty expensive too. And you do have to put down a geotextile to prevent that gravel from working its way into the soil. So, you know, all that just adds up. But anyway, we've got
That's
some numbers
one-time
run.
cost where water goes on forever.
That's correct,
right?
yeah. So I did a quick analysis on that, and I mean, if you cover the whole thing with rock, you know, you're probably looking at about a 24-year return on your investment when it comes to saving on water. So yes, you do save eventually, but rock's pretty expensive. What we'll try to do is find a balance in there and try to find something that works out pretty good. So anyway, just want to let you know we got that. We got some numbers and stuff we can work with Mike on and come forward with the best possible scenario we can come up with. Want to let you know that the San Juan National Forest Ranger District will be closing the main McPhee Reservoir ramp on October 31st to all motorized and trailer boats. They'll still be allowing hand launch beyond that. And the aquatic nuisance inspections will not be available until the spring boating season then following that. That'll be coming up. So the access to the McPhee parking lot and the top of the ramp is going to remain open, and again, non-motorized trailer boats can launch using the ramp. And then McPhee Ramp Campground will be open until November 22nd.
Will there be anybody down there to make sure that no boats are launched that are power boats, motor boats, or anything like that?
No, my understanding is they'll abandon the ANS station at CB October 31st.
I think
the
the
marina
water's
still
gonna
be
be low
open?
enough that you won't be able to launch a boat.
Yeah, they'll have the gates closed, so you won't be able to take a trailered boat down in there.
Oh, okay, you're saying hand launch
Shut
stuff, so I.
off.
Correct.
Just
Yeah,
a
canoe, a
hand-
kayak, something like that.
Yeah.
Something you can carry down there.
Gotcha.
And then I wanted to remind the commissioners we'll be having a FEMA workshop on Friday, and we'll be talking, we'll have the lady that's the FEMA specialist, the floodplain manager for San Juan County, New Mexico, will be coming up and making that presentation to us, and kind of giving us her take on whether or not we want to pursue doing the regulatory floodways or not. So that should be pretty interesting. I don't know if any of the commissioners would like to attend that also, but if so, it will be here in the Board of Commissioners meeting room on Friday.
What time?
So we'll be starting at 9, and it'll go through noon. So right now I'm working on the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I'm converting all that from a publisher version into a Word version, so it makes it a little more editable. And I'll be updating some of the demographics and stuff like that on it. How many new houses we've had since last time that thing's been updated. We'll take a look at, we've got some new mapping that's come in from the state, so we'll try to integrate all that into it too to get a better picture of what we're looking at with that. But I've updated the commissioners before on this, and there'll be something I'll continue to work on probably all the way through the spring. Waiting on the final invoice from OTAC for our very first TAP grant for the Paz de Mesa Verde Trail. When we get that final invoice at the end of October here, I'll submit the final reimbursement request, we'll do a final report, and we'll finish up all the paperwork needed to close that grant out. And on that note, we've also got a notice, and I believe the commissioners have already got this notice too. It came from the state, part of that DocuSign deal. So the MMOF funding has been secured, and now what I'm waiting for is the notice to proceed from CDOT. And again, they reminded us not to enter into any general service agreements or anything like that until we get that notice to proceed, which is probably very wise. And so I will wait for that. I've got that general service agreement. Their proposal essentially is ready, ready to go. So the minute we get that notice to proceed, I'll bring that forward. Then the last thing I had was we're still working on the trail along County Road 31 from Dolores to the top of Granath Mesa. Rob Engelhart went out there and took a look at it. He feels like we could probably extend that trail actually through the county right away, at least as far as Road W up there. Wow. So we'll continue to look at that. So there are a few things that we can work on, through the county to make sure that can happen. So one of the things that we need to do is make sure that we can absorb that trail easement into the county right away. And that might be one way to handle it. Another way to handle it, to find an outside party to hold that easement. Since it's adjoining the county right away, it seems like it's most reasonable to consider, expanding our right of way into that easement and just kind of roll it in. But more conversation needs to happen about this to figure out the best way to handle that. We do need to make sure that we've got our insurance policy set up so that it would handle something like that, similar to what we've got out there at Phil's World, where we took over some of that easement also.
Yeah, we're very familiar with that.
And another thing we might want to consider doing is providing a survey to make sure we've got everything in the right location out there. And that could be something that we might ask the county surveyor to do, or we may need to put that to an outside source. But anyway, that's something to consider here. And then I guess the last thing is the sheriff has recommended pedestrian crossing up there at the top of the hill to bring people that are heading south across the road and onto the new proposed trail alignment. So, and that's something we could probably, I'll go ahead and talk with Rob about that, and I think that's something we can probably accomplish. It seems pretty minor.
How would you do that?
Was that on W?
No, that would actually be on Road 31.
I thought that it wasn't gonna cross.
Well,
The whole,
I think what the sheriff's thinking is that we have southbound traffic coming down Road 31, and so they would be riding on the right-hand side, following the flow of traffic. When they get to where that trail comes out at the top of the hill, they'll be cutting across the road to access that trail.
so off of V.2, they'd basically cross there?
Well, actually, it would be on 31 at V.2, because they're coming out off of the forest and they're riding down 31, and they're on the right-hand side following the flow of traffic. When they hit V.2, that's where that trail comes up, but that's on the left-hand side of the road.
Correct.
So his concern is we're going to have bicyclists cutting across the road to get to the trail, cutting across oncoming traffic.
Put
So where is
pedestrian
V.2?
crossing
Is
signs
it
or something.
V.2
That's
goes
right.
to a subdivision that's kinda to the east off of 31.
Oh, Hennessy's?
I don't-
Waltentis?
Yeah.
Hennes?
V.2.
Just right as you climb at the top?
Yep.
Okay.
You're about halfway up.
That
or-
white gate?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the
Two-thirds
one.
of the way
Yep.
up the hill, it's off to the right-hand side as you're going up.
And where does the trail come out at the bottom?
So that trail comes out down to the bottom. I believe it's 14th Street. It's kind of just to the west side of the school.
Yep, correct.
So, and I think this is kind of a minor concern, but we have increasing traffic, and we're going to see new truck traffic coming down the road with the Salter Y project and everything. So, having something that alerts people that yes, there are pedestrians out there. That it's that's pretty minor. Get a few signs up, and some of that pressure sensitive paving paint that goes down. So I think that's about the extent of it.
It's, that road is just gonna get more and more busier.
Well,
And
even with what-
more and more pedestrians, because,
Derek presented this morning, I mean, that's
Yeah.
probably a 20-year
yeah.
stint of how many more
Right.
trucks going up and down that road.
But people really like it to walk up it, down for exercise. It's just
Yep.
It'll get most of the people
Get out
off.
of that valley and head towards Norwood, Groundhog, all that country.
If
I
the
mean,
trail
it's a
goes
busy
through, it'll get most of the people off, and a lot of them will never cross there
Yeah.
because they'll come right back down.
Right.
V.2 is a good distance up that road.
place. Oh, yeah, yeah.
So
And
if you're doing it for that purpose, you probably won't cross, you'll just come back down.
If we can extend the trail within county right-of-way all the way up to Road W, then I think that alleviates that problem right there at
and
that
it's wide at the
hill.
top anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
We'll continue to work through this. I just wanted to make sure the commissioners knew that was one of the comments the sheriff made. And I think it was a legitimate concern, He was not aware that we were thinking about possibly extending that trail further on up. And I think he'd probably be supportive of that, but we'll keep him in the loop.
Closer you can get that toboggy draw and all that up there, the better off it is.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we'll continue to work on that. So, okay, so I think that concludes my report for this week. If we had anything from the commissioners, I did send you an email regarding some of the right-of-way research that I've done. So,
Could you take a look? We're looking at hunting up a flap grant We've got that County Road G slough off down there that Rob's overly concerned about and gonna have to do some work on.
Right.
And it's on tribal land, it's on Mountain Ute tribal land. Also a main access to Canham, Sand Creek, Navajo Reservation. If anything would fit a flap grant, that project there might come in really good with a flap. So if you could take a look and see if there's anything out there through CDOT or somebody to
Absolutely.
maybe help out funding that.
You bet. I'll talk to Connie Clemenson
you
about
go.
that because I think that would be a very good partner with that flap application. So
There you
yes,
go.
I'll pursue that.
And what's the other guy's name? Elijah?
Yes, I know you're.
No.
He's with the regional office, I believe, or. But yes, I know who you're talking about.
You
Jim.
know who I'm talking about, the guy that we've met with, because this is kind of a critical or an urgency. It's not emergent yet, but
Right.
it's going to get that way.
Rob's
And I know that we had identified County Road G when we went through that process with them.
We did.
That accesses everything on federal land, so maybe they have something of an urgency fund that we could utilize, so.
Certainly.
I want to say it's Elijah, I don't know. I'll find it here.
Who's he, the regional director, regional man, something of BLM? Yeah.
Yeah, I recall him, and Connie will know who that is too. We've worked with him on the rack in the past, so yeah.
And you did send us something about some right-of-way issues, an email. We haven't got an opportunity to read that. You sent them today, correct?
Yeah, so I was tasked with investigating some right-of-ways on a property east of town, and that looks like we got a solid no on that.
Okay.
So, we can continue to investigate some of the other possibilities that we discussed, and I'll continue to pursue those. I will let you know that some of the other property owners in that area that I talked to were certainly open to talking to us. I think we've got some opportunities that still are open there, and I'll continue to go ahead and pursue those.
All right. Thank you, James.
You bet.
Is anything else?
No, that's it for me.
Thank you. Commissioners report. Thank you, James.
My Zoom meeting, I couldn't get a hold of my Zoom meeting. I don't have anything to report.
Commissioner.
Shaq and I spent some time Thursday, Wednesday?
Both.
Well, anyway, okay, both.
Shaq alike.
He likes me.
Shaq
Yeah,
and I.
he spends a lot of time with you,
Spends a lot
Shaq.
of time hanging out with Shaq Alanin. Obviously, I sent you guys the emails of the demo work that's being
Looking good out there at
handled out there at the
Fairgrounds, yeah.
fairgrounds right now. Hopefully, they'll be done with the demo work by the end of this week. The saw cutting, that's what they were waiting on to get to the.
Looked
to
like
the
they put some
pipe.
sheetrock and stuff up. Had they sheetrocked
That
in
was
there?
no, that was just what they left above so that they could access all of the
I
plumbing.
got you, okay.
So we viewed that and quite a few other things. I went to the noxious weed seminar meeting.
Board meeting.
Advisory board meeting.
Last night. Pretty interesting, actually. A lot of knowledge in there, and specifically with this, with the weeds that we're dealing with now and the organic or certified organic, like we were talking about earlier with Bonnie in here today. How we're going to have to handle those and deal with those in the future. I think you guys have a pass on this one because the weeds are done for the year, but.
But I'll tell you what,
it's coming up.
with those organic people, somebody's gonna have to stay right on them to get them to where if they're not gonna allow any type of herbicide or anything on their weeds, to make sure that they get them things chopped and cut before they get the bloom and the seed pods on them. Because if you wait like now, you're wasting your time. There's no point in messing with them, so. Yeah.
And other than that, that's all I have.
No report. Public comment?
So we have Ed Millard on the line for public comment.
Hello, Eddie.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
If I could screen share, I have a document I emailed to you this morning.
Let me,
There's a roundtable, Southwest Round. Let's see, I'm Ed Millard, 13267 County Road 21. I'm speaking to you public comments today because the roundtable agenda changed this morning, and there's a grant request from American Whitewater that concerns you, and I needed to bring it to your attention, so I'm going to need to speak in public comments to do that today, since I didn't have time to get it on the agenda since it came out this morning. I still can't screen share.
I'm working on it.
Anyway, there's this American Whitewater. The American Whitewater is an NGO. They represent rafters. They have about 50,000 members. So their primary constituency is to get better flows in rivers. I think April Montgomery is on their board, or at least she used to be. And they're putting in for a grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board water plan. And there's some parts of it are their concern to us. Earlier today, you were talking about protecting our water resources, and it is part of that. So let's see here. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the green part on here is probably an okay part of the grant request. The yellow part, it starts to be problematic. They're trying to develop an economic impact analysis tool that can be utilized by local governments, et cetera, and other groups to identify river recreation's impact on local economies. I think I'm fine with that. You guys probably are too. We recognize direct impacts from river recreation solely does not compare in magnitude to impacts with irrigated agriculture in our area, which is true. Suburban expansions maybe not applied to our county. The problem part comes with this. In addition to the direct and indirect impacts from water-based recreation, we propose to review synergistic opportunities.
Ooh, that's a dangerous statement there, baby. That's
it is,
dangerous.
and you will see why on the next page, because I'll define it. they will define it. Identified by Basin Roundtables, which is where I represent the county, and we are again meeting on Thursday to review this, and local stakeholders, which would include you guys, that have the potential to expand and or preserve flow conditions that support river recreation throughout the state. And one of the places they want to expand and or preserve flows is the lower Dolores below McPhee, which is obviously in
Allow
your
more water
area.
to freely flow downstream. Bingo.
This will provide a tool for parties with interests that either directly or indirectly allow more water to freely flow downstream to assess an economic metric of recreation, their decision making. Again, I guess it's fine if you have a tool to do that, but they're obviously doing some advocacy here for expanding the flow in the lower Dolores.
Have they got the fish people with them?
Well, I'll find out on Thursday if there's other supporting entities.
I'll bet they do.
Well, you can look at the list of synergistic opportunities and look at number one. It's ecosystem preservation and endangered fish species protection. So on the lower Dolores, ecosystem preservation would apply. Certainly, we don't mind them preserving the ecosystem, but it may be a problem when these other actions kick in. The only endangered fish that would probably be impacted would be the pike minnow and the main stem. The three species are not yet listed as threatened, but they could be, and they're certainly not endangered at any point. The second one, Colorado River Basin Compact Actions, obviously a problem one. That would probably cover demand management and compact calls. And the third one, water banking and other alternative transfer mechanisms, and that is another term for demand management. So I'll find out if that's specifically being targeted at our area, but most probably it is. And the other two, sustainable front range suburban growth. One of the rivers is Poudre River, so that is in a suburban front range area. But they could also be applying this to us, because if we send more water down the Dolores River into Lake Powell, then the front range has less risk on their mountain diversions for suburban growth. You guys know that, so I'm going to have to ask them if this is intended to apply to our area, that they're going to take our water so the front range can have more security for growth.
Gets a free ticket.
Yeah. And the transfer and sale of water rights from retiring industries, presumably this is thermal power plants, and it probably applies more to the Yampa. They have a contractor that's actually been doing some of this already on their own money, and they want to develop processes for analyzing the effect of synergistic opportunities, climatic changes, and population increase on recreation. And then there's a list of the four rivers, Dolores, Yampa. On the Colorado, there's tributaries of Crystal and Roaring Fork, and then the Front Range River is the Poudre up by Fort Collins. They have a little paragraph. A lot of this is targeting Dolores, since that's in this roundtable. The Dolores River has a well-documented legacy for its beauty and adventure by highlighting the recreational economic impact that Dolores provides will help the entire Southwest region diversify its economy, highlight the community values for conservation, and empower the towns of Dolores, Mancos, Cortez, and many others in the region to grow in a way that they deem appropriate. And they certainly left the counties off of this. They're looking for $61,000 from the CWCB. We won't be giving any roundtable money, but they're looking for a letter of support to go to CWCB to get this grant money. And the total amount is $190,000. They're looking for all these studies. The only outputs are going to be probably a memo, a report, and maybe some kind of spreadsheet tool. At present, my intent is probably to at least oppose all of these yellow parts where these synergistic opportunities, because they are obviously pushing to demand manage MVI, potentially the Dolores project, maybe Ute Farms to try to increase flows down the river. I have been told numerous times, more times than I can count, that demand management is not supposed to be improving in-stream flows for environment and recreation. It is supposed to be entirely for compact compliance, and the environmental in-stream flow benefits are incidental, and they're not supposed to be a primary focus. And this certainly looks to me like they are declaring their intent to make it a primary focus. But again, it's advisory, so I'm basically looking to you guys. Do you have comments on this? How forcefully do you want me to oppose it? I could oppose it in its entirety, but I'm probably just going to oppose these synergistic parts and demand management parts. Basically, the roundtable put out a letter of support, and if I oppose it, they will have to describe in there why we oppose it. And this is just going to go to the CWCB, and I assume they'll probably review it at their November meeting to see if they're going to fund it.
No.
That's all I have. If you have questions or comments, or if you have any guidance for me, and again, I regret I couldn't get this on the agenda, but this is the best I could do. They kind of slipped it out this morning, and the roundtable's on Thursday, so they didn't give me the opportunity to bring it to you on the agenda.
Well, thanks, Ed.
He's controlling it.
Oh, thank you, Ed.
He's sharing it.
Want me to stop sharing?
No, that's just right.
Or do you want me to show you different pages of it?
I think Ed, it goes with, at least from this is Commissioner Attell's standpoint, that you go with the Southwest roundtable, and you tell them that we absolutely, Montezuma County and the Board of Commissioners, do not support basically their economic impact to the surrounding communities, yes, but the rest of it, I think we are totally against, because it's a movement. You're exactly right, and they're going to get the fish people going with them. They're going to get on that Lower Dolores water. They're going to get the fish people going with them. They'll get a whole raft of people signing up saying, "Yeah, this is a good idea." And
then it just creates
it's just another way around to get more water over that dam. And they didn't have a boating season down there this year, did they?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well,
and you know what?
I will ask him if the sustainable front range suburban growth applies to us, or if that's Pooter, but I'll almost certainly oppose that
if they're holding that over there only on the Platte and the Pooter and a few.
I think that you should go the way that you had suggested about the talking points and why there's some concern with the BOCC.
Agree.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure you guys were aware this was coming, and I have reached out to the Montrose and Dolores County commissioners that are on the roundtable. I haven't talked to them, but I would suspect they might have some concerns. I don't know. Montrose not really have much of a stake in this, but Dolores certainly does. It might be useful if you could maybe talk to, I think Doug Stowe is the roundtable representative. You might want to talk to Steve Karcher or the others and make sure they're aware it's coming and see if they agree with you. If I have support from Dolores, that would obviously help.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ed.
Thank you, Ed.
Good luck.
Thank you very
Give
much
it to them over there.
Ed, can you be sure and email me those documents so I can get them to Kim, please?
I will send you this abbreviated document. You already have the full document in your email as of this morning. It's probably on an Ed Tolan document I forwarded to you with the agenda. Do you want this abbreviated one for the record, or you want the full memo?
No, this abbreviated one we need to put in the record. Thank you.
Okay, I will email that to you right now. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank
Thanks
you, Ed.
for your work.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So, I don't remember, did I ask for public comment?
Yeah, that was part of public.
Yeah,
comment.
Ed was public.
Anybody
We've got
else for-
two more in the room.
Okay, anybody else for public comment?
Welcome back, Jim. Long time
I haven't
no see,
seen you
man.
for such a long time.
I know we miss your beaming. We don't get to see you though. Yeah, all right.
All right, commissioners, now that we've wasted, or not wasted, now that we have did a lot of
I move we adjourn.
Blown a hole, I'll second that.
motion and second to adjourn. All
I
those
know
in
where
favor?
you were headed.
Aye.
I